get on if she held tightly behind him. His eyes strayed back to the fire, which he was having trouble registering as something that had just happened. Shock. Was he going into shock? Was he already in shock? Probably. The fire was only a smolder now, small trails of orange and smoke. Not the blinding white of before. What had that fire been? Odious. Had that been a missile? But there'd been no force of impact, so it couldn't have been. Did someone know he was here? Was someone trying to stop the investigation? But he couldn't wrap his head around there being no explosion, unless the fire had been the explosion. New panic tore through him. They had to get away, go as quickly as possible, before another strike could happen. Jiang was taller than him at the moment. They struggled, one step in front of another, across the trail and back into the field to his bike. The field wasn't planted, the ground rocky and uneven. He prayed the bike would work, prayed they had the time to get on and get away. "Calm," Jiang said. "I don't have my helmet, it's back there. Where's your—" He set Jiang down and ran back to get his helmet. He darted back and scooped her up again, handing the helmet over. She put it on. Her voice was muffled, but he heard, "This is Captain Vijang of the Palace Rielden Guard to Racha Guard, with Shiera Carolyn, envoy from the Saratarchus at Windvale Estate. We've been attacked by what might have been an orbital weapon, possibly a laser." A laser. Maybe. But ships weren't typically equipped with laser weapons. They just weren't as effective as energy pulses or missiles. "Please send emergency vehicles. Repeat, we've been attacked." He noticed she hadn't called Windvale Estate, and she did invoke the Saratarchus. But was it orbital fire? Maybe it didn't matter if it made sense or not. They had to get out of here. He set Jiang down near his bike and strained to pull the heavy bike back up to vertical, squinting up in the bright blue sky. His bike's engines had cut off too, as a safety function, but he didn't see any damage on the bike itself beyond some dirt on the hover bars. And damn it, it wasn't even in storage mode, which would have it hovering close to the ground. The hover function wasn't on at all, so it just sat on the ground, awkward and heavy. But he managed to get it upright, then pressed and swore at the controls until the hover came back on and it balanced. Maya looked back, again, at the fire. It was mostly clearing, smoke hovering in the air, leaving only a few orange patches that were still burning. It had hit the edge of the trail, he thought, partly in the field, and there might be some danger of the nearby trees burning. But that particular spot was more sparse. The air was humid enough, the ground wet enough, that he didn't think that would happen. Was this sort of fire consistent with orbital bombardment? Maybe. A pinpointed burn? A mining laser, maybe? Fine-tuned? Was he a target right now, standing in the open? But his gut was telling him something different. His panic wasn't quite in the right direction. He didn't urgently feel the need to flee. Something was wrong here. Something was very wrong here. The feeling of being watched that he'd felt in below space, which had lessened after a few hours on Hestia and been nearly absent when he was just focusing on riding, came back as strongly as he'd ever felt it. He started toward the burn site, or crater, or whatever it would be. He couldn't see yet. It was just over a slight rise in the field. "Maya!" Jiang yelled in alarm. "Maya! We have to go! Get back to the bike!" And that was just how rattled she was, that she'd used his name. And it was how rattled he was that he didn't correct her. He neared the rise, close enough to see through the smoke, and he could finally see what had been burned, no, etched into the ground. Not very large. Maybe 3 meters across. A Kidaa rune. Chapter 26. The Rune. Do the Kidaa have a rune for fear, or hope, or love? Are we the only beings in this universe that feel any of these things? Dr. Blynn Mendoza in the docuvid series Who Else Is Out There? And are they friendly? Maya stared down at the rune. Did he know what it meant? No. How could he? He'd never had time to study the runes. Rhys would know. Maya! He drew a sharp breath, turned around to see Jang with her teeth bared, walking on her bad ankle toward him. Oh no. He ran back to her, and she fell into his support, wobbling them both before they steadied. He heard the sound of engines now and looked up to see air cars, or maybe a large air van and a shuttle, hurtling toward them. From the direction of Racha? Yes, he thought. The shuttle slowed and made a vertical landing nearby in the field, not over the rune. The air van circled uncertainly, and the terrain wasn't the best for landing a city vehicle, but it settled down a little crookedly beside the shuttle. The shuttle's hatch opened, disgorging Racha guard in combat armor and people in medics' blues. Captain Jang? Sir Carolyn? A person ran over to them, fit and femme, and from the tabs on her collar she was a major and used she-her pronouns. No, not Racha guard. This was a response from Hestia's scant military reserves. Are you hurt? The major asked. Her ankle is broken, Maya said. I don't know my own injuries. I don't think anything's broken. But he still hadn't had time to thoroughly check, and his eyes kept straying back to the rune. A rune. How? How had there been a Kidaa attack here, the farthest they'd ever come into Valoran space? Hestia was even farther from the border than Valen. And here, right here, mere meters from where he'd been? How was that even possible? It wasn't a coincidence. A large and very loud part of his mind was screaming that this wasn't a coincidence. Sir Carolyn, please, come to the shuttle. We're evacuating you to Sinatron base. You'll be safe there. Maya blinked, disoriented. What? He'd zoned out. They'd removed Jung to a hover stretcher, and a medic was checking her while another pushed the stretcher toward the shuttle. He blinked again at the major. It was a Kidaa attack. From the tightening around her mouth, she knew that. Of course they would have checked the satellite feeds. Sir, my job is to get you to safety. I need to talk to the admiral of the system. Sir, please come with me to the shuttle. She reached for him, and he stepped back out of reach. No, I need to talk to... I'm... He couldn't say he was the Ceratarchus, because he wasn't. Or that he was Maya. That would be the greatest disaster, with Iada holding the rulership as homage on Valen. He couldn't say he was Iada either, because he'd still have to explain his not being Iada. He'd have to tell her that blood servants could change, and he knew nothing about her. South. He'd have to go with her to the base and find a way there to speak to the general in command. Maya refocused on the shuttle and nodded. The major, looking relieved, led him in, and moments later, they were in the air. He zoned out again for a short time. The shock, maybe. Then one of the medics gave him a quick heal patch with its self-calculating mix of nutrients and drugs, and his thoughts began to clear. Zhang, across the aisle in the bare-bones military transport shuttle, was lying on the bench with her leg propped up, her face tight as a medic set her ankle. Then she'd refused painkillers. Captain Zhang, he said. Zhang started to look his way, then flinched and made a small sound that ate at his heart. That's it, the medic said. That's the last. Patching up. I can give you a... No, Zhang said. I need to think. Yes. They both needed to think. Another medic near him finished his scan. You have some whiplash and some bruising, Sir Carolyn. You should rest for the next few days. I'm fine, he said, and crossed the aisle to sit beside Zhang where she lay. She reached over and gripped his hand tightly. You'll be fine, he said. You'll be fine. Sir Carolyn! The major had been beside him before he went to Zhang, and now sat across the aisle. We've prepared rooms for you both at the base. You can stay there as long as you need. We can guarantee your safety on the base." "Can you?" he snapped. "We were attacked in an open field. Did you see a Kidaa ship in orbit? Did you—" "Sir!" The Major's lips pulled tight. She wiped back a loose braid that had come out of her bun. "Sir, this incident is classified, and if you must speak to someone about it, please wait until you can speak with General Kim at the base." He started to argue that they might not have time. That crawling feeling of being watched was suddenly overwhelming. Watched? By the Kidaa? Had the Kidaa tracked him here? Did they know? Oh, Adios. Did they know who he was? Even here, as Sierra Carolyn? Jung squeezed his hand again, hard. He didn't know if that was reassurance or her trying to bear her own pain. "What did it say?" he asked the Major. "Tell me that, please. What did the rune say? The kingdom could balance on this one." The Major just stared at him. "Please, please, you have to have—" "Sir, I'm not privy to that information. You'll have to wait." He buried his face in his inner arm and waited out the rest of the flight, trying not to scream. "Administrator Carolyn, I'm sorry. I am truly sorry for the attack. But you have no military authority on Hestia, and this is a military operation." "It's not an operation at all. It's a fucking—" Maya stopped, drew a long, long breath. General Kim was an older person, maybe twice his age, who'd semi-retired on Hestia in one of the quietest posts in the kingdom. Medium brown skin, curly salt and pepper hair, army uniform trim if a little age-worn, firmly androgynous. Maya had met the general once before at a function in Valon City. They'd not been memorable in any sense, and his memory was excellent. He stepped closer, debating, again, his crisis of authority here. He needed information, and he needed not to be seen as anyone other than Sierra Carolyn, who couldn't get information. Damn it. Jung wasn't in the room. She'd been taken to the base infirmary for more treatment. He was alone with the general in the general's office, but he didn't know the security here, didn't know the surveillance, didn't know anything other than what information he needed to acquire. "General, what's your clearance?" The general gave him a look that was clearly annoyed. "Standard gold, fleet-wide, which is higher than yours, I checked. Now, you're welcome to send to Valon for an increase in clearance. Give me a tablet with a scan pad, access to the interplanetary network." Maybe he didn't have to say who he was. Maybe he could just prove that he had access and let the general decide who he was. General Kim reared back, eyes narrowing. "I don't think that's a good idea. Sir Carolyn, this interview, which is a courtesy, is over. A scan pad, please. This is not going to go well for you at all if you don't." He shouldn't have threatened. He knew that the moment it was out, and he saw the tightening of rage around the general's thin lips. But General Kim might have seen enough of Maya's own rage to give them pause. They eyed him again, then went behind their desk and brought back a tablet. They handed it curtly over to him, and didn't make more fuss than that. At least they'd never been memorable in that way either. Maya focused inward, shifting his palm print for a moment to Adios. He still couldn't use his own. To Iata's. It took a moment, still rattled as he was, and the general was growing impatient again. But he pressed his palm to the tablet, then tapped a sequence that would get him into the emergency planetary systems. Iata had as much practical clearance as Homage had. From there, he wove into the personnel records of Palace Rielden, which would only be updated there 2.5 days from now when the comm drones relayed the changes, and gave Sierra Carolyn full military clearance. Jung already had it, and maybe this had been petty and reckless, and he would regret it later. He could have just waited for Jung. But her playing her clearance card wouldn't have gone over well either. It was understood and respected that Palace Guard and General Military were their own separate entities. If she decided to pull her political weight, it could mean trouble. General Kim didn't have to obey any of her orders, and she had no rank over them, not even an equivalent rank in the Guard, important as she was to the daily life of the ruler. General Kim had unbent as Maya worked, trying to see what he was doing, their frown only growing deeper, and then their whole body stiffening as they started to realize who they might be dealing with. They opened their mouth, and he saw the shape of the word forming, truth spoken. "Don't say it," Maya snapped. "I'm not." And let them decipher that. Done with the problem of clearances, he backed out of the systems, sealing them all back up again, and retreated completely from the tablet, giving an erasure of signature command at the last. He handed the tablet back over. "Check my clearance now." The general eyed him warily, then did. Their frown deepened. "What was the rune?" Maya asked. "Was it one you could easily decipher, or do you need to have the experts?" "Storm," the general said. "The rune means, as far as my people can tell, storm." Maya went still. The attack had not been a coincidence. The message had not been a coincidence. Storm. His mind leapt immediately to the closest and strongest association, Occam's storm, near the border with the Kidaa, Rhys's ship. "Does that mean something to you?" the general asked. "Something I should know?" "Yes," he breathed. He briefly considered what he should tell the general, but he shouldn't hold relevant details back. There wasn't, he sensed, time to spare in relaying information through interstellar comm channels later. Hestia had been attacked, and its defensive force needed to know what was happening and how to defend. Not that he truly knew either of those things. He tucked his still wind-tousled hair behind his ear, held out his hand for the tablet again, and the general, reluctantly, handed it back. He hadn't let his palm change itself back yet, just in case he'd need that access again. He input IATA's codes again, got back into the system, this time opening the secured comm protocols installed into every official government and military system. He tapped out a quick message. "Going to the storm. Was meters from a Kidaa attack on Hestia. Am fine. Rune was storm. IBR, that last. He had to do that last, and hope IATA forgave him. He truly couldn't leave the general not knowing where the lines of authority were here, not in a crisis. The comm line was secure as they came, which was not nearly enough, but it would be encrypted end to end, and only openable quickly by the Ceratarchus's hand, or the heirs. His rage earlier, his petty revenge on the general just doing their job, had drained away. He showed the tablet to General Kim. "This," he said, "will be sent with the highest security encryption in the kingdom. This is above your clearance, General, and you won't breathe a word of it. We are investigating this. I'm going to go take it straight to the source the Kidaa seemed to be indicating." He didn't know if that was wise. He still didn't entirely know these attacks were from the Kidaa. But he did. He knew this was something more than the squabbles of high houses. The rune had been carved meters from where he rode with Zhang. There might be some plausible explanations for that, but the chain of coincidences in all directions was too much. Far too much for the situation to bear. General Kim met his eyes, searched a hesitant moment, and whatever they saw in him, he wasn't sure. He wasn't at all in control of himself just now. But there was only one person with those initials he'd signed who might have the sort of pull Maya was claiming just now. The general finally nodded. "Thank you, sir." Maya let out a breath, pulled back the tablet, and spent a few minutes rewriting the message in truth-spoken inference code. But he left the word storm and emphasized around it. And he left the signature. He needed that part of it to be clear, too, that he'd used IATA's identity on Hestia. Maya sent the message. He wasn't sure the general actually believed he was IATA, or just that he had authority and access the general didn't. But they had said, "Sir," and he'd demonstrated enough access to the interplanetary system that he should have given Kim pause at least. And if General Kim demanded he demonstrate change, it could cost them their career. A fine and dangerous line to walk. He handed back the tablet again. "I'm Shiera Carolyn. Only Shiera Carolyn, understood?" And there, he was confirming that part, at least that he could change. Dangerous as that also was, but his read of the general as unremarkable also extended to their vices. They had none that he knew of. This wasn't a person who would be easily blackmailed or would have motive to sell this sort of information. "Yes, sir." The general frowned down at the blanked screen of the tablet. "Do you have any more information on this attack that I need to know?" And how the tables had turned. He took no pleasure in it. Not this time. "I'm going to Occam's Storm, the border scout ship, which may have more answers. I know one of the officers on board personally. But we're flying in the dark on this one, General, though I hope I can help with that soon. Please tell the System Admiral that you spoke with a representative of the Ceratarcracy. You may mention my name, Shiera Carolyn, or Captain Jang's, if that's easier to swallow." A small smile, and he couldn't help that. "Say that the Ceratarcracy already has agents investigating this new attack. For orders. I won't presume to give them, and I don't believe your system is in any further danger, based on all previous attacks." "There was no ship," General Kim said, and past their annoyance, Maya now saw the fear in the general's eyes, the set of their jaw. "I've read about the other attacks in intersystem reports. There has never been a ship, not Kidaa or human, in any position to make this kind of attack on the ground. What happened? It shouldn't be possible." Maya nodded. "General, can you please, when Captain Jang is finished in the infirmary, have us lifted back to Windvale Estate? We have a colleague there I need to pick up, and then we will be leaving in our ship. I don't believe this attack originated at Windvale, and we must leave quickly, so I don't require an armed escort beyond the lift-in. Please clear us all the way through to take off. No obstructions." The general's lips pulled tight, still not liking this, but they nodded. "Yes, sir, that is reasonable." Chapter 27. The Challenge. Pettiness is bred just as surely as cruelty, but it doesn't have to be. TCO, Denevalo, political influencer, in a post on their feed. Yada breezed into the private meeting room, Haneri a few steps behind him, as she had been all morning. They'd been playing it off as her helping him recover from his injury, and he'd been playing up the pain that had mostly subsided. But that explanation was a shield, and so was she. A shield when everyone was determined to exploit his weaknesses as a magicker, which truly pissed him off. Haneri had needed to physically block at least 4 people so far today from touching him, and those were only the ones who'd managed to slip through his guards. The person he was scheduled to meet was already in the room, and seeing that person did not enhance his mood at all. "Lord Xiao," he said, smiling tightly as he waited for Denom Xiao to make his bow, which he did, in as exacting a fashion as Koldari had a few days before. Actually, Yada was growing to appreciate Koldari's tact. He'd had a mountain of thinly veiled insults thrown at him these last 2 days, an entire mountain. Denom's bow was so shallow, so quick, as to make Yada think his cousin thought the requirement to bow an insult to himself. "Melisori," Denom said, and smiled. The word was like venom in his mouth. Yada made the mistake of meeting Denom's eyes. It was habit, and his thoughts were very much on controlling the urge to reprimand Denom, subtly, of course, and with the right amount of insult. But he couldn't do that. Not when everything was so volatile. And not while his aura was out and pulsing like a beacon around him. Anything even hinting of violence was catching him in the gut today. When his eyes met his cousin's, Denom jerked back as if struck and threw up his hand. "Cousin, I did not give you permission to look at me." Oh, hell and all the holy mandates. Yada strode toward him in the center of the room. "I didn't say I wouldn't look at you, cousin. I said I wouldn't look into your eyes. But you, Denom, are family. I meet the eyes of my family. There, have that conundrum." Denom couldn't both play on his ties to the Ryaldan line and deny the familiarities of family. Denom's lips twitched, his face twisting, just briefly, into something ugly before he regained control. He might be a fool, but he was still High House Xiao through and through. And Iada didn't at all like that Denom had chosen to wear his long hair in a style similar to one Iada often favored as homage, his eyes shadowed with far more makeup than usual. Again, in a style similar to homages. Was he trying to set himself up as an opposing and equal force to the Ryaldan rulership? On what actual grounds? Yada felt a dissonant pang, a truth surfacing with his magics that he didn't have time to look at just now. The long and familiar pain of never having known Jamir Najau Ryaldan as his father when his father was alive. Never having known his Xiao family except from a distance and through the persona and lens of homage. They had no idea whatsoever that he, Yada, was one of theirs. Outside of homage, that was. Those sorts of unwanted insights had been frequent of late. He'd never lived with his aura out all of the time, and it was wreaking havoc with all the wounds he'd decided to set aside in favor of getting on with his life. He drew a steadying breath, but Denom spoke before he could. "First Magicker." Yada stiffened. Very few people had yet dared to use that title to his face, and none of those conversations had been pleasant. "I'm here on behalf of the General Assembly," Denom went on, not meeting Yada's eyes. And Yada's foreboding grew. He'd wondered, when he saw Lord Xiao on his tight schedule. He'd seriously doubted the meeting request was anything so benign as a familial visit, though he'd been dreading that too, if Denom had come with a formal reprimand from Prince Xiao, or broken trade agreements with Xiao worlds. Things were just fragmented enough right now that both were possible. But the General Assembly? Denom was a member. The Assembly had little power to effect change at the level of the rulership. That task was reserved for truth spoken and the truth speaker, occasionally with weight from the high houses, but the Assembly could, by law, open investigations into both truth speaker and truth spoken, or call for a reevaluation of a ruler's rule if they thought the ruler posed a serious threat to the kingdom. In all of Valoras's long history, a vote of no confidence had only been cast once, during the last Imorie caste war, and that was a time of utter chaos. Situations were almost always resolved another way. The proposed vote had to have a 70% majority backing to even bring it to a reigning ruler. As Denom was doing now? And why else would the General Assembly send him? Which meant that Denom had that 70% behind him. Beside Yada, Haneri, who was currently glaring plasma cannons at Denom, folded her arms to present a wall against whatever else Denom was about to throw at him. Haneri had been doing her best all day to rein in her usual bent toward casual and scathing insults, and she'd been mostly successful. But whatever she was trying to accomplish, it was making him jumpy. It just wasn't who she was. And when he was unstable in who he needed to be as a Melisori, it was throwing him way off balance. Yada wished fervently right now that Haneri would rip Denom a new one. Denom shot a look at Haneri, but she just glared back at him, and Yada watched the slight subservient signs in Denom's body language, the signs of wanting to back down from Haneri's silent onslaught, and that at least was satisfying. Denom refocused on Yada as the easier of his two targets, and that was alarming. Yada knew exactly how intimidating he was as Homage Ryaldan. First Magicker, it's my solemn duty to inform you that the General Assembly has called a session for 3 days from now to vote on no confidence. Many members are in agreement that your manifestation as a magicker has put the kingdom in danger and compromised your judgment. We wish for you to step down in favor of the truth-spoken heir, Undressari." Yada kept his breaths even, but he let his anger show, and that aspect of being a Melisori, not so tightly controlled as a Ceratarchus, was liberating. "Denam Xiao," Haneri said, advancing. "You are a fucking ass." Denam took a step back. "I didn't ask for the Melisori consort to be present at this meeting." "I didn't ask for your permission to come," Haneri shot back. "Now tell me, please, why you think this stupidity is a good idea right now when the kingdom is struggling to stabilize. I'd really like to know, Denam, because I thought Xiao was smarter than that. I really did." Yada fought the urge to smile. "Haneri," he said mildly, "we must at least hear my cousin out. This wasn't his idea, but the General Assembly's. He is only the one to bring it to my attention." Haneri paused, but not before she had Denam's back to a side table, rattling the tea service on top. And as much as he was enjoying the show and weathering the pain from that small and petty and entirely deserved violence, this wasn't good politics. Yada pulled himself back to center, or at least what was functioning as his center right now. He approached calmly, posture open and neutral. He would not tell Haneri to back down, but she glanced at him and stepped back anyway. Denam still cringed as he approached. Hideous. He stopped, held up his hands. "I'm a magicker, cousin. I can't do violence." Denam caught himself, held his ground. "That's not true. It was proved not true by the 2 criminals you pardoned." Yada's rage ignited again, and he advanced again, coming to stand beside Haneri. "Haneri isn't wrong," he said. "If you want to put the kingdom in danger just now, yes, let this vote go through. Further destabilize and erode the foundation I am rebuilding. Do that, and the assembly won't have a kingdom to safeguard. I would happily hand over this rulership to my daughter, who is deeply capable, but I know that will only hurt the kingdom just now. So, go ahead, cousin. Let the assembly destabilize everything we've all worked for, what I have literally bled for." Denam threw up a hand to block Yada's view of him. Shit. He'd looked Denam in the eyes again, but though he'd been the one to promise that publicly, everything in him boiled at that promise's necessity, and Denam's handling of it. Was Denam Xiao actually scared of him, or playing this for all its political worth? Both, he thought. Absolutely both. Yada started to step forward again, then paused, ran through his thoughts, assessing where he was going. And this wasn't him. He didn't have this kind of temper. This was part of trying to shift himself into the more volatile bounds of a Melisori personality. Bile stung the back of his throat, and he stepped back again. He couldn't hold out his hands, couldn't concede, couldn't show weakness. But he was damned if he was going to take from his dead older siblings' playbook. He would not be that kind of Melisori. He glanced at Haneri. She'd been helping him find the bounds of his new Melisori personality, and had, ironically, tamped him down at least twice today. But right now he only saw her own fury. And it was deserved. It really was deserved. His cousin was being horrible, and Yada didn't think for a minute that this proposal of Denam's wasn't politically calculated to propel Denam personally as high as he could manage. The snake. "You are a blight on this kingdom," Denam growled, bracing against the table behind him. "Both of you. All of you are. That the Ryaldens have manifested magics twice now makes me think we should vote to bar the Ryaldens from the rulership altogether. That," Yada said, "is the purview of the truth speaker, and hers alone." He sighed and rocked back on his heels, finally looking away from Denam's general vicinity. It wrenched him when he saw Denam's relief at that. Did his cousin have teeth? Did the assembly? They might not be able to depose him even with a vote of no confidence, but that wasn't the point. The General Assembly was literally the court of public opinion. If he lost there, he might as well abdicate, because he'd have lost the ability to control the kingdom's respect and fear. And that respect and fear was the only weapon a truth spoken truly had. And had he lost those abilities in his own person, with trying to shift himself into a Melisori rule? How he'd acted in this meeting wasn't entirely out of character for Homage, but it wasn't how he should have handled it at all. 3 days, Denam said. This was a courtesy to inform you. It doesn't change the vote or its outcome. And without even a bow, he strode out. Chapter 28. An Errant Identity. I fear for my sibling sometimes, and I'm not willing to commit more than that to even these letters, which I will never send. Homage Rieldon, Saratarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent. Published in the Change Dialogues. The door slammed behind Denam, another insult in a string of insults. Yada looked to Haneri, and for a moment just stood there, feeling entirely unmoored in what had just happened, and no less angry for it. Then the door opened again, and Chadrakur stepped inside, her face stoic as usual. But Yada read her own anger. Even not knowing what had been said inside, Denam slamming the door was enough for her to be angry on Yada's behalf. He waved her off. "I'm fine. We're fine. My cousin is in a bit of a temper. He is not worth our rage." Chadrakur looked unmoved by that and pointedly raised her brows at him. He knew he was still showing his own temper, but she ducked back out and more quietly shut the door. And then Iata stood there, not taking his own advice, breathing through his own rage. Haneri didn't move. "I am right," she said. "Denam is a fucking ass." He barked a laugh, Homage's dry laugh, and put a hand over his eyes and choked on a sob, that one burst of emotion before he bared his teeth, a much less restrained gesture than he'd normally ever use, and pulled his aura back in. He needed not to feel so much right now, not to feel so entirely much. Ironic, wasn't it, that the very thing he'd been wanting for years was his now? The freedom to be a magicker and have his aura in the open. And now here he was, sucking it away again. Pulling his aura back in wasn't as easy as it should have been, even with a few days of not doing it at all. He'd never had a few days before. He'd been concealing his aura ever since those first frantic few days after he'd manifested. Then, he'd spent every waking moment, and most of those he should have spent sleeping, trying to follow Mariet's directions on how to conceal his aura at all. He'd had to turn himself inside out to grasp how. Yada slowly massaged his forehead, and Hanari breathed out, moving in front of him, her light, woven, holographic headband rippling through deep violets, glaring the full weight of her soul into his eyes. "Denam Xiao is an ass," she said again, slowly, and with great emphasis on each word. "The General Assembly are fools. And they'll drive us all into the ground," he said, and let Haneri help him to the uncomfortable couch in one corner of the meeting room. He didn't truly need the help, though he felt the fatigue in his bones that hadn't left him since the incident. Yes, he was calling it that. He opened his mouth, but Haneri held up a hand, pulled a dampener from her pocket, and he sighed at the necessity and pulled out his comm, checked the time. They had 8 minutes until his next meeting. Not enough time to go up to his study for any kind of true privacy. There were privacy systems here, yes, but he trusted little, ever. Haneri clicked the dampener on and waited for it to fully activate. The room blurred slightly around them. "What might be justice?" she said in a low voice, sitting down beside him. is to have Lysander impersonate you again, you as Iata, and then go out and catch Iata publicly and with spectacle, then draw out a long trial for everyone to actually focus on instead of trying to tear down their ruler. Give them an enemy to unite behind. He made a face. That isn't funny. Not even a little, Hunnery. I'm not joking. He turned to study her, considered her gorgeous, flawless face, all the nuances, all the hardened edges. And even now, even in this moment, he wanted to touch her lips. He wanted to cup the back of her neck and draw her to him. He wanted to taste her, to drown in her. But she was serious. And who were they? Who were they at all, that Hunnery could suggest such a thing? I'd never do that to Lysander after the hell her family put her through. But even if it was an option, it would be my own death, wouldn't it? I'd never be able to be myself. Be Iata again. With me, you could, she said, still deadly earnest. And anyhow, you've been homage long enough and often enough that it's as much you as it ever was Maya. He opened his hands in partial agreement. But it's not all of me. And not who I want to be, without cease, forever. I'd be shedding one life in the shadows for another. Though with the seal on his cheek, he didn't have much choice, did he? And yet his stomach turned at the thought of firmly and fully closing that door. Hunnery's idea wasn't even a bad one, politically. He wouldn't do that to Lysander, no. But Bettia would impersonate him if he asked. He knew that. Or Maya, even, when Maya returned. Though the spectacle Hunnery was describing, for that to work, would be damaging to anyone who had to live through it. Deeply damaging. Adios. No. It was a horrible idea. And he was feeling desperate if he'd even for a moment entertained it. What am I even doing? He asked. How I handled Denam. You were attacked by someone you would have somewhat counted on to support you 5 days ago. Less than a week. You're mostly healed, yes, but those wounds aren't all physical, are they? You know they're not. And what did you do to your attacker? You decided to call her your daughter. Jan. That anger has to go somewhere. I'm not angry at Lysander. Her family. Jan. The anger has to go somewhere. He met her eyes, looked away. It's trying to fit my personality into that of a Melisori. It's throwing everything off. That too. But that wasn't the wrong move in the moment, you know that. He opened his hands, conceding the point. Conceding defeat? He hadn't thought that after he'd been revealed as a magicker his life would be easy, not at all. But he'd hoped, Arius, he'd hoped he'd be less tired. But now, he was under constant assault. Almost every person he saw, every noble at least, hostile. Hunnery sat back hard, sighing the couch cushions behind her, a low and lingering gust. Iata spared a small grin, remembering pranks with gusty chairs and couches when he was a child. Hunnery turned to give the cushions a glare. This couch needs replaced. Wasn't this here when I first came to the palace? I remember having an argument with, well, you on this couch. Adius. Maya, she meant. And Iata, despite having grown up in this palace, around truth spoken, despite having made secrets his entire life, was thoroughly sick of dancing around them. It had been so much harder, too, with his aura out these last days. He could feel every untruth like a needle in his soul. They shouldn't be talking this freely here, even with the room's privacy system still on, even with the dampener, scrambler on. But he needed to right now. He just needed to talk it through, because his head was too crammed to make sense of it from the inside anymore. But this system, Jan, Hunnery went on. And why don't we let them tear it all down, if that's what they want? Wash our hands of them all. Go live somewhere else. anywhere outside Valorous. I'm done with them all. But her words held no fire anymore. And he was losing it too, wasn't he? Losing hope that he could ever fix this kingdom on his own. Rule it on his own. Should he abdicate? The thought was increasingly omnipresent. There had to be another way out of this. Had to be. Some strategy he hadn't tried. He wasn't letting himself think as a Ceratarchus, and that was also throwing him off intensely. But it was yielding new ideas, too. His comm beeped. Yada's stomach tightened. Because with all the ongoing crises that were threatening to overwhelm his inboxes, he'd set both staffed and automatic message filters so tight that very little could get through to his comm's alert system. If a family member was attacked, or a mass act of violence happened on Valon or another Valoran world, a declaration of war, a Kidaa attack, or word from either Maja or Imorie, and it was possible for word from either of them to have come his way at this time. Just possible. He pulled out his comm, and the message notification popped up. His breath caught when he saw the sender initials and the private ident code. Both were his own as Iada. "What?" Haneri asked. "Maya! He's using my identity!" Haneri swore, voicing what Iada was feeling. Maya couldn't yet know Iada had been attacked, or at least hadn't known when this was sent. Couldn't know that there was an arrest or kill order on Iada's own head. If he was using Iada's name, or much worse, his appearance even, he was in trouble. The news would have come in by now, and Maya would be not killed, he hoped with all he was. Taken. He could only hope taken into custody. And, he thought with growing horror, would Haneri then have her trial after all? His brother playing the part of Yata, the villain? Maya's final performance. Yata shook himself and refocused on the message, tapping it open. His thoughts were fraying in this rewriting of his personality. Then, he stilled. Haneri, who couldn't see the text at this angle, his comm automatically shielding it, gripped his arm. She'd felt his shock. "What? You just went from afraid to terrified." Yada felt blood draining from his face, his limbs, and he thought, and thought again, and thought again, of what the hell this could mean. He's been attacked. By the Kidaa, on Hestia. He reread the message, retranslating quickly from the inference code, checking to make sure he hadn't made a mistake. It meant that Maya was going to Occam's Storm. He'd been very close to a Kidaa attack on Hestia, within meters of it. He was currently fine. The rune the Kidaa had carved on Hestia was Storm, and he'd signed this message with IATA's initials. So then, he'd shown the original message to someone on Hestia before coding it, someone those initials would mean something to, more than one of Homage's other random identities. Who? Yada thought quickly through possibilities, settled on the most likely being either Racha's head of the city guards or the commander of the military reserves on Hestia. Possibly the system admiral, though that position was less strenuous than General Kim's as the planetary commander. Probably, most likely, General Kim. "Storm," he said. "That can't be a—" "Let me see the comm," Haneri said. "It's in inference code. You won't be able to—" "So, translate it," she said. "And I probably have more context than you think." He tapped the screen and quickly entered his translation, then widened the security viewing allowance. He held it out to her, and she leaned close. Haneri coughed. "Rhys." Yata nodded. "Jan, there is no way that attack on Maya was random." "No," he agreed, still staring at the shallow holotext, both the original message and the translation, on the comm's screen. He checked his translation again from all angles that he could see, and no, he hadn't gotten anything wrong. The code wasn't as embedded as it might be. Maya had meant for this to be absolutely understood. Yada looked up at Haneri. just stared for an indefinable moment into her golden brown eyes. He could feel her fear rising with his own. Fear about what this meant for the kingdom, for this feeling that there was a much, much bigger orchestrator of everything happening than what he could see, than what he could plan for. And Maya might be walking into all of this as Iada, with a kill order on his head. There was nothing Iada could do about that. The border with Kidaa space was too far away. Occam's storm was a minimum 5 days comm distance away. Minimum. Maya's own travel time to the storm would be at least a week from Hestia, if he still had Anya with him, and Iada would bet he did. And when Maya got to the storm, if he had fully embraced being Iada, and there was a good chance of that, if he'd let General Kim think he was, what choice would he have but to either out himself as Maya or carry on being Iada, no matter what came? He might have had little choice on Hestia, too. Iada knew his brother too well to think Maya would assume his identity flippantly. Zhang. Maybe Zhang had enough pull on her own to stop whatever the captain of the storm might do to Maya. But Iada didn't know. He'd studied Captain Ira Nuntreyan of Occam's storm to decide if she was safe to place Rhys under. And she had been, for the most part, an ordinary border captain. A little strict, a little wild around the edges as most border captains tended to be. But how would she react to, well, to whoever Maya was when he showed up? Iada had given Rhys his seal, and he knew Rhys knew that seal was only to be used in emergencies, and absolutely to be used if it was needed. He hoped Rhys understood just what he'd given them, a slice of immutable power in a place he himself couldn't reach in time. He'd recorded an endorsement that would make that power absolute. "I gave Rhys my seal," Iada said. "Indefinitely." Haneri's face went tight with displeasure, but she nodded. "I always knew that was inevitable, them being drawn into all of this. I don't like it, Yan." She sighed, waved at the communication. "But I don't like that either. And for all of Maya's faults, I am glad Rhys will have someone on hand. I'm rather thinking it might be the other way around, if he's still me. If he's as rattled as I think he'll be." He hoped, Adius, he hoped, that Maya could hold on through the strain just a little while longer, and whatever strain this Kidaa attack had added to it all. But then, Maya had always done better on missions than in the midst of the capital's crushing responsibilities. And should he send word to Occam's storm that the person with Captain Zhang was to be trusted, even if it got there late? Not if Maya might have to publicly out himself as homage, and what a disaster that would be. Iada exhaled slowly, did some quick comm math, and set an alert for when he might expect word from Maya when he arrived at the storm. 10 days, minimum. And it was best time he had that promised talk with Admiral of the Fleet Laguaya. Chapter 29. The Strength of the Ship. It's like you're in the bones of the ship. You feel yourself in its skin, repelling unwanted pokes from below space outside. It's not that different than swatting at flies. First Magicker Mariette Broden, interviewed in the popular vid-zine Valen City Sunshine. Imorie slept most of the first 2.5 days to Calistray, and that galled them. They hadn't intended to, and they'd thought, with the treatment patches for the bruising sleep, that they'd have more control of their body than that. But maybe it wasn't about control, and maybe they would, someday, have to face that they'd never have full control of their body again. There was treatment, yes, but there was no cure for the bruising sleep. But they weren't willing to deal with that today, and so they applied their cosmetics with fervor, copying what Dressa had done at the palace. Pushing it all that bit further mask, the angles of their face contoured sharper, their brows and upper lip darker, and yes, that was a place they could land for a while. They synced the hollow tattoo beside their eye to their comm and highlighted it in silver, the swallow's wings now fluttering iridescent green. If they had a glaring green new aura, might as well run with it. They eyed their piercings, their gel-spiked indigo hair, and nodded. Maybe they'd get another tattoo, or another few. Imorie stepped out of the small washroom in the cabin they shared with Eddie, finding him on the bed propped against the pillows, scrolling through his comm. Kieran hadn't looked happy when Imorie had said they and Eddie would be sharing a cabin. And what? Had he expected Imorie to share with him? He had his own partner, Ewan. But no, that wasn't the impression Imorie had gotten, or what little impression they'd been given before the bruising sleep had pushed them under for most of 2 days. Kieran just didn't like Eddie, and Imorie couldn't say it was entirely unwarranted, given that Eddie had been an unwilling spy, but it wasn't deserved now. Imorie climbed onto the bed, which was smaller than Rhys's enormous truth-spoken-sized bed had been, Eddie now closer beside them. Which was a little weird, because Imorie had still only known him for weeks, but Imorie wasn't yet willing to give up sharing the bed, and neither, it seemed, was Eddie. There was comfort in closeness, and in knowing that the person next to you absolutely, completely knew you, where it mattered, at least. He looked up and showed Imorie his comm, a strategy game. It's old, but it was already on the comm, and I always get stuck at the one level. Imorie peered at it. Ah, this one. It was a level with Kidaa blocking shipping lanes where you had to decide how to communicate with them to move forward. A completely unrealistic scenario, as Kidaa had never done that, but the game had solid strategy bones. Imorie shrugged. They'd never gotten stuck at this level. They'd finished the entire game in 2 days when they were 13, and their father had picked apart their entire performance, citing diplomatic weaknesses, strategic missteps, and the body count they'd racked up by the end of it. They were sure they'd played the game well, or at least played it as well as the game's makers had allowed them to. Eddie held the comm out to them. "Can you get me past this without violence?" Ah, without violence. It was possible to play and beat the game without violence, as their father had very emphatically pointed out. And did Imorie remember how he'd said to do it? This wasn't a truth-spoken lesson. Eddie wasn't in training. It didn't matter if he passed this level or not, or how he passed it. It truly didn't. Except that he wanted to, and that he was a magicker, and that made everything so much harder. So Imorie took the comm, stared at his stats and options for a few seconds, and then set the next decision tree in motion. They flicked through the next screen, made sure it would work, then handed it back. "This will get you past in 5 more screens. Choose the orange options. Not diplomacy there, but stealth." Eddie blinked at them, then focused back on his comm, his lips moving silently as he read and touched the screen. A few moments later, he grinned. "I'm through." He looked up, and that moment of joy, just that small moment, faded back into the worry that Imorie had seen every muzzy time they'd gotten up to stumble to the washroom or tried to force down a light meal which Eddie had brought. They couldn't tell him it would all be okay. They weren't that cruel. "I'm going out," Imorie said, "to eat." It was late, ship's time, and they were truly feeling hungry for the first time in days, though their stomach was still sour. They pressed a hand to their growling stomach, and Eddie looked up, pocketed his comm, and came with them. Imorie didn't tell him he didn't have to. They knew he didn't want to go out of the cabin but would anyway, to be near them. His aura was growing clearer still, the murky notes nearly gone. And it was better, they knew, when he was near them. The yacht Kieran had rented was larger than the magicker ship they'd brought to Vallon, with the central corridor on the upper deck holding 8 cabins, 6 passenger, 2 crew, leading to a cockpit that was almost big enough to be called a bridge. The lower deck held a mess and rec area, a small gym, and a holotheater. Aft of it all, the engine and mechanical compartments kept the ship running. The ship had come with both a pilot and an engineer, both of whom Imorie had briefly met before the haze of sleep had overcome them. Imorie slipped into the lift with Eddie. The walls were paneled in luxurious synthwood, though Imorie could still see the seams. A plush yacht, but not the truth-spoken standard of luxury. Not really Koldari's either, they suspected. It was a few heartbeats before they stopped on the mess deck. Imorie scrunched their nose up at the smell of strong coffee, not what their stomach needed just now, but followed the smell anyway through the mess, rec room, and into the small galley, where Dorian was perched on a stool at the pass-through counter, nursing a steaming mug, an array of hollow windows around them. Dorian looked up, waving the windows to private, and smiled as they stood. "It's late," Imorie said. Dorian carried their mug back out to the mess, blowing on the steam before they set it down on one of the tables. "Yes, and it also takes a fair bit of concentration to keep the ship's hull strengthened through the flows and eddies of below space. Looking up facts about ecosystems on various worlds helps me concentrate." "Have we had trouble in below space?" Imorie asked, feeling a chill. They glanced to the single window in the mess hall, which was just now showing a holographic forest at night, not the grayish streaks that were actually what was outside, which was jarring. They'd seen their share of weird reports about ghosts in below space, or the weird pressures on the hull of a ship as it traveled at faster speeds. Most of the reports they'd put down to superstitions. "Oh, nothing major," Dorian said. "But I've had to shift the points of strength on the hull from fore to aft to upper port in the last few hours." Imorie caught their breath. "You've been awake this whole time. It's almost 4 days' travel to Calistray at military speeds. Just over 3. I'm pushing it so the ship can go faster." They smiled wanly, then settled down to nurse their mug. Hence the coffee. Iwan also gave me a mild stimulant, so I'm a bit twitchy. They are actually a trained medic, did you know that? Imorie hadn't, but they certainly filed that away. "Thank you," Eddie said, almost a whisper. Because Dorian was doing this for him. For his family. Dorian gave a tired nod, then straightened again. "Oh, what can I get for you? I made more coffee. That's fresh. I certainly need it. But I know there are leftovers from the dinner Koldari made the night before, and dessert if you want it." Imorie waved Dorian down. "I'm fine. I want to look myself." But Dorian followed them back to the galley anyway, still nursing their mug. Dorian paused, leaning on the counter, and gave an enormous yawn, and then a second yawn. Finally, they made a defeated sort of wave. "Eddie, do you have any training at all in shifting the strength around a ship's hull?" Eddie shuffled into the galley behind Imorie. "No, but I can sort of feel below space outside the ship." "Well, that's a start. I'm not sure I can hold out the full 3.5 days, even drawing a little extra strength." Dorian nodded at the sagging pocket of their overshirt, which was distinctly metal bar-shaped, and if they'd brought metal to draw strength from, could Imorie get some from them? They would have to ask later, when the time was more opportune. Dorian rubbed at their face. Their eyes were vaguely bloodshot. "And if I can't last that long, we'll need to drop to commercial speeds for a bit for me to catch some sleep." "Teach me how," Eddie said. "I'll do it. Shift the strength of the ship while you're sleeping." And of course he wouldn't want to lose any time. Imorie opened the well-stocked cooler, pushed aside various containers on shelves, some labeled with a stylus, some auto-labeled, and Imorie was pretty sure that synthesized fermented millfish eggs were not one of the container's contents, so the labels weren't likely all that accurate. Adios, and they couldn't even think about eating that if it was true, or their stomach would go straight to sour again. Dorian nodded to Eddie. Well, it's not hard, but there is a trick to it. I wouldn't normally trust someone so new at this with a ship at this speed, never having done it before. But you're strong enough, and meticulous enough, I think, that you can do it. They yawned again. Just hope I'm coherent enough to show you. Dorian took a long swig of their coffee. Imorie decided to ignore the containers and poked at 2 wraps in sealed foil. Was this the leftover dinner? They didn't know. Imorie brought the wraps back to the square table Dorian had chosen before, one of 3 scattered among the various lounge chairs and 2 overstuffed couches. The tables had holo controls in the center, which looked to favor gaming interfaces, but they weren't on at the moment. Imorie took a seat, Dorian reclaiming the seat they'd chosen before across from them, and Etty sitting on the side to Imorie's right, between them both. Imorie carefully undid the foil on the wrap, smoothing it down, and thankfully, what was inside smelled hearty, not spicy. Was that thoughtfulness from Koldari? He'd certainly eaten enough of the spicy, color-coded food on Hestia, and he'd seen that Imorie couldn't. Imorie mulled on Koldari, being thoughtful as Dorian explained how the structure of the ship was designed to let magicers easily move strength around within it, or, as Dorian put it, move a solidity of mass and intensity of the residual presence of life, which Imorie's tired mind didn't fully grasp. But the aim was to push and pull this strength from one area of the ship to another, shoring up the hull, running strength through the magic conductive alloy beams and supports that ran throughout the ship. Imorie did know about that part. They'd studied how travel at military speeds worked before. That was only prudent for a truth-spoken who would travel at those speeds at some point in their life, and their life might depend on knowing how it all worked so they could push a ship to the limits of safety without a magicer, if needed. Commercial safety standards were far from the same as truth-spoken emergency standards, if it came to it. So, with this support structure within the ship, you'll always have a tap into the structure of the ship as a whole, Dorian went on, which in turn will help you feel the strength of the hull. Navy ships leave some of the magic conductive beams exposed for the highest amount of physical contact possible in a battle, but the concealed structure in civilian ships is fine. There are a few points of direct touch access if needed. Dorian pointed at the comm panel beside the hatch. There was a hand-wide section of bare, darker metal beside the controls. Imorie's attention focused. So, that was where they could interface with the ship directly? The magic conductive skeleton of the ship? There, you can touch the metal and be in immediate contact with the structure of the ship, Dorian said, and Imorie nodded, and resolved to get good at this. Because if they were a magicer now, and as high-ranking as they would absolutely use those skills to all advantage. Eddie glanced at Imorie, then got up and went to press his hand to the panel. Imorie, around a bite, asked, "What does it feel like?" But Imorie was already sensing for the magic conductive metal within the ship, and they felt it. Once they focused on it, they could easily feel the skeleton of the ship, the condensed strength of the ship as a whole running through the conductive beams. Adios, the ease with which they felt the strength of those beams, now that they knew what to look for, made pulling strength from metal bars feel like walking underwater. They would have to be careful not to pull strength from the ship by accident, or pull it at all. A magicer was only meant to redistribute a ship's strength, not steal it. Imorie stopped chewing as they focused on feeling where the strength was most concentrated. Just now, that seemed to be a point 4, ventral, starboard, and that point was shifting along the hull. They felt the touch of Dorian's thoughts, but not like when they were touching someone directly. More like an awareness that Dorian was concentrating on this same structure of the ship, too. That Dorian's will was consciously shifting the flow of strength around the inner structure to the outer hull. This was wild. And how did Dorian know where to shift the strength? Imorie felt Eddie's awareness of the structure now, too, and followed his thoughts along the structure to where the hull felt oppressed. "Ah, you feel that? Both of you?" Dorian asked, draining the last of their mug across from Imorie. They'd grabbed a pastry from the cooler, too, and started pulling the doughy pieces apart. "Good. Watch, then." And Imorie watched in their mind, with their still untrained magicer senses, as the feel of the ship's structure subtly shifted, with Dorian slowly drawing more strength from all around the ship toward the area of the hull that was, not in distress, really, but, well, oppressed still felt like the right word. Like pressures from without were trying to push in. Not in a way that would immediately buckle the ship, but in a way that might, over time, cause long-term structural damage or overall weakening of the hull. And Imorie knew that part of it, too. A medium-sized ship could travel through below space at military speeds, but risked light damage that might, several trips later, cause an actual concerning buckle in transit. Or there were times when that hull distress could suddenly be more extreme, and a ship would be in trouble, regardless. Larger ships always had these difficulties, and sometimes needed more than one magicer monitoring the hull in transit, or else needed to stick to commercial speeds, taking around twice the time as military speeds. Imorie watched as Dorian continued to shift strength along a slow path, following the line of hull oppression. "Can I try?" they asked. Dorian hesitated. Carefully. "It's similar to drawing strength from an object, but you don't pull it into yourself. You push it along the path you wish it to go. Some magicers view the structure as a whole, too, and merely nudge the strength of that whole in a given direction." That was how Imorie had seen it. They set down their half-finished wrap, wiped their hands, and stared at the far wall as they focused fully on the inner structure of the ship. Dorian was withdrawing their attention from the oppression of the hull, allowing Imorie to fully examine it and, slowly, measure the strength of the structure of the ship. They continued, as Dorian had done, to concentrate that strength along the path Dorian had started. It wasn't a large difference of strength from the rest of the structure. They weren't pulling strength in a large amount, not anything that would damage the rest of the ship. More like tipping a glass so that the water flowed just a little more to one side. And then back again, and Imorie felt a new, smaller oppression forming on the other side of the ship. "There's two, and one hasn't finished," Imorie said. "Then ease a bit more strength toward both. You only need enough strength to give the stress point a light resistance, enough to cancel out the force on the other side." Imorie nodded, then winced as their head twinged with a headache. "Let me take it back for now," Dorian said. "We're traveling as fast as it's possible to go in this yacht, which is faster than I'd normally take a ship of any size. It takes more concentration than usual. And maybe we should slow to typical magicer speeds." "No," Eddie said. "Let me try." He sat down again beside Imorie, his sleeve brushing theirs. Imorie felt him touch their own strength, briefly, reassuring himself that Imorie was okay, then shift his attention back to the ship. They smiled at him, a small smile, though he didn't see it. His concentration was now fully on the ship. Imorie withdrew from holding the structure, taking a deep breath, blinking to clear their head, focusing back on the room around them. The coolness of the synthwood table, the solidity of the deck beneath their slippered feet, the light tang of their wrap, cheese with white tomatoes and golden Pinot relish. How was Dorian doing all of this and also talking to them? Eating? Doing anything at all? Imorie hadn't given much thought to how difficult it might be for a magicer to sustain a ship at military speeds. they'd never had to before. Then Imorie felt a prickle on the back of their neck and looked up to see Kirin Koldari in the open hatchway to the corridor, watching them. Chapter 30. Data Transfer. Everyone in the Kingdom of Valoris has an identity in the Valoran system, whether they were born there or not. But because both cosmetic and medical genetic therapies are so common, and cosmetic and medical surgeries, identity is factored from multiple points. You will have multiple back pings on your records when you enter Valoran space. Anonymous in Valoran space, I am in you, a popular crowdsourced travel guide. Kirin Koldari smiled as Imorie looked his way. A genuine smile? It seemed so, reaching his eyes in his ruggedly handsome tan face, his dark hair loose around his shoulders tonight. "It's good to see you up," he said, "and I see you found dinner. Or is it breakfast?" Eddie glanced warily at Koldari, then focused back on the ship. Imorie stood, carrying their wrap to a different table. Just because Kirin was giving them the means to help Eddie's family didn't mean Eddie trusted or liked him any more than he had before. Imorie wished Eddie wouldn't be so obvious about that mistrust, though. Playing Kirin was a delicate game. Kirin followed Imorie, settling across from them. Closer now, Imorie saw his hair was a little damp, like he'd just taken a shower. He smelled like hotel soap. Yeah, this yacht definitely wasn't high on luxury. "Did we wake you?" Imorie asked. "No, I was up." He frowned at Eddie, then pulled out his comm, waggling it in the air in front of Imorie. "I have data for you. Everything on the current state of Callistrae I was able to pull from the nets before we went into below space. And on Riven Tanica, Etty's mother, who, curiously, has a very blurry ident image. I wouldn't recognize her on the street except by the broadest of features." There was sharpened interest in his eyes, a calculation that Imorie wasn't sure they liked. And they understood. No one should have a blurry ident image. Even if an image was captured blurry, systems extrapolated and would rebuild the lossy features. Her ident image would have to be blurry on purpose, on a governmental level. Imorie pulled out their comm and tapped it into receive mode. They didn't like receiving data directly from Kirin Koldari, but the security protocols on their comm were the tightest possible in the kingdom. This comm had been Yada's, after all. Kirin touched his comm to theirs, and they drew it back, pulling up holo windows. "I gave a copy to Magicker Azer as well, and your guard, Farouk, while you were asleep. If you're determined to see this through, best to be prepared." Imorie met his eyes, tried to gauge what his motives were in helping them with this. He hadn't at all been happy that Imorie's choice of destination from Valen had been Eddie's homeworld, to rescue his family. But he was taking them there all the same. Imorie thought about making a jab about him suddenly being willing to help, but no. He was doing what they wanted him to do. So, Imorie flicked through the holo windows, taking another absent bite of their wrap. The data was system traffic reports, military status reports, police reports, current maps, housing records, oh, adios, and that would be a large file, and 100 other folders with similar bits of information. Some of it public, some of it less so. Gained with Kirin's ducal clearance, or from a hasty favor from the Javieris, who owned Callistrae, or some other means. Could Imorie count on this information being accurate? It would, at very least, be more than 5 days out of date. Imorie swiveled around. "Eddie, where is your family located? What address?" Eddie turned, not at all startled by the question. He'd been listening, of course, not that they'd been trying to be private, and he might have gleaned some of it directly from Imorie, too. They could still sense him clearly, even across the room, his emotions knotted together with his concentration on the ship. Could Imorie afford to distract him? Eddie rattled off an address, and Imorie queried the database. Okay, a residential neighborhood in Dressa, a mid-sized city on the southern continent. It was autumn there now, cold, a rainy season. Residents would speak Valoran, but there was a strong presence of Yer, a local dialect that was fast becoming a language of its own. That was not a dialect Imorie was trained in, though if there were audio files, they could mimic the accent. They swallowed, glanced up again to Kieran studiously not watching them, which meant that of course he was. Was he seeing how Imorie, someone who was definitely not supposed to be trained in the truth-spoken arts of royal-grade evacuant change, as well as impersonation, infiltration, improvisation? Well, how would Imorie Rialdan Marin Quevedo handle a rescue operation? Possibly, and Adius, they hoped not, a pursuit. Or, worst of all, a post-action cleanup. Imorie felt Eddie stiffen and did their best to send what calm they could his way. They waved the global map around to Kieran. "Have you been to Calistray?" He raised his brows as he glanced at the map. "A few times. On business. Never to this city." Dismissing it as if it was beneath his attention. It wasn't any kind of capital or major commerce center, not even of its own district. How would you recommend approaching Eddie's family? His lips tightened with displeasure, but he sighed, leaning forward to study the map. Kieran zoomed in, panned around a minute, then pointed at a marker in the city proper. "City Guard Station. That's where I'd start. The Saratarchus already sent word ahead of us to extract Eddie's family. The guards might have already done so. Or if not, if there's a complication, they'd know that too." Except, the Saratarchus's agents didn't always work with local guards, but they'd likely have the guard headquarters under surveillance to know what was going on in the city. Imorie knew the name and location of one of the agents on Calistray, but that woman had been stationed on a different continent. Farouk would know how to contact her, though, or signal her to contact. Farouk probably had a lot more contacts than Imorie knew of. They'd memorized a lot and kept that list in their head current, but they couldn't memorize the status and details of more than a few hundred agents at a time. Not with every other detail they had to track in the running of the kingdom. This was, Imorie knew, part of why Iada had sent Farouk, because knowing those contacts was a part of his job. And Farouk would be able to make contact much more discreetly than Imorie, especially with them being a magicker, and a currently infamous magicker at that. Imorie could make the agent contact too with codes in the planetary system. But that was a card they wanted to hold in reserve. Because only truth spoken should have that sort of access. Kieran tapped the table with one manicured, clear lacquered nail. "I don't want you to go rushing off to Riven Tanika's residence. I want you to do this smartly. You're under my protection now, and I intend to protect you, whether it's from street criminals or Javieri agents. They'll be watching Riven's residence, won't they?" Imorie knew they would be. Of course they would be, if the Javieris hadn't removed Etty's family already. But Imorie was still supposed to be a minor contract noble caught up in the overwhelming politics of their royal bloodline, not a truth spoken with trained knowledge of hostage situations. Not enough trained knowledge, but enough to know this might be dangerous. "Likely," Kieran said, with a dark look again toward Etty. Imorie scowled and leaned forward. "Will you get over hating him? It's not his fault that the Javieris coerced his family. They threatened his mother and his sibling." Kieran held up his hands. "I get it, but that doesn't make me trust him." "I know what he's thinking," Imorie said. "And no, he doesn't like you. But he has good reason, because you gave him good reason. Doesn't mean he's out to get you." They'd pushed Kieran, speaking as familiarly as that, calling him out on this. And how would he respond? What would that show them of his agenda, and what he really felt about Imorie and his relationship to them? Kieran shrugged and stretched. You don't maintain your position as the lowest of the high houses by trusting every random person who comes along. So, why do you trust me? Imorie shot back. I don't. Doesn't mean I also won't protect you, or that I don't like you. I have learned it's wise not to trust anyone. I suggest you learn the same. Even your partner? Imorie pressed. You even don't trust Iwan? Kieran smiled, but he didn't answer that one. Chapter 31. Recognition. It was raining today in Gayatl as Lord Arda Javieri visited the Adium for the celestial celebration with his second husband, both of them wearing Halcyon's fall collection. From the Calistrain lifestyle feed, Elegant Infinity. When they landed at the port in Gayatl, Imorie knew Eddie was jittering to get out and get to his family, but Farouk had them waiting by the boarding hatch instead, which was probably wise. Imorie stood in the short corridor between the mess and Jim, with a steadying hand on Eddie's shoulder, trying to keep Eddie's intensity from overwhelming them. Trying not to be as impatient as Eddie felt, because they knew security had to follow procedures, especially on this Javieri world. Near the hatch, Farouk frowned at the security screen with his own trained intensity. The hatch itself was still firmly closed. "Any enemies out there?" Imorie asked, unable to keep some of Eddie's impatience from leaking into their voice. The guard huffed a laugh. "It's raining, if you count the weather as an enemy." Imorie scowled. "So, we take a car. We weren't going to walk." Farouk looked up, straightened, bracing for a confrontation. "I should go out and make contact with the Ceratarchus' agent first. That's the safest way." "You," Kieran said, crowding into the corridor with Iwan, "should stay on the ship. You're far too guardly." "We're also taking 3 magicers," Farouk rumbled. He pulled out his comm and brought up what looked like a surveillance net, tapped a few commands. "We're not going to be utilizing stealth here." "I'm coming with you," Kieran said. Imorie had thought he might. Every cue he'd been giving the last day was of someone who didn't want to let Imorie out of his sight. He'd been hovering, far too much in their personal space again, but they hadn't thought of a good way to tell him to back off. Iwan will stay on the ship, though, as will the crew, to be ready to lift quickly if we need to. Beside Imorie, Eddie held his arms tightly around himself. He shrugged his shoulders, and Imorie let go, giving him space as his fear continued to rise. But they'd stopped needing touch to sense each other's moods. Eddie looked up, straight at Kieran. "Thank you." And the sincerity Imorie felt from him was a surprise, because Eddie certainly hadn't been going out of his way to show Kieran he was grateful, despite them being here for Eddie's family. Kieran just gave a nod, bent to kiss Iwan, gently caress their cheek, before Iwan slipped away again. Then Dorian bustled up, their black sealing case shouldered over one arm. Eddie stiffened, and Imorie felt their own hackles rising. "Can't you leave that here?" Imorie asked. "I doubt we'll have the time to stop and seal a magicer." "It's protection," Dorian said, rubbing at their thin beard. "It's the means by which we all, can help them." Eddie touched the seal on his own cheek, his mouth tight, but he nodded, and Imorie sighed. They hated the seal on their cheek, hated that it was permanent, that it hadn't been their choice. But Dorian wasn't wrong that it was protection. No one would be able to force Imorie to use their magics in the same way that Eddie had been forced, and no one would be able to force Eddie again. Farouk clicked off his comm. "All right, we'll go. It looks clear, but be on the watch." Eddie tensed, glancing to Imorie, then was first out the opening hatch behind Farouk. Outside the yacht, the sky was heavy with clouds, and in the crowded spaceport, the air thick with the smells of industrial lubricant and rain pinging on hot metal hulls. They took a ground shuttle to a disbursement area, getting some looks with their cluster of 3 magickers, but Imorie sensed no more than ordinary prejudice around them, which was ugly enough on its own. Imorie found they had to keep their eyes from meeting other people's, lest they accidentally catch those ugly emotions. Odious. And would they ever get used to that? A few people looked like they recognized Imorie and Etty, or maybe Kieran even. Imorie was deeply glad for the aircar Kieran called when it came, and they all bundled into the hushed, luxurious interior. Farouk navigated from the dash, while Dorian spoke softly to Etty in the back seat. Somehow, by Kieran's design, Imorie had ended up sitting next to him in the second row of seats. Kieran leaned back in his seat, arm over the back of theirs next to him. Imorie had decided that Kieran really wasn't interested in them sexually, so there was at least that. But why was he so possessive of them? Why was he so intent on helping them? It was absolutely not out of the goodness of his heart. "My family almost won this world," Kieran said into a beat of silence in Dorian's and Etty's conversation. The Koldaris had bought mining rights to this system before it was settled, but the Javieris overbid that company's shares and bought it out. His smile was tight. It's not a great world. Rains far too much in just about every climate. Too much ocean, too much humidity, too many storms. Etty shifted in the back seat, but didn't contradict Kieran. "The air is good, though," Dorian said. "Or at least, I'd imagine it is, outside the city. Fresher than Valen's." Kieran shrugged. "I prefer the air on Sangor Brek. It's fresh and generally a lot drier." His homeworld, which had much cooler climates overall than Calistray. The cab banked, following Farouk's directions, and set them down outside a 3-story office building with a flat, monochrome facade. "Looks friendly," Dorian muttered, peering up. This would be where Farouk was checking on his contact then. Imorie said nothing, and Farouk didn't offer information. They were still in a public cab. "Wait here," Farouk said. He touched a control on the dash, and the tint on the windows darkened. "Don't remove the privacy screens." He glanced at Kieran, said a grudging, and pointed, "Sir." Imorie hid a smile. Farouk had always projected outward politeness, a necessary skill in one of the Saratarkis's personal guards, but they knew his wilder streak. He'd more than once encouraged Imorie and their siblings in their own mayhem, once stubbornly facing down the Saratarkis when Homage was working himself up into a rage. Farouk had said it was his idea to turn the terrace garden into a recreation of an infamous ball that had taken place at Palace Ryalden 80 years ago, resulting in 3 public poisonings and many more injuries in the panic that had ensued. And it had been his idea after Rhys had asked a question about a vid drama they'd watched portraying that event. That had ballooned into an elaborate play-by-play reenactment, complete with vid-worthy drama and truth-spoken trained immersion, but Farouk had been teaching along the way on how to avoid such poisonings and public disasters in the future. Imorie still remembered his steady insistence on, if there's a panic in the crowd, use all of your skills to redirect their attention. And if you can't do that, get away as quickly as you can. No amount of social standing is worth your life. Farouk glanced back at Imorie as he left the car. Just a look, but that look said everything. "Stay. Be safe. I'll be back shortly. I'm helping in every way I can." Imorie tapped the arm of their chair while they waited for him to speak with his contact inside. No one was talking now, but Farouk was back quickly, too quickly, sliding back into the dash seat and calling up the maps again. He stabbed at the waypoint he'd set for Riven Tanaka's residence, and the cab lifted. "What did you find?" Kieran asked, before Imorie could. "An empty office," Farouk said. He watched the map. "Which shouldn't have been empty. It will take me time to try to locate who we're looking for again, or find out what spooked them. Do we have that time? He looked to Imorie, not Kieran. It might be best to leave now. Because if it was the Javieris who'd evicted the agents or killed them, then Farouk was right. They had no time left. We're not leaving without his family, Imorie said, meeting the guard's eyes. Farouk nodded. He'd known they'd say that, but he'd had to try. Farouk punched a security override into the cab's system, which was a risk, and the parallels to their desperate flight on Hestia weren't lost on Imorie. But the override let him take manual control, and he circled the area around the building where Etty's family lived. Behind Imorie, Etty sat forward, tense, his hand now gripping Imorie's shoulder. They reached up and squeezed it. They did their best, their absolute best, to steady him. Farouk hadn't said anything about calling for backup, and Imorie understood. If the Javieris owned this world, they would own the guards in every city too. Any attempt to get help from the city guards could put them, or Etty's family, in more danger. Finally, they banked down, joined the traffic on street level, and turned right into the temporary visitor pads outside the apartment building. I have the code to get in, Etty said, already moving for the cab door. If it hasn't been changed, Farouk said. Etty, wait. Wait for me. Etty froze in the small aisle by the side door, every line of his body tense, but he did wait. And Imorie slipped past Kieran to crouch beside him, their breaths coming shorter than they should, the excitement draining them. They took Etty's hand and slid their other hand into a pocket where Dorian had given them 2 metal bars earlier. For use in emergencies, but Imorie had to function. They slowly pulled strength from one of the bars. Etty tried to give them strength too, but they refused the help. You need your strength too, they said into his ear, and he nodded. Kieran sat forward and touched a pistol concealed in his sleeve that Imorie had marked earlier, but he didn't draw it. And of course, Imorie, Etty, and Dorian couldn't go armed, but they were obvious enough as hell. When they stepped outside, any people nearby shied away from their car. Farouk, tall and imposing as he could be, shifted his stance and opened his posture to have more civilian and approachable body language, and that did help, despite what Kieran had said before. Would the Javieris know they were coming here? The passenger manifest on the yacht had been privated, thanks to Kieran's clearances, which would only show that whoever was on the yacht was wealthy enough to have prepaid government approval clearances. The manifest was only openable by direct query with sufficient planetary government-level clearance, and that would always alert the ship. As far as Imorie knew, that hadn't happened yet, and it likely wouldn't, because few people wanted to ruffle the tempers of the wealthy and powerful, even other wealthy and powerful. But the city would have surveillance, of course. Had Imorie and Etty, and for that matter, Kieran, been identified by city systems? Most likely, and that information passed to the Javieris. Farouk's guard's glare, softer focused and casual now, still scanned everything. He was just more circumspect about it. He came up behind Imorie, guiding them with his hand light on their back, a fatherly sort of role. Imorie shifted their own body language to match, glancing up and giving him a warm smile. And together, they all trudged into the building's sparse lobby. There was no door guard. It wasn't that kind of building. Etty let go of Imorie's hand to approach the security kiosk and pressed his palm to the scan plate. And if every other surveillance measure hadn't alerted the Javieris to their presence here, this certainly would now. A loading holo popped up, and Imorie held their breath. Behind Imorie, Farouk shifted, a warning to be on their guard. Not that they needed the warning. They were tense as hell and ready to try to make themselves invisible if they needed to. The kiosk chimed, and the glass door into the building corridor clicked open. Etty nearly ran for it. "Steady," Dorian said softly, and Etty glanced back, slowing his steps to a brisk walk. In the corridor, They all crammed into the lift, and though Imorie was looking everywhere, they saw no signs of obvious human surveillance. But then, the Javieris would certainly have the whole building under watch. They might already be on their way now. The lift doors opened again on the 3rd floor, and Eddie did run now. "Eddie! No, wait!" Imorie lurched after him, aware, all too aware that this could be a trap. There could be danger. There might be Javieris waiting inside the apartment to take Eddie out, to take Imorie, to do whatever they wanted to do on their own world. But they wouldn't harm Kirin Koldari. They couldn't touch a high house duke without consequences. Eddie reached a door, pressed his palm to the scan pad, and then rushed inside as soon as the door opened, Farouk growling a curse as he whipped around Imorie to follow Eddie inside. Inside, the apartment was dim, the window tints near opaque. Imorie had the impression of a cramped sprawl, not tidy but not unclean. Small kitchen and dining room, overstuffed living room, a messy desk in one corner near an opaqued window, plants everywhere. "Mom!" Eddie shouted, weaving through the living room and into a hallway on the far side. "Etty!" Farouk hissed, but Etty didn't stop. Shit. Imorie charged after them both, crumbling the rest of the metal bar they'd been tapping. "Mom!" A higher-pitched voice called back. "Eddie?" Then, "Stand back!" A crash. Imorie skidded to a stop around the corner, hand braced to catch themselves on the wall before they collided with Farouk, who'd drawn up, hands raised. A woman around Eddie's height had pulled Eddie to her and was glaring up at the guard. She wasn't armed, and she didn't show an aura, but the air seemed to warp around her all the same, crackling with a promise of violence. Imorie could almost feel it thrumming in the plants around the apartment. Eddie pulled back. "Mom, no, they're with me." The woman looked past the bulk of Farouk to Imorie, and Imorie shuddered. Because they recognized her. A dais. They recognized her? Her image had been obscured in the database, and that made sense now, because she was supposed to be dead. Chapter 32. The Javieris. The Javieris own or control as vassal worlds more worlds than any other high house, even the Rialdans. Emre Patel in Deconstructing Our Times, a people's perspective on nobility and the high houses. Imorie braced on the wall and stared at Riven Tanaka, because the woman was obviously Eddie's mother. She had the same angular face shape, the same nose, same demeanor as Eddie. They knew her. They hadn't met her, but they'd seen pictures of her. Because they'd studied all of the high houses, especially the Javieris. A report of a tragedy. Semlin Necrata Javieri, wife of Neom Javieri, the younger half-brother of Prince Iroikan Javieri, and a prince in his own right, though not the prince. Semlin hadn't been married to Neom Javieri for 6 months before she was killed in a tragic air car accident, and this had happened before Imorie was born. Except, here she was, and though she was older than the images Imorie had studied, and though her hair was different in cut and color, her cosmetics were different, and even, Imorie saw in the dim light, her eye color, they knew it was Semlin Necrata Javieri. Imorie did not forget faces. Not ever. The body language matched, too. They'd seen vids of Semlin before the crash. Imorie glanced to Eddie, who, once he'd assured himself his mother wasn't going to harm his friends, had embraced his mother with a fervor Imorie hadn't seen since they'd known him. His face was currently buried in his mother's shoulder, but Imorie never forgot a face, or its details. And they thought over Eddie's face again now, and picked out Adius. Picked out what should have been obvious to them, the small similarities to Lysander's features, the much, much stronger similarities to Neom Javieri, in the placement of Eddie's cheekbones, the shape of his chin, his build even. A deus. Adius. Etty didn't know. Imorie was absolutely certain he didn't know who his father was. They met his mother's eyes while she held Etty tight. Riven Tanaka. Semlin necrata Javieri. A tragedy indeed. The tragedy, Imorie was sure, was that Riven had manifested green magics. She was still suppressing her aura, and she was unsealed. So the rest of that tragedy was what the family she'd married into had done about her being a magicker, and what they were still doing now. Imorie's anger rose like a wall of flame, and with it, the nausea, because they absolutely wanted to do violence to the Javieris, to any Javieri that would cross their path today, if any dared. But they choked on bile, bent over their stomach, forced breath into their lungs again, tried to get themselves to calm the fuck down. Riven's lips drew tight as she watched Imorie. She'd be able to see Imorie's many-layered soul, see they were, at very least, heavily trained in Ivaku. But Imorie knew, from seeing Dressa and Iada, and then Lysander, that the difference between even Rialdan trained truth-spoken and truth-spoken trained by anyone else was large. Riven would know what Imorie was, if not who. Etty, Riven said, stroking his hair before pushing him gently back. Etty, you brought guests. Such innocuous words. Farouk flexed his shoulders and shifted, moving to one side to let Imorie better see. Not quite a measure of trust, but a concession that this was necessary, and that Imorie could better handle this situation than him, and that nothing would be accomplished if he was positioned to guard Imorie against Riven just now. Imorie glanced back to see Kieran right behind them, Dorian behind him in the narrow hallway. "They're with me," Etty said, which wasn't particularly helpful, then asked, "Where's Gale?" He looked around and started to pull back from his mother, muscles tensing to go dash around the rest of the apartment, but his mother gripped his arm with a fast grip that belied her calm, holding him back. And then Etty stilled. Because he'd be feeling what his mother was feeling, wouldn't he? And he had to be feeling some of Imorie's rage, because Imorie was sensing his own growing, numbing fear. Imorie didn't think they felt anyone else in the apartment. Not Gale, Etty's sibling, who would also be a magicker and should be bright in their senses. Kieran Koldari stepped into the space between Imorie and their guard, and bowed, and Imorie was sure that Riven had recognized him. "Sir Tanaka, I am Duke Koldari. Your son is under my protection. I'm here to take you off-world, at the order of the Saratarchus." Not exactly. But Imorie didn't contradict the stretched truths. Not that Riven wouldn't hear the stretched truths, too. If Etty was as high-ranking as he was, Riven was almost certainly high-ranking, too. And here, again, was a member of a high house, a ruling family, with drastically high magicker strength. But Riven had married into the Javieris. Her own family, Kidaa, was only mid-nobility. If there was a pattern here, well, and Imorie still didn't understand how there could be. It wasn't possible to give someone green magics. But even if there was a pattern, it didn't make sense. Imorie swallowed. Etty was Lysander's cousin. He was Lysander's cousin. Did Kieran know? Was there any recognition in Kieran's eyes? Kieran had remarked on Riven's blurry ident image on the ship. He would certainly be alert to nuances now. But Imorie had been too busy being shocked by Riven to pay attention to Kieran, and that was a mistake, because they were learning that Kieran covered his reactions quickly and well. Riven nodded to this introduction, still keeping Etty close. "Sir Duke," she looked to Imorie, "and I have watched the news, painful as it's been. You are Imorie Rialdan Maroncavedo." Imorie nodded. What Riven didn't say was, there was certainly speculation about Imorie's actual identity, and more so now that the news of the attack on the Saratarchus had spread. Rhys stepped closer to Imorie, reaching out a hand. Kieran jerked as if to stop her, which was interesting, because Farouk only twitched. Rhys paused, palms up, her lips twisting. And maybe the irony wasn't lost on her that she'd been the one on the defensive a minute ago, that all of them were mistrustful of each other. "May I?" she asked Imorie, and Imorie alone. Imorie held out their hand, because they knew there would be little they could keep from this woman. And because Etty was clinging to Rhys hard enough that he'd be able to sense any danger from her, though Imorie didn't know if Etty, in that moment, would move to help them or his mother. But Imorie needed Rhys to trust them. This woman, this discarded Javieri, was suddenly very, very essential to what was going on. The Javieris exploiting an unknown magicker family was one thing, and bad enough. The Javieris using magickers from their own family was entirely another. Rhys' touch was cool, her palm calloused. Etty had said she was also a gardener, and that he'd learned most of what he knew from her. Etty met Imorie's eyes, nodded firmly, because he'd feel Imorie's own suspicions and fears, though Imorie didn't know if he could tell the context. He'd absolutely know something more was going on, though. Yes, he trusted his mother. Imorie hoped to Adius that trust wasn't misplaced, because Etty didn't know the whole of it. Riven's wariness was like a metallic tang in Imorie's awareness, and Riven wasn't going to be subtle about this either, because Imorie felt a pressing urgency from her to know who Imorie was. Really was. Just who it was who'd been tangled up with her son, and if Imorie had harmed him, or the other way around. Riven would have seen Etty's murky aura on the news, and she had to have known what that meant as well. I am, Imorie thought, forming each distinct word in their thoughts. Imorie Rialdan, officially the adopted child of the Saratarchus. But I was born Ariana Rialdan, a name that, even as they were settling into being Imorie, they ached to reclaim as their own. And it hurt. It physically hurt to say it, even if in their mind. Could Riven hear those thoughts directly? Imorie was able to direct thoughts at Etty when they were touching, and the other way around, though what they'd shared so far was mostly impressions and emotions. And thoughts didn't always translate to words. Imorie got back from Riven, like an echo of words from a distance. Born Semlin Krata. But you know that. And then Riven let go. "Mom!" Etty said. "Imorie's with me. They're helping me. It's okay. But where is Gale?" Riven turned to him, pressed both hands to his cheeks, looked between his eyes. The moment felt intensely private, and Imorie and the rest of them intruders. Etty's eyes filled. He reached out beside him, and Imorie shifted to take his hand again, gripping tightly. Something which Riven noticed even through her own tearing eyes. "They took Gale," Etty said. He choked on the words, but said them again, with more force. "They took Gale." "Yes, and Etty, you shouldn't have come back, because you're their price to get Gale back." Etty shuddered, his aura flickering, and Riven gripped him tighter. "No, Etty, no. This wasn't you. This isn't your fault. If I'd—" "This," Imorie hissed, "is Eroiken." Because they'd studied Prince Eroiken as a rival to the Rieldan line, and this entire thing had Lysander's mother's hands all over it. And what did Eroiken Javieri want with Etty, other than to shut him up after what had happened at Hestia? Would she, in fact, harm him? Her nephew? Yes, of course she would. Lysander had spilled a whole lot of damning garbage about the Javieris that Imorie wouldn't soon forget. All of it too twisted and tangled in other political strings and personal stakes to actually do anything about it. "We'll get them back," Imorie said to Etty, and he turned, his eyes locking on theirs. "We will go and get your sibling back, and you're not going to stay with Imorie, or be used by her, or whatever else she wants." "Forgive me," Riven said, "but whatever this conversation is, my apartment is bugged, and if we're going to be leaving, we'd best leave now. My handlers will be here soon." Beside Imorie, Farouk shifted, pulling out his comm. "I'm calling the city guard. We do need backup. I'm using a royal code. This will take first priority." Imorie didn't like that. It wouldn't go well with their denying that they were, in fact, truth spoken. But Farouk had their immediate safety foremost in mind. "I'm not taking you to Imorie," Kieran said, crossing his arms. "Any of you. I'm happy to take you all off this world, but I will not take you to Inasi 3. I have more regard for your safety than that." Imorie glared back at him, but didn't contradict him. They'd have that conversation on the yacht. And maybe he wasn't as closely allied to the Javieris as Imorie had thought. From his body language now, would he even be welcome on the Javieri homeworld? The high houses couldn't directly go to war with each other under Valoran law, but they could certainly employ assassinations and other means of sabotage. Wars weren't always fought in the open. But what could Imorie say when they still didn't know why he'd helped them this far? And he couldn't know, not for sure, that they'd once been Ariana Ryalden. They'd once been the truth-spoken heir. Imorie had no great protection to offer on their own. "Sir Tanaka," Dorian said, stepping out from where they'd been waiting in the background. They held out their open hand, the other hand carrying the case. "We must seal you first. I must, before anything else. So you are not able to be misused again." Riven's eyes hardened. "I would agree with you, Sir Magicker, but my child, my other child, is in Javieri custody, and one of the conditions of their safety is that I not seek any help from the local magickers." "I'm not local," Dorian said calmly, brushing past Koldari and Farouk. Imorie pulled Eddie aside to let them approach Riven too. Imorie hated the idea of sealing Riven, hated it to their guts and to their marrow, but Dorian wasn't wrong. And now, knowing who she was, Imorie knew the sealing had to happen, just as their own had needed to happen. Dorian snapped open their sealing case and quickly brought out a blank seal disc and the genetic scanning crystal. "This won't take but a minute." Riven stepped back, hands up. "Truly, if you're all here, I've seen the rumors on the feeds about Javieri involvement in what happened on Hestia. You were there, so you all do know what they're capable of. You know what they did to Eddie. They will harm Gale if—" Her voice broke. Panic was growing in Riven's eyes, the air taking on that warped quality around her again. And she had no idea of what the Javieris had just tried to do in the capital, of how high the stakes had become. Imorie looked to Etty, and he touched his mother's arm. "Mom, the Javieris want me, right? They won't harm Gale until they have me." "They're also using Guile to control me," Riven spat. "They'll use any excuse to do their harm." Behind Imorie, Kieran let out a low hiss. He'd already said he wouldn't go to the Javieri homeworld on Inasi 3, but his face was twisted now with more emotion than Imorie usually saw in him. And it looked, like every expression he wore, genuine. Imorie couldn't play his games right now, but they couldn't call him on them either. "What?" they growled. He met their eyes. "I have a thing against people who kidnap children. No, this isn't my business. Going up against Imorie is definitely not what I wanted to do." And what did that mean? That he had a thing against kidnappers? Imorie racked their memory, but couldn't think of anything they'd read that indicated kidnapping featured anywhere in Kieran's past. And he'd said, children. He didn't have children, and he'd been an only child. "We'll politic our way out of this," he said. "It will cost the Koldaras dearly, but we will." He narrowed his eyes, and that shrewd anger might have been the truest thing they'd seen from him all day. If only they knew exactly what it meant. "Gale has even less protection than Etty," Rhys said, meeting Imorie's eyes. She followed that with, "Because they're not as fully trained a magicer as he is. But the Javieris will of course train them. They'll use my child, another of my children, as a weapon." Imorie swallowed, catching her first point. They'd been assuming that Gale and Etty were full siblings, but no, that couldn't be true. Etty had said Gale was 9 years younger than him, just barely a teenager. Gale's birth would have been long after Rhys had broken from the Javieris, or been forced to hide. Gale wouldn't be Javieri, and that meant they were even more expendable than one of the Javieri bloodline. Imorie made their posture as non-threatening as possible and held out a hand, palm up. "Please, Rhys, let Dorian seal you." They touched their own cheek. "Even the Ceratarchus is now sealed." Rhys trembled. She closed her eyes, her lips parting to bare her teeth. But she nodded. "I'll be quick," Dorian said, hurrying forward. They looked back to Farouk, who'd put his comm away and was moving now to stand guard at the end of the hall, watching the apartment door. His pistol was out, and Imorie's insides crawled at even the thought of the weapon. And what would Imorie be able to do if the Javieris did burst in here? Nothing. They could do nothing but become invisible and ultimately harm themselves. They couldn't protect anyone else. "The city guard is also on their way," Farouk said. That might be enough to deter any Javieris aware of guard movements. Imorie doubted it. This was a Javieri world. Rhys held still, her jaw tight, as Dorian pressed the crystal to her cheek, and then the blank seal. The sealing was over in less than a minute. Rhys winced as it took hold, but said nothing. Rhys' image had been obscured in her ident documents, which wasn't an accident. That should have been corrected, but it hadn't been. And Rhys was still recognizably herself enough, once you looked close enough, that she wouldn't have completely fooled the planetary surveillance networks on her own. Or else she would have been found out as Semlin Necrata Javieri much sooner, wouldn't she? This wasn't just a cover-up. It was a global conspiracy. Rhys touched her newly sealed cheek, glanced at the seal on her son's face, and squared her shoulders. Dorian packed their instruments quickly, snapping the case shut. "Do you need to pack clothes? Any personal items?" "No time, I think," Kieran said, pulling up his sleeve to reach his own concealed pistol. And Imorie heard the soft thunk of the apartment door unlocking from the outside, because of course the Javieris would have access. "Let me out first when it comes time," Kieran said to Farouk. "They can't kill me. Not without a shitload of consequences." Farouk grunted, but nodded, pressing himself just around the corner and aiming at the door. Rhys pulled Etty and Imorie back farther down the hallway against the wall. "Don't kill," she said, her eyes glinting. "Whatever you do, whatever you're tempted to do, don't kill with your magics." Imorie chilled all over, and they felt Etty shudder, his aura going a little more murky again. Imorie tightened their grip on Etty's hand. "We're unarmed," a voice called. "Escort only." Imorie glanced at Rhys, who'd tensed. "Know them," they whispered. "Yes. He doesn't usually come himself. That's far too obvious. But he's Lord Arda Javieri, one of Iroiken's minor cousins." Imorie didn't have to ask if she trusted this person. That answer was obvious. "You are trespassing on private property," Farouk boomed out. "You were not granted entry." "I own the building," the baritone voice called again. "I know Etienne Tanaka is with you. I only need him to come with me. I don't want any other trouble. No trouble at all." It's pertaining to a previous arrangement. Etienne knows his legal responsibilities. All is good. Riven bared her teeth. Legal responsibilities. They're hardly trying to be subtle. They don't even care if anyone makes the associations. The city guards are coming, Farouk said to the Javieri lord. I suggest you back off, go back outside, and we'll work this out when they arrive. A pause. You're one of the Saratarchus's personal guards, Arda said, escorting 2 known criminals. I am escorting 2 people who were exonerated of all blame in an unfortunate situation. A dangerous edge was creeping past Farouk's professional tone. All the same, I'm here to make sure they cause no trouble. They are under my protection, and so under the Saratarchus's protection. They will not cause any trouble. You have the Saratarchus's personal guarantee. Imorie swallowed. Yada had given Farouk one of his seals to use in case of an emergency, for Imorie's own use, if needed, but Imorie didn't doubt Farouk would be keyed to use it too. Would he pull that out now? Into that silence, Kieran stepped out, despite Farouk's twitch to bar his way. Whatever they'd agreed beforehand, the situation had gotten tenser. Lord Javieri, everyone here is under my protection as well, Kieran said. If you know they're here, you also know I'm here. And you don't, right now, particularly want to cross the head of another high house, Lord Javieri. Imorie held their breath, holding tight to Etty and Etty to his mother. They could still see Kieran where he stood facing the door. Tall and proud and looking in every measure the head of a high house dukedom. Imorie didn't trust him. Not a bit. But whatever he was doing now certainly wasn't cowardice. Unless he'd been working with the Javieris, and was still working with the Javieris. Unless all of this was a sham, and Imorie still didn't know why. Why? Why step out like this and put himself into danger for them otherwise? Sir Duke, Lord Arda finally said, tightly, and with prejudice. Let us pass, Kieran commanded. Everyone with me is returning to my yacht. My yacht will lift and break orbit and leave the system, unchallenged and unmolested. Sir Duke, you might be the head of a high house, but this is a Javieri world. I'll need to submit to Javieri authority. I am in a hurry, Kieran said. If you would like to start an interhouse war, right now, you can detain me as you will. Another pause. Then, you may go, Sir Duke. And all those under my protection, which is everyone else in this apartment. Pause. Yes, they may go too. And Kieran marched forward. Go, Farouk said tightly, waving for the rest of them. Right behind me. The hairs on Imorie's neck prickled as they stepped out, hand in hand with Eddie, and met the glaring blue eyes of a pinch-faced man in what looked to be his late middle age. There was little resemblance to Lysander or Iti in the Javieri lord's features, but the sneer was very Javieri. Imorie had never met this lord, and Imorie had memorized the higher-ranking members of all of the high houses. Even minor lords could be dangerous, though, as they'd experienced at Windvale Estate. Arda Javieri glared at first Etty, then Imorie, then Riven as they all passed. Lord Arda said nothing more, only holding the door open as they filed through. And Imorie was braced for the betrayal, for the shots to ring out, every step. But no shots came. They met the city guards in the building's lobby, spent precious minutes as Farouk explained that he was acting on the Saratarchus's orders, without bringing out the seal, but with verifying his identity on a scan pad. Kieran explained that if the guards didn't personally guarantee all of their safety and escort them to the port right now, there would be hell to pay. They all piled into a city guard deployment van, and every minute, Imorie's hand tight in Eddie's, they braced for the shot that would take the van down. But it never came. They reached their yacht, which Kieran had called ahead to power up, the docking clearances already in place. They boarded and were lifted within minutes, and then they were in space. And finally, below space. They were safe. Safe. So why did Imorie feel like they'd lost that battle? Like the danger they were heading into was the greatest of all? But then, they were about to go to the world of their family's greatest enemy, facing someone who wouldn't hesitate to kill any Ryaldan for kicks, if there was even the slightest chance of getting away with it. No, they were not safe at all. Chapter 33. Pivot. Truth spoken are unique in that they're trained to fully assume personality traits if they're required for the successful ruling of the kingdom. There have been more Ceratarchus rulers than any other style of rule, and a Ceratarchus can make the kingdom flourish through steadier times, or bring steadiness out of chaos. But sometimes a Melisori's force of momentum is needed to carry us through difficulties. Dr. Kieran Strigan in Thoughts on the Nature of Truth-Spoken Psychology. Iada calmed his center, checked his thoughts and the patterns they were running, increasingly and chaotically Melisori, and waved to Batea from where he sat in his usual chair in the sitting area of his study. Batea had been working at a desk brought in from another room, placed not far from his own desk, and now Faye stood, moving swiftly and silently toward the door. Moving entirely differently than Faye would have as fair self. Faye had changed, and while Faye would always first and foremost be Imorie's blood servant, Batea was trained in how to run the day-to-day of a kingdom. He'd asked, and Faye had agreed to take over the administrative running of the kingdom that he himself had done for Homage, when Maya was Homage. He simply couldn't keep up with it all on his own. Especially not when the kingdom was working through the current crises. And he couldn't say it wasn't in his thoughts. He also wanted Batea to know how to actively rule the kingdom, know all the nuances and political details. Just in case he was forced out of the rulership and Dressa couldn't rule, for whatever reason. Up to and including impending Javieri influence. He was so short on active heirs just now that he was pulling on every string he had. Batea opened the door and stepped back as Admiral of the Fleet Dasan Laguaya entered. First giving Batea a hard look before they shuffled toward where Iata sat in the center of the study. And that was part of the plan, too. Batea looked visibly Ryaldan, much more than Faye had as fair preferred appearance. Batea's hair was darker and long, bound up in a mask style, skin tone more tan, overall appearance having a very Ryaldan cast. The face shape, the cheekbones. Let people speculate about another Ryaldan on the scene and how they got there, a diversion from their panic over Ayata's aura. He wasn't offering a name, and no one yet had dared to ask. And let them, too, get used to the idea that there might be another Ryaldan heir, if it came to it. Not truth spoken, but maybe give them some ease when they saw Batea didn't have an aura, too. He had instructed Batea to push far away from any of his own mannerisms as Iada, because people would be speculating on that, too, that Faye was actually Iada. And that was a danger, yes, though it wasn't publicly known that blood servants could change. Enough of the small changes blood servants were capable of had leaked out over the years that there were always rumors. Batea was obviously a few decades younger than Iada would be, but it was public knowledge that truth spoken could appear younger if they wished. It took much more active work to appear older, as Iada well knew. He and Dressa were working on leaking the story that Batea was a child of a truth spoken who'd sworn off change. The former truth spoken would not be mentioned in court, and let the court run circles over that. But the truth-spoken's child was here now and should be treated with the respect due to a member of the royal Ryaldan line. Laguaya pursed their lips as they continued to watch Batea, and Iada waved Fair off with a small annoyed flick of his fingers. Batea gave a masterful look of disdain, unartfully hidden in a bow, and stalked out, and let Laguaya chew on that dynamic. "Who is that young person?" Laguaya asked when the door had shut behind Batea. Okay, so no one had yet dared to ask until Laguaya. But then Yada had known Laguaya for years. He had dressed them down the very first day he'd been in charge of the kingdom as Homage, the first day of Homage's rule, and that was nothing either of them would ever forget. Laguaya settled themselves on the couch across from Yada in his wingback. Yada studied Laguaya, his longtime opponent, their neat salt and pepper hair trimmed short, their impeccable uniform with its rows and rows of abbreviated medals. Maybe the most dangerous person in the kingdom just now as far as someone who could actually pull off a stable coup if they thought it would be good for the kingdom. And that was the thing with Laguaya. They'd always been ambitious, yes, but they always put the good of the kingdom before their own needs. He hadn't understood that at the start of Homage's and his combined rule, but he understood it now. His thoughts tripped and went sideways. Melissory. A rule by momentum, unpredictable and dangerous for it. He took a breath, and between heartbeats rearranged everything he'd had planned for this meeting. He'd been dreading it, and the Kidaa attack on Hestia had pushed up its necessity. But no. This was an opportunity. Dasan, I apologize for not having this meeting sooner. Laguaya's eyes strayed from the door Batea had exited back to him. Apologizing, Homage? Is this aura doing you good? They smoothed out their uniform trousers, a nervous gesture. Laguaya had never tried to hide their body language, but they'd rarely shown nerves around him before. But then, everything had changed when Homage Rialdan had manifested green magics in the public eye, and at the reception, Laguaya had witnessed his tumult of emotions. Everything was about to change again. He held out his hand, very carefully keeping his body's responses in check. Terror. He was suppressing terror just now, because if he'd just wagered wrong, if he'd read Laguaya wrong all of these years, he was handing over the kingdom. Laguaya frowned, but reached across the low coffee table between them and took his hand. Is this going to become a habit? Do I need to prepare myself for my thoughts to be read? As soon as Laguaya's hand was clasped in his, he said, I am Yata Rialdan. He was ready for them to jerk back, and kept their hand held tightly when they did so. He said, before they could say anything, and I'm the Odium-sanctioned ruler of this kingdom. Laguaya stared at him, breathing heavily, for several heartbeats. He locked eyes with them and didn't look away. He didn't drop any of his mannerisms as Homage, but he couldn't veil his own truth in his eyes, in his touch. Not when Laguaya was looking for it. Both of these things, Laguaya finally said, they feel partly true. Explain, please. Because I have a kill order out for you. For Odious. For attacking you, apparently, because that seal and aura don't lie. This, they nodded at their hand in his, doesn't lie. You're definitely a magicer. Do you want to keep verifying? No. Truly, Laguaya said, and he let go. They took their hand back, rubbing it slowly. He hadn't thought he'd gripped their hand that hard. Okay, they said. Yada. It was me, way back, who tore you and Abrit down on my first day as the interim ruler. Laguaya sucked in a sharp breath. Okay, so you've been Homage all this time? I knew blood servants could change. I'm the elder full sibling, ahead of Maya. Another moment to digest that. Laguaya swallowed, and he knew where that was going, to him being behind their father's assassinations and his sibling Vatran's disappearance. He quickly said, Maya is fine. We have been sharing the ruling of this kingdom for 23 years. I am happy to verify this truth again. Laguaya held up their hands. All right, these are all massive fucking secrets you're handing to me, Yata. You can call me Homage, he said. It's my name as much as his, after all these years. You are talking to Homage Rialdan. Laguaya muttered something that sounded distinctly like, fucking truth spoken, and shifted in their seat. Okay. So, why tell me this now? You and I have never been friends. You don't trust me, and I don't particularly trust you, especially with this new shift to a Melisori style of rule. You're erratic. I think what you just told me is a part of that. You wouldn't have done that as a Ceratarchus, and your rule is falling apart. And none of this is why I came here. I came because of the news from Hestia that there's been another Kidaa attack. I know, he said, and pulled out his comm, calling up the message from Maya. He turned off the privacy on the holo window and spun it around, zooming it so LaGuaya could see his translation beneath the inference code. LaGuaya read quickly, leaning forward. I haven't seen that. Because it was sent to me. IBR Ayata Bayer Ryalden. Then, that's Maya. I sent him to Hestia to figure out what exactly happened with Imorie and Eti. LaGuaya stabbed a finger at him. Is Imorie Ariana? No, and yes. LaGuaya wiped their mouth. Who the hell attacked you, Homage, in your own study? If Maya sent this from Hestia. Lysander, who is, incidentally, illegally trained in change. LaGuaya licked their lips, their eyes a little wide as they looked at him, then went back to reading the message again, chewing on the side of their cheek. They'd grown less stoic over the years, easier to read. Hardly easier to deal with, though. They'd always been like trying to lead a bucking stallion. Yeah, they finally said, waving a finger at the message. This is a mess. But that doesn't answer why you're telling me. So, that someone who I know has the best interest of this kingdom at heart can witness what is actually going on, if no one else can. They stilled, met his eyes again, and he wasn't about to ask them permission to hold their gaze, despite the game he was playing with everyone else. They didn't look away, and he respected that to his core. Do you expect another attack on your person? LaGuaya asked. He spread his hands, laughing without humor. Of course I do. I'm a magicker. I'm the first fucking magicker. From Lysander? No. From her family, though, I'm not sure. I've considered that you're in an excellent position to run your own coup, but I don't think you'll do that unless you see it's best for the kingdom, in which case I might welcome you to it, Dasan. And, on top of all of this, he waved at the message, I gave Rhys Delore my seal before they left to return to the border on Occam's Storm. Because I don't know what's going on with the Kidaa, and I need to. LaGuaya started. Oh, you should have led with that. The storm. The rune. The Kidaa. They stood, so used to their own place of command that they were ready to pace here. They seemed to catch themselves, but he waved them on. Do what you need to think. I just let go of all pretense here. They made a helpless gesture, starting a circuit around the room, rubbing at the back of their neck. They'd already pushed their neatly styled hair askew. This is a pattern, they said. I haven't been able to find the pattern in the Kidaa attacks, but you can see it? I'm seeing more of it, he said, and rose to come around the wingback he'd been sitting in. He leaned against its back as LaGuaya circled behind him. Dressa sees the same. The Kidaa attacks, the bruising sleep. The fact that Imorie and I are both drastically high-ranking magickers. I didn't, by the way, manifest a few days ago. I've been a magicker for 9 years. LaGuaya stopped, gave him a dark look, before resuming their circuit. So, it shouldn't be possible for someone to give someone the bruising sleep, they said. I assume that is why Ariana was sent to Hestia? To treat the disease? Yes, that makes sense. You, of course, were the magicker that took her down at her... they're using neutral pronouns. Forgive me. I'm still piecing this together. So, you didn't give them the bruising sleep? No. And that public display was my excuse for an inspection of them to see if they did have the bruising sleep, as magickers can sometimes see. Their passing out was not the intended result. Hindsight is a bitch. Yada barked a laugh. So they got the bruising sleep, LaGuaya said, and ended up at a treatment center on Hestia that was a front for information snatching, with a magicker who's a Javieri cousin. Yada jerked around, with them moving behind him again. What? LaGuaya stopped. You didn't know? I of course looked into Etienne Tanaka, and it turns out that his mother, who by the way barely exists in any records and has no clear images in her ident docs, which in itself is suspicious as hell, I had to order fleet surveillance from orbit. She's the wife of Neom Javieri. The dead wife? Do you remember when that happened? What a horrible tragedy that was. It wasn't true. The report only came back a few days ago. Yada straightened the front of his blouse in annoyance. LaGuaya had known he hadn't known. Of course he hadn't known. And LaGuaya would have known if he'd given the order to dig into Eddie's family himself. Military comm networks being what they were, and LaGuaya being who they were. Instead, he'd pawned it all off on his agents on Calistray, while he'd been too busy trying to keep the kingdom from crumbling around him. And he'd known Etty had been important, if only to Imorie, which should have been enough. He'd done what he thought he could, but Dawson had done more. Dawson gave a small smile, their pettiness satisfied, before it faded again, and they sighed. Forgive me. You handed me an enormous amount of hot leads just now, and I should have handed this right back. It was truly one of the things I wished to discuss today, though I did half suspect you would already know. Chapter 34. Everything. I never used to think confession was a virtue. Now, I sometimes wish it wasn't. Homage Rialden. Seritarchus 9 in a private letter never sent. Published in the Change Dialogues. Yada opened his hands, waved back to the couch, and they both returned to their seats. So, LaGuaya said, settling in again. Imorie is with Koldari, who is involved with the Javieris on Hestia. That hasn't been proven, but I don't trust him at all. And you let your child... Forgive me. Your brother's child. Do I have that right? Yes. Actually, my child. Imorie is Maya's by birth, but I did adopt them, legally. Of course you did, LaGuaya said with an exasperated wave. So they are with Koldari. He has ties, some sort of ties, to the Javieris. The Javieris and Koldaris both had Kidaa attacks on their worlds, among others, but notably them. Koldari was in a place that treated the bruising sleep, that also was the place where Imorie was sent. Yes? Yes, though neither Maya nor I knew anything about the racket going on there. No, of course not. And that was said without sarcasm, thank Adius. LaGuaya went on, and now Imorie has manifested green magics, and you already had green magics. Both of you, if you're telling me right, the ranking members of your royal generations. Publicly remaining members, anyway. Yes? A chill passed over him, because he had missed that detail. He'd been thinking about it in terms of just being in his family, and he was used to being a magicker by now, and he hadn't, when he'd manifested, been as actively ruling the kingdom as he was now. But he was still the eldest of the Rialdan siblings of his generation still in power. His oldest sibling, Vatrin's blood servant, Eras, was still out there, but... Yes, he said. And now Maya, who is on Hestia, has been attacked by the Kidaa, with a rune that was plain enough he recognized it as a clue for him specifically. So we can only assume that the Kidaa, or whoever is carving these runes, knew both who he was, as I'm assuming he wasn't Homage if you're Homage here, and wanted him at the border, on Occam's Storm. They pursed their lips. There is nothing unusual going on with the storm that I know of, but there's a 5 to 6 day comm lag, depending on the relay drones and information priority, and a lot can happen in 5 days. Another chill. A different type of fear. Rhys was researching the Kidaa, Yada said. I gave them my seal to be able to send messages back without fear of repercussions. Rhys. Dasan. Rhys is nearly as trained in evacu as Dressa or Imorie. If they're at the forefront of information coming in about the Kidaa, they might be piecing things together that the experts won't see. And they're a steady officer, if mediocre in performance, LaGuaya said, then smiled, the irony plain. Which, I now gather, was intentional. Yada shrugged. He'd seen Rhys meld seamlessly into the friendly, slightly clumsy average ability officer. Not forgettable by any means, Rhys was Rhys, but not someone you'd call for your first pick in a crisis, not unless you knew who they really were beneath the act. You are right, though, he said. We can't know what happened, or is happening, on Occam's storm. And if these attacks are actually from the Kidaa, because there still have been no signs of any ship in orbit, anything actually carving these runes into the ground, correct? As far as I'm informed, correct. He nodded. Then they might be carried out from a distance. Impossible as that seems. We still don't understand the Kidaa's drive systems, and how sometimes they seem to be following the rules of below space, and sometimes their ships appear faster than they should be. The Kidaa might be reacting to events we don't know about yet. LaGuaya shifted. There have been scattered reports in recent days of ship's magicers saying they feel disturbed when entering below space. Not all of them. And I thought it was maybe all the trouble with magicers of late. A tight smile in his direction. But maybe that's not something to dismiss. This was new, and not at all something he liked. You should have brought that to me as the first magicer, he said. The reports were copied to Green Hall, as is anything to do with ship's magicers. Yada gave a frustrated nod, which Marriott would be handling, because he himself didn't have the time. This wasn't a position I asked for, but yes, point, he said. He wanted to pace as LaGuaya had, which wasn't usual for him. It was this damned Melissery energy, and he found his knee bobbing. Dasan frowned at that, but didn't comment. So, all of this together, he said. If Maya was changed on Hestia, there is an extremely low chance that anyone could have guessed his identity. And I'm here, so there's no reason they should think he's Homage. He signed the message as Iata. Could someone have suspected his identity as Iata? Or could he be plainly using that identity? Yes, but I think he both used that to move someone to his needs on Hestia, and sent that to me as a signal. It's the way the original message was worded. We have more than one layer of code in the message itself. That I'm well aware of, LaGuaya said, and it was his turn to give that smallest of petty grins. He held up his hands in concession. So, Maya wasn't himself, and wasn't me. Me as Iata, I mean. He would have been keeping as low a profile as possible on Hestia, with Jang. I did know Captain Jang went, and Shara Carolyn, and Captain Tamir. Is he Tamir? That would make sense to have a persona among his guards. They sat back, brows up. Or is he Carolyn? Damn, I've worked with Carolyn for years. Yada just smiled. He had to hold something back, because even while this conversation was moving at the speed of light, and he knew things now that he hadn't before, he was still deeply, deeply galled that he'd told LaGuaya anything of what he had. He was feeling more than a little dazed. All right, regardless, LaGuaya said, accepting his deflection, though he knew they were still churning on the problem. It's not likely a human could have known who he was. Possible, but not likely, unless you have a massive leak in your intelligence network, and I haven't seen explicit signs of that, or unless perhaps there were magicers involved, and that's an angle I don't like at all. Have you considered these Kidaa attacks were made by magickers? No one has been deliberately hurt, though there was that one death on Sangor Brek. No, Yada said flatly, because I know what happens when magickers do violence, and this is definitely violence, and that's not how green magics work. Laguaya nodded. So, another rune was carved out near Maja, giving directions to the fucking hell. He is Carolyn too, isn't he? And Timir? He's both of them, personas for different circumstances. In the report, it was right in front of Sierra Carolyn. Laguaya wiped a hand across their eyes, sighed. Yada laughed, because it was ridiculous. All of it ridiculous, this dancing around each other, keeping all the information they had separate. And he was still doing it now. Laguaya smiled in sour appreciation, and he noted the hints of betrayal in their posture. They had worked with Sierra Carolyn before. Mostly everyone who'd been in and around the palace had worked with Sierra at some point. She was one of the personas Maya had used more steadily over the years. But that was how truth spoken worked. Everyone knew it. They could be anyone. And no, he didn't like Laguaya. But maybe they had deserved better than to be deceived by the people around them, the people they served. No matter that Yada had been taught the necessity of deception, no matter that his role as Homage ran so deep that it had become a large part of his reality, with his aura out around him now, he felt the subtle violence of it, the destructive force behind those lies. "I'm sorry," he said. Laguaya held up their hands, fending off the apology. "Your truth spoken. Adius, it's your holy mandate." He nodded. Maybe it wasn't an excuse he should lean on, but it was true. But he respected Laguaya. And he respected their tactical mind. Laguaya had held the position of Admiral of the Fleet for almost 3 decades, maintaining a razored edge over everyone around them, including the kingdom's enemies. "Last thing," he said, shifting in his chair, pulling attention back to less unsteady things, "is that Denam Xiao told me the Assembly is planning to give me a vote of no confidence. I did know that, and if you will believe me, I'd been coming to warn you about that too. And is it related? The timing, at least, is opportune." Yada stopped his bobbing knee with an effort, crossed his legs, placed his hands on either chair arm, the gauzy sky blue of his sleeves sighing around them. Laguaya watched his movements but still didn't comment. "So," he said, "all of it. What do you make of it?" Laguaya sat back, chewing again on the inside of their cheek, eyeing him again, and he knew they wanted to say something they weren't saying. "I do think this is orchestrated. Whatever is happening, it has a definite origin point." "Yes," Yada said fervently, and with no pleasure. Laguaya nodded. "It's been bothering me, all the disparate pieces, bothering me intensely, and, Homage, I'm not going to be able to rescind my kill order on you, on Iata, before your brother gets to the storm. If he's being Iata in any way, he is in danger." "I know. Rhys has my seal, a perpetual seal, and they know that. I can only hope people have cool enough heads to know what to do with all of this." Laguaya swore softly. "You said you're ruling the kingdom. You're the Adium-sanctioned ruler, you said. Do you mean alongside him? Maya, I mean?" "Maya has already legally abdicated, and I was planning to step up in my own right, as Yata, before Imorie came back as a magicker. That would have been after Dressa's wedding." "Ah. For what it's worth, I'm sorry about that." He shrugged, and best answer that very first question Laguaya had asked, too, while he was at it. Because his reasons for why he was telling Laguaya all of this were catching up with his actually doing so, and he saw that one question as absolutely vital. "The young person who saw you in is my eldest child, Betea." Laguaya blinked. Your eldest? Not Maya's? Not like your own parentage? No. Betea's not Maya's or Haneri's. Faye's mine, and trained enough that, if it comes to it, Faye could rule, with as much bloodline claim as Dressa or Imorie. And the other blood servant, Priya? Also mine. Trained, but not, I think, of the right temperament. But also, if it came to it, an option. Laguaya looked down, and Iada stilled, because yes, there it was, all of it in the open. And he knew what he was thinking, but he wanted, truly wanted to know what Laguaya was thinking. He waited. He waited while Laguaya was silent, churning on all of it. They made a humming noise, nodded again, and looked up. If I had to make a guess on my gut, it's the high houses. Javieri, certainly, and possibly also Koldari. As much as Denom Xiao is an ass, I don't think the Zios are involved. But not just the high houses. I truly think the attacks are from the Kidaa, and I'll tell you, Homage, that chills me to my bones. Every last one of them. He carefully eased his fingers from where they'd begun to clench the arms of his chair. It was where his thoughts had been going as well. The high houses are after your rulership, Laguaya went on, but the Kidaa are after... What? I don't know, and I'm not afraid to say that it terrifies me. And me? Laguaya rose again. He rose with them, because he felt the urgency now. He'd been distracted by his incident, his injury, but the message from Maya had brought it all back. He wasn't ruling this kingdom so much as reacting to someone else's machinations, and he did not like that at all. Time to turn the tables, if he could. Adius, he hoped he could. If we send more ships to the border, he said, we risk signaling war. And if we don't, we risk losing a war. He wanted to say the Kidaa had only ever been peaceful, but he'd heard Rhys's concerns when they'd been talking with Dressa in the terrace garden. And he trusted Rhys's gut almost as much as his own, as any truth-spokens. They were just too well trained not to see the patterns and react, even before they knew what it was all about. You can't abdicate, Laguaya said, and you can't be anyone but Homage. Agreed, on both counts. And you picked a hell of a time to change your style of rule. I can see it has you off balance. It was that or lose the rulership right there. Laguaya nodded. They'd been there. They sighed, turned toward the door. The fleet's already on medium alert because of the Kidaa attacks, and then the attack on you. They stopped, turned around again. Forgive me. I'm already in action mode. You didn't dismiss me. And despite everything you've told me, adios, because of everything you've entrusted me with today, and I am deeply, deeply grateful, Iada. You are still my ruler. You are still the person Adius has placed over this kingdom, whatever that means for the rest of us. Thank you for trusting me. And they bowed. Deeper than they had ever bowed to him before. He swallowed and came around the couch to give his own deep nod back, a little lower than was justifiable from his pinnacle to theirs. His own respect, deepest respect. If you and I can keep our heads, we might weather this, he said. Laguaya nodded, smoothing back their hair. And the truth speaker, I presume. I'm not going to presume more of my own power than I've been given. And you have my deepest gratitude for that as well. You were saying... Yes, the fleet is already on alert. I'd like to step up the alert, under the pretense of increased tensions and the kingdom's security. As much as I'd like to rescind the kill order, it is useful. Yes. I don't like it, but agreed. If it's going to affect Maya, we can't help that now. And I would like to converge some of the border ships on Occam's Storm. Just a few. Captain Nantreyan has a steady head, but she's never actually seen action. Not many of us have, if I'm honest. It will take long. Long for the order to get there. longer for the ships to converge. If Maya is there, and Rhys is there, and you trust Rhys enough to give them your seal, well, that is a level-headed presence at the border. Level-headed enough. Do you wish to send anyone else? Anyone specific? But there was no one else just now that he trusted to send, that he didn't also need. No, he trusted both Rhys and Maya implicitly, and he had a feeling that Rhys was about to step into the thick of it, if they hadn't already. No, they will be enough. When we have reports from the border, then we will decide what to do, if it hasn't already been decided, and Rhys will have that authority if it comes to it. All the same, I'd like to send in one of my more experienced tacticians with a small battle group to the border. We'll call it exercises. Yes, agreed. Thank you, Dawson. He turned to head to his desk, head as stuffed as it could get. This was almost worse than trying to suppress his aura, bending his personality into a shape that wasn't natural to him. He turned back a step later as LaGuaya was reaching for the door. If something happens to me, or if I'm forced out, or... LaGuaya held up their hands, and he saw it again now, that look they'd given him before. It was foreboding. Maybe more certainty than he liked. Dawson saw the patterns too, brilliant fleet administrator that they were. Yada was holding on to the rulership by a thread, and that thread was likely to snap. Then I will do my utmost, LaGuaya said, with what you've given me, to support Dressa, to maintain the Raelden line, and failing that, to maintain the kingdom. And Lysander, he said, and Haneri. Their family loyalties have both been in question at times, but they are loyal. Both of them are loyal. Protect them, Dasan. LaGuaya gave him a long, level glare, then bowed again and retreated. They shut the door quietly behind them, and he stood, his heart hammering, silence ringing in his ears. He'd just given them everything, his longtime political rival. LaGuaya could have him imprisoned, have him dead within the hour. They truly could. There was a kill order on him that LaGuaya had initiated, and he'd just confessed his identity. But they wouldn't do that. He knew that as surely as he trusted Maya and Rhys to handle the border. LaGuaya had been headed toward a coup because of the mistrust, because of the rift between the military and the rulership, a rift he'd helped cause. And now? Now, he could only hope they'd sail course with him for a while. See the kingdom to better shores. Chapter 35. Waiting. Duty on the edge. Ship's motto for the border scout ship VNS Occam's Storm. Sir, the Kidaa are moving. Rhys, who'd scattered an array of open hollow windows around them while they sat bridge watch, looked up. The view screen at the front showed the tagged Kidaa ships, as it had since the Kidaa had arrived, but now the distance between the center ship, Clan Starlight, and the storm was shrinking. Oh, odious. Were the Kidaa going to overlap? Would they finally get some answers? Rhys had, under Hamid's guidance, directed the storm in the subtle maneuvering code hours ago, trying to get the Kidaa's attention. And nothing had happened. Again, nothing, for hours. They were still trying the maneuvering code every half hour, but it was nearing the end of the third watch, and they'd been dreading, and, if they were honest, hoping for, turning to head back to Vallon. Rhys, in the observer's chair, had a moment, a single moment to freeze. Commander Hamid had gone to bed after a long day. The captain was still in the infirmary. Commander Gian had, so Hamid had said, finally let one of the medics sedate him enough to sleep. Misha was still with Gian in the infirmary, and she'd been with him all day. And Rhys. Hamid had left them the bridge, left them in command of the whole ship, had put them back on active duty, in their nebulous provisional status, had said, "Wake me if anything so much as twitches, Lieutenant." "Call Commander Hamid to the bridge," Rhys said to the comm tech, standing and clearing their holo windows to move toward the ops station behind them. Ensign Neri Wawuda was on watch there, and when she looked up, Rhys swallowed at the fear in her eyes. At the way she looked at Rhys. Not as a friend anymore, but as someone who had the power to make this situation different than it was. Better, maybe, or worse. Neri moved aside as Rhys leaned over the displays, taking in all the information they could at a glance, rearranging 2 of the holo windows to better see the data. The Kidaa ship was coming up from behind on a steady acceleration. They were not angling to go beside the storm, but coming straight on. They were almost certainly trying to overlap. And should Rhys move the ship away? Was there danger? But that was why they were still here. To talk. That was why Rhys had been signaling them. Rhys didn't understand the delay. Had the Kidaa been debating among themselves on what they should do and only just now reached a decision? Rhys didn't know the minds of the Kidaa as much as they'd studied, and they desperately needed to understand what the Kidaa wanted. For everyone. And what had happened with the captain and Jian had only opened a gulf of more terrifying questions. At least no one else had manifested green magics, or come down with the bruising sleep. Rhys was still most of the way braced to get either of those things themselves, as someone the Kidaa saw as a person of power. Well, and that was truer now than it had been the first time the Kidaa had overlapped. Rhys stood back from Neri's station and returned to the center of the bridge, but didn't sit. They watched the front screen, now showing a zoomed panoramic view as the Kidaa ship approached from behind. The blocky ship was getting larger at an alarming rate. "Comm, shipwide," they said, and took a breath. "All hands to stations. Kidaa ship on aft approach for overlap. Commander Hamid to the bridge. Ensign Moritu to the bridge." The comm chimed off as the sirens started to blare. Rhys swallowed. Adious. But they hadn't thought they'd have to issue orders like that. They'd thought the captain would, or Jian, or Hamid, someone other than them. Then Rhys forced themselves to sit again in the observer's chair. Then, eyeing the captain's chair with its much better systems controls and displays, Rhys held their breath and transferred their butt to there. They braced as they sat, half expecting another alarm to go off, or someone to jump up and say they shouldn't be sitting in the captain's chair. But no one did. Rhys didn't catch fire. Hamid would be here shortly, and Rhys needed the better data displays in the meantime. Until Hamid got to the bridge, Rhys was in command, and maybe they should have been sitting in the captain's chair all along. Rhys glanced up over their shoulder at the all-piece stations on the bridge's upper level. "Ops, I want all the data as you're pulling it. Anything relevant, sent to me. Don't filter it." They waved up the displays on the arms of the captain's chair, and the immediate world around them flooded with dozens of windows of raw data, auto-filtered system reports, charts, math, with inset views from every camera angle that could see the Kidaa ship. The ship had halved the distance between them in the time it had taken Rhys to sit in the captain's chair. Shit, it was accelerating, coming in faster than Rhys had thought. The Kidaa didn't usually come in this fast for an overlap. Rhys, noticing their leg bobbing rapidly, their shoulders tensed from the noise, made a face and pressed a control to stop the sirens. But they kept the alert status holos on. Those would show pulsing red orbs near the ceiling of every corridor, and show a red pulsing icon on every comm panel not in use. No one would miss that the ship was still under alert, but their tension relaxed just a little when the sirens stopped. Were they trained for this? They'd trained for eventual command in academy, sure, though Rhys had never been the leader of any given squad of cadets. Were their games with their siblings any help to them here, other than pretending mightily that they knew what they were doing? "Sir," the pilot said, and they were a full lieutenant, outranking Rhys. In military ranks, at least. Short, thin, coiled black hair buzzed tight. Rhys had never been close with them, but had met them often enough in the corridors, in the gym. We should go. We should get into below space before that ship reaches us. Rhys took a breath. No, we need to... Sir, seriously, we should go. We're not a warship. We can't deal with those Kidaa ships on our own. They have no weapons, Rhys said, keeping their voice calm. And that training, right there, was useful. They straightened subtly, pulled again from what they'd observed in Homage, and maybe some of Ari's presence too, drew the center of authority to themselves as inherent. They attacked the captain and commander. The pilot was rising from their seat now, eyes and attention off their controls. Resume your station, Rhys said, and added, please. They inwardly cringed at that. That was a mistake. And the pilot seized on it. Rhys, I don't know what you're playing at, but these are our lives. Rhys eyed the Kidaa ship rapidly approaching the aft hull. They checked the graphs. The Kidaa ship had slowed, at least, for the actual overlap, but was still coming in fast. Rhys added snap to their voice this time. Lieutenant, resume your station. Comm, shipwide, aft overlap in 1 minute. The pilot stormed toward them. Get out of the fucking chair. I don't care if you're a capital favorite. I outrank you. Rhys stood, planted themselves to the deck, borrowed their body language wholesale from Homage Ryalden when he was at his most incandescent. Stop, they said. One clipped word, and the pilot stopped, mouth opening, brows furrowing. This is my decision, Rhys said, and I'm playing for the lives of the kingdom. The pilot's throat bobbed as they swallowed. 30 seconds to overlap, an ops tech called. Resume your station, Rhys snapped to the pilot, who finally held up their hands, walked quickly back to their seat. Sat with hunched concentration. Rhys's own loud swallow, they feared, betrayed them. But no one else protested, and glancing around the bridge, it looked just that little more cohesive. Everyone sitting a little taller and with more purpose than before, because Rhys had, fully and publicly, just taken control, and because they'd stated the purpose in all of this, the fate of the kingdom. Adius help them all. The bridge hatch opened and Hamid charged through, still buttoning up her uniform jacket, her hair hastily wet and combed. Give me a report, Petrova. The dissonance of that order with the moment before, with its tone from a commander to a junior, rocked Rhys on their heels. They did a quick assessment. Hamid's presence was tensing the crew back up again. That shouldn't have happened, and they didn't want to lose the cohesion they'd had a moment before. Not now. So they kept their bearing. Still, gallingly, owed to the Ceratarchus. Commander, they said, with respect but not deference. We have 15 seconds to aft overlap. Approaching fast. We should probably face behind. Hamid surveyed them as she approached the captain's chair but leaned against its back, not yet coming around to sit in it. She noted, of course, Rhys's open spread of hollow windows around the chair, and even though she didn't have a vacu, she'd absolutely note Rhys's bearing. Rhys was broadcasting control like a loudspeaker. You know what this is about? She asked, brows raised. Not yet, Rhys said, and moved back to the chair to check the time. Kidaa overlap on the aft hull, an ops tech announced. Rhys suppressed a shiver, but stepped back again into the open space in front of the command stations, opened a hand for Hamid to join them. And that was pretentious, but Hamid strode to their side without question. They both positioned themselves facing the back of the bridge to await the inevitable. The ghostly outline of the Kidaa ship's nose formed so quickly this time, it expanded to span the bridge before Rhys could blink. The outline of the other ship passed in a blur, ghostly Kidaa rushing past them, until it slowed, came to a stop. Rhys could just barely make out the outline of what they thought was the same room the Kidaa leaders had been in when they'd overlapped with the bridge of the Occam's storm before. But facing the other way around now, and Rhys was trying not to be so disoriented by that, there was a single Kidaa, already facing them. Were they one of the ones Rhys had spoken with before? They were tall, their gray-gold skin darker with more gray than gold, their tough skin carved with runes. They looked down at Rhys with their oval eyes on their wedge-shaped head, hands clasped in front of them, 4 legs restless. Yes, it was the Kidaa who'd been in the center before. Rhys thought they recognized the pattern of runes, and they definitely recognized the sense of authority that this Kidaa carried. They weren't quite as tangible as they had been before, though, and what did that mean? The Kidaa rumbled, and the storm's systems attempted to translate. Human one, you have spun. We have spun. Comes from the perimeter. We are. Rhys tried to puzzle that out and blinked. Oh, sometimes the Kidaa used I am statements in a way that meant remaining, being here in a specific place. We are here continually, not just we are. Or rather, in context with comes from the perimeter, maybe we are here waiting? Waiting for someone from a perimeter somewhere? You're waiting for someone? Rhys asked. You're waiting for another Kidaa ship? Human one. The Kidaa hadn't started with the same preamble they had before. There felt like an urgency to this conversation, and it was without the usual ceremony, without the 3 Kidaa. There were always 3 Kidaa, just like there were never 3 ships. And a Kidaa ship had never, to Rhys's knowledge, overlapped from behind. What did that mean? Was it a social power play? Did it hold some other significance? Maybe a signal of casual conversation rather than formal conversation? Who are we waiting for? Music blared from the bridge speakers, and Rhys cringed their hands up, stopping short of covering their ears. We surf on the plains, while we run, while we drive. Not the Rings of Vietr this time, but one of their predecessors, the older multi-platinum anti-spin connection. That was from their song, Drive, not their best song by a long shot. The music abruptly stopped in the middle of the chorus. And what did that song mean? That didn't fit any pattern Rhys knew of, though if the Kidaa were waiting for someone, maybe it meant that someone was coming quickly. Running. Rhys looked up into the Kidaa's oval eyes, high on the wedge of their head. The Kidaa blinked their eyes, a thick membrane visible as their lids retracted again. It almost looked like a deliberate expression, and the body language seemed tense, but Rhys couldn't trust that assessment if it was based on their understanding of human cues. Adios, they didn't know enough. They didn't know enough. We are, Rhys said, echoing the Kidaa's words. The Kidaa made a swooping gesture with 2 fingers. Then the Kidaa became intangible again, like the rest of the Kidaa ship, and then just stayed where they were. Rhys waited, expecting the Kidaa ship to back off again, because that's what usually happened when the Kidaa went intangible again, but it didn't. Nothing happened. Absolutely nothing was happening as it should be just now. The Kidaa they'd spoken to just stood there, a ghostly outline. If Rhys watched closely, they could see the gentle movements of the Kidaa's breathing, and the Kidaa could see theirs. They were still studying Rhys back. Rhys's heart stuttered. And what was this now? If the Kidaa were waiting for someone, if Rhys possibly had that right, were they just going to stay here? Just stand here, half on the bridge of the Kidaa ship, half on the bridge of the storm? The bridge hatch opened, and Rhys jumped. Captain Nantreyan stepped through, leaning heavily on Misha with one arm, a cane with the other. Oh. And that was why Misha hadn't come yet. The captain looked at the Kidaa, still a ghostly outline in the center of the bridge. She didn't say anything, though, as she made her slow way across the bridge to stand on Rhys's other side, opposite of Hamid. Hamid, for her part, had been very still, exquisitely silent. Rhys read the panic and didn't blame her one bit. The captain stopped, fighting to catch her breath, then took a long inhale and bowed stiffly to the Kidaa. The Kidaa turned to look at her, but they didn't become more tangible, just stayed a translucent outline. Rhys felt a sudden and intense spike of anger. Was the Kidaa studying their victim? Had Clan Starlight given the bruising sleep to the captain, or one of the other clans? Someone on the Kidaa ships had. Of that, Rhys was almost certain. And Rhys saw, too, the simmering rage just behind the captain's eyes, etched into every line of her posture. She wanted to challenge the Kidaa. She wanted to demand answers for why a day ago she'd been healthy, and today she was not. Rhys shunted their own rage aside. They had to. It would do absolutely no good, and they had to steady the captain before she started an interstellar incident. "I think," Rhys said in a low voice, "that they're waiting for someone, and that they're going to wait right here." The captain hissed through her teeth, then made a small noise of pain and maneuvered, with Misha's help, around the Kidaa to sit in her command chair. She glanced at Rhys's still open windows, then brushed most of them aside. "Do we know how long this is going to take?" Captain Nantrean asked. Adius. She looked worn. The lines on her face furrowed much deeper than they should be, her mouth pinched, hands slightly trembling. Rhys stepped closer to the single Kidaa and gave the smallest bow. Human one wishes to speak with Kidaa one, comes from the center, breathes from the center. But the Kidaa only looked at them, then looked away again. "Well then," the captain said with a sigh, "I guess we wait." Chapter 36, Change and Change. A Truth Spoken's personas aren't just tools used to gather or insert information. My personas were always a part of me, different facets and ways to experience the world. If we're the eyes and ears of Adius, then we must see from all points of view, even those we find less than satisfactory. Ariana Rialdan, Melisori X in the Change Dialogues. Dressa's public wedding was set for 2 weeks out. She had no mental space to think about it, to gather all the details, certainly not after Iada had briefed her on what was happening with her father. And Rhys. That Rhys had Iada's seal and might be in the center of whatever was happening with the Kidaa sat like a gnawing claw in her gut, and there was nothing she could do to help. Even if she wanted to go to the border, she couldn't. She had a wedding in 2 weeks, and with the state of the kingdom, possibly a bid to rule, so Haneri had taken over wedding plans, also scheduling in a much smaller, private ceremony with her and Iada in 3 days, to be officiated by Chiore. Dressa would be there, and so, apparently, would Lysander, who Iada had asked too. Neither Dressa nor Lysander really knew what to do with that. But this thing with the assembly and the upcoming vote of no confidence, the vote would happen in 2 days. That was something that needed handled, and Iada couldn't. And he couldn't ask Dressa to handle it either. He couldn't ask anyone. If he was ever questioned on his influence over the assembly, and he might be, he couldn't lie about that. Dressa was absolutely sure the assembly would have someone read Iada with any kind of testimony. The assembly might not fully have the teeth to make binding policies in the kingdom, but they certainly could cause trouble, even and up to forcing the ruler to testify before them in a hearing for a vote of no confidence. The timing was horrible, and that was planned, Dressa was sure. Dressa leaned on Lysander's desk in her prep room, making Lysander look up and arch her brows, which, for a stuttering moment, had Dressa tracing the elegance of those brows with her eyes, and wanting to reach out, follow the curve of Lysander's cheek to her lips. I thought you had another meeting, Lysander asked. Dressa drew in a breath. It was with LaGuaya. I canceled. You and I need to do something. Lysander sat back, waving away the holo windows where she'd been, at a glance, studying the system economic trends since Iada's attack. Since her attack on Iada. Dressa had seen the projections, and they weren't good. Do what? Lysander asked. And though she hid it well, Dressa didn't miss the wariness that had suddenly underwritten everything about her wife. Dressa grinned, and not a particularly nice grin, she knew, but it was hiding her own unease about what she wanted to do. My sibling, Imorie, has a persona in the General Assembly that they use to occasionally sway opinions. A smarmy, sycophantic lord who has ties to most major members. I accompanied Imorie a few times, when I was still being sent on missions. I'm going to go change into this person now, and you're going to change to come with me as my aide. Lysander looked between her eyes. Does the Melisori know? She shook her head. No, he wouldn't. This isn't by his command. He can't command you to do this. Exactly. Lysander stood, following Dressa into the bedroom. What about Priya? Shouldn't she be the one to accompany you on a mission like this, as your blood servant? But Priya, again, wasn't there. Dressa had gotten tired of Priya's constant attitude about Lysander, and tasked her with helping Beta with the kingdom's administration. She understood Priya's anger, she really did, but it was interfering with her own duties, and Dressa couldn't have that. Priya doesn't change easily, Dressa said. She pulled back the covers on the bed, waved her wife to the side where Lysander typically slept. You want me to change now? Lysander asked. Not, probably, because she was surprised. Dressa read the tightening of her posture, the closing of her expression. Even more than the wariness now was Lysander's fear. You've changed in front of me before, Dressa said. Yes, but that had been that night. Dressa knew, and she'd ill-used Lysander that night, too, forcing her into a fast and dangerous change. We're not going to change that quickly, Dressa said. Not a long change, but... Lysander nodded, climbing into bed. Who do you want me to be? Do you have a genetic profile? Can I see a scanner? Dressa did have a profile in mind. She had thought, briefly, about having Lysander use the identity she'd used when going with Imorie, but that would be too weird. So she'd settled, instead, on borrowing the identity of a lower palace administrator, someone who wouldn't be implausibly corralled into a minor lord's orbit for a few days. The administrator herself had been given a large stipend in untraceable cash and sent on a quiet vacation that morning in one of the Melisori's private shuttles. If any of this damaged the administrator's career, Dressa would make sure she was well compensated. Dressa pulled out a genetic scanner built specifically to aid in change, which she'd programmed that morning. She handed it to Lysander. Lysander flicked it on, studying the screen. Administrator Zara. I've met her. Worked with her briefly when I was hunting down Coldery. Lysander swallowed. She didn't ask if it was okay if she impersonated this administrator. The administrator, having worked in the palace this long around Truth-Spoken, would almost certainly know what it meant to be whisked away like this, and had agreed to the stipend. Dressa hadn't had to take that step, but she'd wanted to do this right. Her father and Imorie hadn't been afraid to skate past ethics, but Dressa didn't want to be that kind of truth-spoken. And who will you be? Lysander asked. You said it was a lord? Dressa pulled out her own genetic scanner. She'd given Lysander Priya's. On her screen was the genetic characteristics, in truth-spoken syntax, of one Lord Minon Jadiar, a second child of a minor noble house, more self-important by far than actually important. It was a persona Imorie had been cultivating since their mid-teens, pushing the bounds of how old they could appear at the time with change, and a persona that was now fairly well established. Lord Jadiar, of course, wouldn't have been seen at the assembly recently with Imorie off-world and unable to change, but there were automations in place with all established truth-spoken personas to keep up correspondence, accounts, travel, everything needed for a healthy public and private persona. Lord Jadiar had been ill the last few weeks and would be returning to the assembly hall today. "Lord Mynan Jadiar," Dressa said. Lysander's brows twitched before she smoothed out her expression. So, the name was familiar. But of course Lysander would have studied everything about Valen politics with the job she'd been sent to pull off. Lysander nodded and settled back. "I can do this." Dressa smiled, climbing in and settling down herself. "I know." She reached and squeezed Lysander's hand under the covers. Lysander's look was tentative, more nakedly hopeful than Dressa had seen in days. They still hadn't slept more than beside each other. They hadn't been together. Dressa stretched and kissed Lysander, gently on the lips. She felt Lysander shudder. Then she pulled back, let go, even though a very large and very loud part of her wanted to linger, to deepen. "Can you take less than an hour and a half for this change?" she asked. Lysander considered. "I think so. This person isn't so terribly far from my own height, and there are some similarities in facial structure." "Can you do it?" Dressa asked more quietly. "Without pain?" Lysander met her eyes. It was as much apology as Dressa could give right now, with everything still raw beneath the surface. Lysander nodded, then closed her eyes. Dressa resettled and closed hers too. It was a measure of immense trust to begin a change in anyone's presence, knowing how vulnerable she would be. But she heard Lysander's breaths deepen as Lysander slipped into her own change trance. Dressa, after a few breaths, went under too. Chapter 37. Truth-Spoken Mission. You all know it's statistically impossible for the truth-spoken to have slept with all 10,000 or so of you in the last year, right? Like, there's no way. There's 3 of them. And I'm pretty sure they're very busy ruling the kingdom. So give it up and own up that maybe some of your conquests were just kind of ordinary. Anonymous 26671-L2 in the chat sphere, I think I slept with a truth-spoken. When Dressa woke, they were both different people. Lysander was still in trance, though her features looked about where they needed to be. She'd be done soon. Dressa let herself ease out of her trance slowly, stretching out her toes, scrunching her shoulders. Breathing through different lungs. Different body, different bounds. Still her own, though it would take her time, as it always did, to inhabit it. And she wasn't keen on this taking any longer than was necessary. Yada needed her here. She had cleared the rest of her schedule for the day, citing internal meetings, but that wouldn't last more than a day. If her mission to the assembly needed more time than that, she'd have to change back to herself, then change to Lord Jadiar again. Well, she always had been fast at changing to someone else if she needed to be. She just didn't like it. Dressa reached for the water bottle she always left beside her bed, just in case, and propped up enough to drink it. She rooted in her bedside cabinet for an energy bar and found one, quietly peeling back the wrapper. She'd brought a cooler of food with her when she'd come in earlier, leaving it in the prep room. They'd both need to replenish reserves before they went out. The rhythm of Lysander's breathing changed, and Dressa looked over. Lysander's eyes fluttered, her breath caught, and she jerked upright, eyes wide. "Whoa!" Dressa said, holding up a hand. She winced at her different voice, a little smoother around different edges, and ruthlessly incorporated it into her image of herself. "Lysander, you're fine. You're with me." Lysander focused on her, her panicked expression not changing. Then she relaxed. Dressa. Lysander lay back with a thump, pressed both palms over her eyes. I thought... Well, Dressa didn't have to think far to wonder why Lysander would panic. Lysander wasn't supposed to change. Lysander wasn't supposed to know how to, and then she'd come out of her trance, in a body that wasn't her own, to a stranger beside her. Dressa rummaged for another energy bar, grabbed another water bottle from the cabinet too, and handed both over. Lysander sat up, raking a hand through her hair. It was black. Dressa would need to cut it. Lysander hadn't shed and regrown it in the style she'd needed. That would have taken more time, and been a mess. The cut would be faster. Lysander surveyed Dressa with an odd look. Dressa, feeling more self-conscious than she should have been, looked down at herself. She knew exactly what she looked like. A little paler, deep maroon cosmetically altered hair in loose waves around her shoulders. The same length as hers had been, though Lord Mynon Jadiar's hair tended to be shoulder length or longer, so that was fine. Lord Mynon Jadiar was also one of the only personas Imorie had that was much physically larger than Imorie typically preferred. Mynon was just a centimeter shorter than Dressa, close enough that the height part of the change hadn't been drastic. Solid, stocky frame, small breasts, muscular. They obviously worked out. Dressa thought Imorie had been going for size presence in the assembly, not just sheer personality, and some people would certainly react to that and give Mynon more time and more space. Mynon wasn't so much attractive as solid, and an absolute asswipe. Dressa was not particularly looking forward to that part, but it was a necessary part of the persona. Lysander finally tore her eyes from Dressa, inspecting herself. Tanned skin, much more freckled, hands thinner and fingers slim. A little larger in the bust, a little wider in the hips, a little more round all around. Pretty, but not stunning. She pushed out of bed, rolling her shoulders, stretching. Dressa watched her, looking for any more signs of distress. They were there, but not so much as before. I have food in the prep room, she said. Yes, I saw the cooler. Lysander paused, adjusted her accent and diction, and tried again. The cooler's in the prep room. Dressa nodded, in both confirmation and approval. Eat, then shower, then dress. I'll cut your hair while we eat. As they ate and she worked around Lysander, deftly cutting her hair into an asymmetrical bob, Dressa slowly eased herself into the accent, diction, and mannerisms of Lord Mynon Jadiar. Her body was becoming a little less foreign. It always took time. For her, at least. By the time she got to the shower, she was mostly settled. Clothes. Well, she'd kept some of Imorie's varied, truth-spoken wardrobe that had been in the closet when she'd moved to Imorie's apartment, the pieces she'd thought might be useful. Some of them had been among Mynon's preferred style, in their fit. She chose a blue tailored suit with silvery piping that was meant to mimic a navy uniform without being offensively obvious about it. Lysander sifted the racks and came back with something plainer. Professional, yes, and styled enough for the palace, but bland. Yes, Dressa said. And this? She grabbed a red silk scarf from a hanging rack. Just a little bit of flair. Lysander smiled, nodded. And it wasn't long then before they were moving through the back corridors, Dressa mentally running through scenarios of how the day ahead might go. She had a plan in mind, but of course that would need to be highly adaptable. She had people she wished to see, to talk to. But they might be busy, or not wish to see Lord Mynon Jadiar. She certainly wouldn't have welcomed a visit from this lord if she was in the assembly. Dressa wasn't planning to waste her time trying to convince the known detractors to back Iata as a magicker ruler. She would focus her efforts on those who might swing their votes, which would be interesting since Lord Jadiar wasn't a fan of magickers themselves, but she had some ideas. She would do her damnedest all around. Her life, her future was also at stake, and she didn't want, with all her heart, to see Iada fall under this bigotry. The Assembly's challenge of his rulership was pure bigotry masquerading as politics. Dressa led them to a small private aircar garage beneath the palace, and after lifting, set the aircar on a circuitous route around the city. After a reasonable time, they ended up in front of the large stone and steel edifice of Assembly Hall, smack in the middle of the busy financial district, with its glittering skyscrapers and multi-tier traffic. The aircar had chameleon systems and had subtly changed itself along the way. Its ident and broadcast signals had changed too. It could avoid the city's systems entirely, but that would have been far too obvious to pick out for anyone watching. And everyone was always watching. Dressa transferred Lord Jadiar's ident codes to the Assembly security systems and sat down on a timed pad in front of the Assembly. She told the aircar to park itself and wait for retrieval. She clicked off her comm, a subtly modified civilian model, and stowed it in her jacket pocket. She'd use it to recall the aircar when she was done. "Sir Jadiar?" Lysander asked, when Dressa paused a beat too long looking up at the abstract slant of the Assembly's roof, squinting through her sunglasses at the glare. It had been a while since she'd been on an active, truth-spoken mission, at least one this important, barring what she'd done impersonating Imorie a few weeks ago. But that had been drastically different. No one had sent her on this mission. She'd sent herself. Which did, she found, actually make a difference. "Yes," she said absently, now fully centering in Lord Jadiar's personality. She glanced aside at Lysander, just a glance. "Follow me, Administrator, and don't bother me unless I ask you to." Inwardly, Dressa sighed. This was going to be a long day. Chapter 38. Assembly Hall. Our kingdom's values are our most important asset. We must always strive to uphold our kingdom's values, no matter the cost. Lord Jadiar, from the Collected Speeches of the General Assembly, 4th edition. Assembly Hall's cavernous glass and steel entry was a bustle of nervous activity. The room echoed with voices, with sharp or polite laughter, with whispers, with a tension so thick you could carve a path through it. It was rumored that more deals took place here than in the official offices behind the entry hall, and Dressa didn't doubt it. She chose a drifting path through the knots of assembly members and their aides, through courtiers and city officials and business people and vloggers. A few camera drones drifted overhead. Dressa and Lysander, who followed silently in her wake, passed more than one sound-dampened bubble, some dampeners even obscuring the visuals into blurred pools of light and shadow. Some even going so far as to puff out aggressively neutralizing scents, to help obscure the designer sense of the occupants within the dampening fields, which Dressa thought was a bit too far. As Lord Jadiar, Dressa nodded to whoever caught her eye, and smiled Minan's self-ingratiating smile, and she listened. Because comm chatter had caught up with her father's message from Hestia, and the news was everywhere now. The captain of the Melisori's personal guard and a mid-level palace administrator had been attacked on Hestia, on the very same estate where Imorie Rialdan Merong Quevedo had been staying, and that detail was also everywhere. In Valen City, in these halls especially, nothing was ever seen as a coincidence. "And what do you think about all of this, Lord Jadiar?" a young count called to her. "Our ruler becomes a magicker, and his own guard captain and palace administrator are attacked at nearly the same time, by the Kidaa no less. Are the attacks all a farce to keep us from looking at the real problem? Which, Dressa guessed, would be that the ruler was a magicker." She just barely kept herself from bristling. Of course, this noble shit would be using the Kidaa attacks to fuel their own bigotry. It was fashionable at this exact moment to be against green magics on principle, and truth could be bent any way they wished and could get away with. And anyhow, the Kidaa attack on her father hadn't been at the same time Ayata was attacked. It hadn't been at the same time Ayata had gained magics, either. But this count wouldn't know that. But, well... The Kidaa attack had been very close in timing to the public announcement of Homage Rialdan's magics. Close enough that the thought of it raised the hairs on Dressa's arms, an impossible part of the pattern. Her own nerves were screaming that it wasn't a coincidence, too. "It is a sign, of course," Dressa said, her posture broad and arrogant. "Adius telling us we should return to the holy mandates and curb the influence of these heretical beliefs. These magickers have gone entirely too far, and with our ruler among them, they might begin to rise even more above their stations." Dressa wasn't bothered as much by what she said, ugly as it was. That was the role. But by the way those around her nodded in agreement. She'd thought she was being ridiculous to the point of parody. She'd expected them to give her disgusted looks. She'd hoped for that. Did the anti-magicker sentiment run that strongly here? Fashionable positions were one thing, but these people believed what she was saying. She could see it in their eyes, in their body language. There were no magicker members of the General Assembly. By precedent, though not yet law, magickers could not serve in any public capacity beyond their green magicker duties. And that was a problem for Ayata, too. A really big problem. Because either he set a new precedent at the highest level or... Her throat was growing tight, and she had to consciously smooth it out again. She risked a glance at Lysander hovering quietly just beside her, tablet in hand to take notes or do tasks as asked. She could read the very subtle signs of Lysander's dismay, and knew it for what it really was. Would they be able to sway the vote here at all? Was Iata's rule already over? And what about Iata's, and Imorie's for that matter? Safety? Dressa would have to rethink her tactics. She suffered through another few minutes of conversation, testing the waters and just how she might lever Lord Meinenjadiar's ghastliness to her advantage. She was fairly sure she could bring some of the swayable assembly members to Ayata's side by demonstrating that any side not with Lord Jadiar on it was the better side. She was about to make her excuses and move on when the same count asked, "Meinen, is this person borrowed from the palace?" This with a wave to Lysander, who was just now being extremely neutral. "This? Oh yes, this is Zara. She's on loan to me. I had need of an assistant." "Yes, but does she know Shiera Carolyn?" Dressa wanted to snap that they could just ask Zara if she knew, but she smiled Meinen's dashingly fake smile and turned to Lysander. "Administrator Zara, do you, in fact, have any useful information about Shiera Carolyn? Was she attacked on Hestia because of her association with the Melisori?" Lysander shifted uncomfortably, as Zara certainly would do, being pinned with an impossible question. "I can't say. Forgive me, my lords. I do not know Sir Carolyn well." "Pity," the Count said. "And if you want to have a night of it sometime, here's my comm code." Fucking hell. Dressa had to leave this group before she punched someone. And maybe they weren't the majority. Maybe she was just stuck in the fringe here. Could she hope that? Dared she even hope? She wasn't nearly as informed on the state of the General Assembly just now as she should have been, with her attention needed on everything else, and her own resources and networks as the heir something she hadn't had time to fully build yet. While Lysander tucked the offered comm card away with a politely fixed smile, she and Dressa finally made their exit. Dressa breathed through each step, pushing her fury into kinetic motion. This couldn't be the entire climate of the assembly. There were level-headed people here, She knew that. Not everyone would suddenly decide to go crazy even if it was in fashion. But among the crowd in the entry, the restless discontent was high. She'd need to go further into the building, into the quieter offices of the people who tended to avoid spectacle and gossip, to find the rationality she needed. And now she wasn't sure she could stomach a whole day of Lord Mynan Jadiar being the disgusting bore that they were. She couldn't keep spreading that kind of blatant, manipulative hate. She was fairly vibrating now with her own self-disgust at going as far as she already had. It was a role, and it had a purpose, and she was playing the minor villain to try to bring about the greater good. But, Adius. She couldn't go to the assembly members in her swayable zone, though, and sing Iada's virtues. Lord Jadiar was known to dislike and distrust magickers, and Dressa cursed Imorie for that crude bit of personality building. Imorie hadn't been known to support magickers themselves before they'd become one. These people acted like their ruler could just wave a hand and curse them all. Did anyone think to connect the fact that a curse was violence to the fact that magickers couldn't do violence without harming themselves? But her own father had played up those beliefs after Imorie's engagement ball. And then there were Imorie and Eddie, both magickers who were connected with deaths. Pardoned, yes, but still connected. Dressa pressed her lips thin, trying to shove her growing frustration out through only her deliberate movements. It wasn't working, and she knew her tension would show to those trained to see it. So she took a breath mid-stride and forced herself to sink deeper. Loathsome as that was. She'd thought Lord Jadiar would be the best weapon for this mission. She'd already chosen her course, and there was little time to change it and come back again with a new plan. She'd just have to be the bore and use every bit of a vacuum she had to play to the members' dislike of Lord Jadiar's fringe, or even play on their greed. A stable kingdom meant a stable economy, and deposing the ruler just now might... Adius. But it might help the economy. She didn't want to think that. She didn't. Could she convincingly argue that Iada should remain the ruler to anyone here? Especially if she was questioning the wisdom of that herself, considering every other factor? Considering the level of paranoia playing out in the entry to Assembly Hall. Lord Jadiar. Shit. Dressa recognized the voice of Danom Xiao before she turned, painting a wide smile on her face. Lord Xiao. Oh, it is so good to see you. She gripped Danom's damp hands, kissed both of his cheeks. Ugh, and he tasted like peach shaving cream. Same, Mynan. Are you well now? I was distressed to hear you've lately been sick. I hoped it wasn't... He lowered his voice, making a show of looking around. As if he cared about keeping Lord Jadiar's secrets, the secrets of a lord he considered far beneath his lofty high house status. No, it's not, Dressa said, waving the comment off. Not the bruising sleep, they both meant. She offered Danom an edged smile, which he returned. Lord Jadiar was a bore, but certainly smarter than Danom Xiao. Good, good. What are you here for today? Have a meeting scheduled? If you don't have anything immediately, I would like to talk with you about one of the proposals I have for an upcoming session. He raised his dark brows expectantly, and he looked more than a little like her father in that moment, an unsettling parallel. Could she beg off of this invitation? Should she? Dressa knew there was no chance at all of swaying Danom to support Iada, but the information Danom had could be useful. It would be good to know what his tactics would be for the upcoming vote, and how he was handling everything now. So she smiled. Of course, Lord Xiao. I have a few moments. Chapter 39. Taken. My great-grandparent, Prince Malik Xiao, seldom left the Xiao homeworld in their later years, and preferred to deal with Valen through their proxies. Many have criticized this handling of High House Xiao's affairs, saying that it led to a decrease in influence, but I think Valen was too painful for them to visit. Their favored child, my grandfather Jamir, was killed in Valen. Ariana Rialdan, Melisori X, in the change dialogues. The walk to Denam Xiao's office was short. He had conveniently managed to get prime office space on the first floor, with easier access, which was a mark of his own pull in the General Assembly. Denam waved to his admin staff as he breezed in, making a show of his easy authority. Was he trying to impress Lord Jadiar, or was he just always this way? Dressa had never felt a need to know her cousin from more than a distance, and maybe that had been a mistake. She very firmly suppressed her eye roll. Lysander, trailing behind her and mostly unnoticed in the way that staff would be in these vaunted halls, said nothing, keeping her own body language sedate and contained. "Well," Denam said, moving into his private office and shrugging out of his cream linen and silk day jacket. He slung it casually over a chair, as if it wasn't bespoke tailoring of the highest caliber. "We have a lot of work to do with the upcoming vote of no confidence against the Melisori. I certainly could use your help in swaying some of the members who are hovering in the center, as if the choice was not blazingly obvious. I came here myself to do that," Dressa said. "There's a list of members I was going to talk to. This magicker threat must be stamped out now, before it spreads any further. If they already have overtaken our rulership." "I agree completely, Meinen," Denam said, pulling open a drawer on his desk. He glanced up, touched his desk controls, and Dressa felt the pop of a dampening field going up. She looked back at Lysander, whose tablet was out and stylus hovering for notes. "No notes on this one, Zara," Dressa snapped. She turned back to Danom, bracing for the conversation ahead, but started. He'd pulled out a breath mask and now held it over his mouth. He was glaring at her with a clear and obvious contempt. Dressa felt the blood drain from her face. What? What? No. She was still Lord Meinen Jadiar. She knew her performance had been excellent, or at least as flawless as it could be without being Imorie to carry all the continuity. But she knew enough. She'd thought she'd known enough. Had she missed something, and where? And why would Denam? A dais. Dressa dropped to a crouch as she smelled the first hint of poisoned air. She identified the toxin and hit a light change trance to nullify and purge it from her body, pushing it out of her sweat glands. But there was more, so much more of it in the air, which was growing clouded. Dressa shot another look to Lysander, who'd also crouched down, hunched and terrified. Could she possibly think Lysander had outed her? Lysander had betrayed her family before, but Lysander had forsworn the Javieris. She had. Dressa had seen the sincerity in her wife's eyes, and she saw the flash of hurt now as Lysander looked back at her and read enough of what she was thinking. Dressa levered her glare back up at Denam, who was watching her. His eyes narrowed. He still held the breathing mask over his mouth and nose, looking far, far too much again in that moment like her father. Had Denam planned this? How? Why? And how had he known Lord Jadiar was coming? Dressa hadn't told anyone but Lysander what she was doing and why. There was no way, absolutely no way Denam could have known without Lysander telling him, and she didn't think Lysander would. She just didn't. Why would Denam want to poison Meinen Jadiar when he knew them to be on his side? Unless he knew that she wasn't Lord Jadiar? Was his command of a Vaku that great? But her performance had been masterful, she knew that. She truly did. She didn't like change, but that didn't mean she wasn't good at it. Had it been those few moments where she'd been fighting her rage, trying to get it under control? Had he seen something then? Or had she missed something? Some vital detail that only Imorie would have known? Dressa, her mind fogged with the trance needed to keep herself alert, tried to think through if she should attack Denam and find a way to turn off the gas, or run for the door, which would be locked. But before she fully thought that through, she saw Lysander go still. "A deus!" Dressa crawled toward her. And maybe she was breaking character now, because Lord Jadiar wouldn't care about Administrator Zara. But this wasn't a deadly gas, only known to knock people out in the right doses. Okay, it could be deadly. But there were certainly better ways to kill with air than this drug. Her thoughts were fogging again as she reached Lysander, felt at her neck, her own heartbeat spiking. A back door to Denham's office opened. Not hidden, just discreet. 4 people came in, all in assembly security uniforms, gold piping on black. And Dressa realized, belatedly, that if she wanted them to think that she wasn't in fact truth-spoken, if they didn't already know that for sure, that she had to pass out too. She had to let the gas take her. Had to let Denam do whatever he was trying to do. Maybe he didn't know who she was, and she'd run afoul of something else entirely. Dressa squinted up at the approaching guards and made a feeble show of struggling with them as 2 hauled her up, and the other 2 hefted up Lysander. But then, Dressa went limp. She slowed her heart rate, slowed her breathing. Put herself, mostly in trance, still dimly aware of her surroundings, but not immediately reactive. One of the guards pressed an injector to Dressa's neck, and Dressa found herself now fighting a different sedative, one meant to last longer than the gas. And that one she couldn't fight. Chapter 40. Captives. The high houses usually solve their problems through politics. An overt war between high houses is against the law, and most agree that a shadow war between houses is bad for business. The issue arises when the politics themselves are violent. Imorie Patel in Deconstructing Our Times, a people's perspective on nobility and the high houses. Dressa coughed herself awake. Her mouth tasted like socks. Her head felt. In a rush of panic, Dressa delved into her body, trying to identify poison. She found traces of drugs, yes, and raked through herself only to find they were mostly expended. Still, she healed the drug hangover, healed any lingering damage, and came fully awake. To find that she was sitting slumped in a wooden chair. Her ankles were cuffed to the legs, with a wire cord running from cuff to cuff through the rungs behind her, so she couldn't slide the cuffs off the bottom. Shit. Her hands were bound tightly behind her with what felt like shock cuffs, with their rough contact pads pressing in on her inner wrists. Oh fuck. She tried to scoot the chair, but craning around, she found it crudely bolted to the floor in the back, the drill shaving still fresh on the carpet. Well, and she wouldn't have been able to slide the ankle cuffs off anyway. She could rock the chair a little, but she wasn't interested in falling over and having to stay that way. Visions of what Iada described happening to Imorie flashed through her, along with every lesson her father had ever given her on what to do if captured or coerced. But those lessons had been so long ago, and Lysander was beside her, similarly bound and cuffed, still slumped forward. Changed black hair hanging in her eyes. Dressa bit her lip to steady herself, rechecked the bounds of her body, replayed every recent memory she could grab a hold of. She was Lord Minan Jadiar. Lysander was Palace Administrator Nin Zara. They'd been in Denom Xiao's office. Denom, the snake, she would find a way to destroy him. They'd been drugged, first through gas, then through directly injected sedative. If she'd been injected, she had to assume Lysander had been too. But why? What had she given away? What would make Denam think Lord Jadiar was his enemy, not a sycophantic supporter? And he'd set this up beforehand. That gas and those sedatives hadn't come out of nowhere. The timing had been too on point. The people who'd injected her had been Assembly Hall guards, a dais. Truly, how had he known Minun would be there? That didn't at all make sense, unless there were traitors at the palace, someone in the palace guard maybe, who'd leaked that Lord Jadiar had left from one of the underground garages. But the people who had access to that sort of surveillance were so very, very few, and all of them trusted. Dressa tugged on her ankle bonds again, but she didn't want to test the stun cuffs yet. She wasn't really in the mood to have an electric hangover as well. And where were they now? The room was musty. Not unkempt, though. There was a decent, older-style white sofa against the far wall, a wall which had aging green floral wallpaper. The blinds were drawn on the room's 2 tall windows, but left in enough light so it was still daytime. Stains mottled the faded blue carpet. The door to her left, which she could see clearly enough, had a handle, but no deadbolt that she could see. Was it even locked? Would it make a difference if Dressa couldn't actually get to it? No one else was in the room, but she was sure it was under surveillance. Of course they were being watched. Lysander stirred. And would Lysander remember that she wasn't herself? Dressa's body spiked with adrenaline again, a sick, hot wave going through her. She had no idea what training Lysander had in being captured by an enemy. But possibly more than she had, if Lysander's entire life had been built around coming to infiltrate the Ryldin family as an illegal truth-spoken. Lysander might have expected to be caught at some point, but Dressa wouldn't take chances. "Zara," she said. She was close enough to Lysander that she could have nudged Lysander's leg with her foot, if her foot hadn't been bound to her chair. Lysander coughed, gagged, and for a moment, Dressa thought she would be sick. Then Lysander went still a moment, tranced, certainly, and after a few heartbeats, took a long breath and sat up straight. Would their captors know that Lysander had just tranced? Would they think Lysander was the truth spoken then? Adius. What if the real Nin Zara had been the leak, knowing she'd be replaced by a truth spoken? And so their captors had targeted Lysander, thinking she was Dressa? Was that a likely possibility? That thought, knowing that she'd put Lysander in this danger, whatever this danger was, jangled Dressa's already frayed nerves. Lysander looked around, cataloging the room. Her eyes stopped when she saw Dressa. There was a moment of confusion, but only a moment. Recognition and remembrance lit in Lysander's now brown eyes. "Lord Jadiar," she coughed and grimaced, looking like she wanted to spit on the carpet beside her chair, but she didn't. "Sorry, my lord. It's understandable," Dressa said, and tested her own bonds again to demonstrate the point. She had no idea who'd be watching. Denam or someone else, maybe, if Denam had only been the means to their capture, not the one behind it, which Dressa was increasingly thinking was so. Denam was cruel, yes, and a narcissistic asshole, but not the sort to take the initiative on his own. And come to think of that, had he even been spearheading the initiative to depose Iada? The entire rhetoric was like him enough, yes, but the way he was taking the lead on this, that wasn't quite in character. "Where are we?" Dressa demanded, though of course Lysander wouldn't know. But Lysander gamely said, "I'm not sure, my lord." "If I had to guess, this looks to be a residential building, probably not in financial district anymore. And maybe Lysander did know something." That was a good observation. By the sounds coming from outside the windows, they were certainly still in the city. There was traffic outside, though maybe not as heavy as financial might be. No. So they were not on a prominent street, and the sunlight was still bright, so it was probably still afternoon. They hadn't been out that long, just long enough to transport them and tie them up, apparently. Her hangover didn't feel intense enough for it to have been a full day. She'd ache a lot more if that was so too. "This is absurd," Dressa said. "I'm a supporter of Lord Xiao, and he repaid me with kidnapping me, cuffing me to a chair." She did try the stun cuffs now, because that would be in character for Lord Jadiar, and, oh hell, they worked. Dressa went rigid as the charge jolted her, leaving her breathless and panting. Not quite unconscious, but her vision came back slowly. She dipped into as unobtrusive a trance as she could to soothe her body's responses, but she couldn't believably take them all away. Lysander was staring at her, tight-lipped. "Well," Dressa croaked, "do something. Try to get yourself free." Then she took a breath and did the most foolish thing she could think of, which mine and Jadiar would absolutely do, and yelled, "Help!" Lysander started laughing. And Audius, no, that lack of control was dangerous. But no, it was half a sob, wasn't it? "Stay in character, Lysander. Your life may depend on it." And Dressa felt those icy threads of fear running through her veins now, too. She'd been captured by an unknown enemy, bound, and was being held prisoner. She wasn't herself. Her identity might have been compromised. The palace might be compromised. And she was with her wife, a Javieri illegal truth-spoken, who also wasn't herself. If Lysander was publicly exposed, Yada would have no choice but to bring down the full measure of the law. She started to panic again, and tempered it hard with another light trance. But Lysander recovered from whatever lapse she'd had, and started yelling with Dressa, "Help! We need help!" After some minutes of this, when nothing happened, they both wound down. And then after a few more minutes of trying to move at all, beyond the bonds, Lysander had her turn with the stun cuffs too. They both sat in frustrated, sweaty silence. Dressa looked to Lysander at the same moment Lysander looked to her. She opened her mouth, but what could she say? They were both other people, and they were close enough that, if Dressa's arms hadn't been bound very uncomfortably behind her, she might have leaned far over and met Lysander's lips in the middle. And she thought, for a lingering moment, what that would taste like, Lysander being a different person just now, and was that hot? Oh, yes. That was definitely hot. Dressa had lived all her life knowing that when she married or took a lover, it was possible she might be with them in different facets of her own body, as different people and personalities, but she'd never imagined at all that her lover could be with her that way too. And now, just exactly now, Dressa's body decided with a fury that she was done being angry at Lysander, done being upset, done feeling betrayed, and she wanted her wife, right here and now, wanted to devour her, wanted to ground herself, wanted to not be afraid. Then, and only then, when Dressa was ready to change to try to get her wrists out of the cuffs to get to her wife, to get the hell out of here. And damn whoever saw her do it, and damn the shock she'd have to suffer through, and damn if she could even keep herself conscious. Only then did the door open. A soft creak of hinges, and the very last person Dressa might have expected stepped inside. Tall, poised, every inch the high house prince with her red-brown hair short and spiky, tan skin flawless, red Nova hearts in each ear and her left eyebrow, her deep red jacket and pants tailored to devastating precision. She could have been Lysander's older sister. The resemblance was so prominent, though Lysander was paler, her own hair fiery red, and Lysander preferred her makeup to be more natural. But no, this woman was not Lysander's sister. Prince Iroican Javieri was Lysander's mother. Chapter 41. Loyalties. I know who I am, and I know where I stand. That is everything I will ever need to know. Prince Iroican Javieri, as quoted in the Change Dialogues. Dressa kept Lord Minin Jadiar's personality wrapped around her, but she already knew it was in tatters. She wasn't Imorie. She wasn't her father. She wasn't Yada, for that matter, who could so thoroughly lose himself in another personality that it was absolutely flawless. She was herself. She was a master at what she did, but she was meant to be the second truth-spoken, not the heir. Not have to do missions like this, and confront people like this? Prince Iroiken Javieri waited by the door while a person dressed in Javieri guard livery, carried in a padded folding chair, unfolded it, bowed, and then left again, quietly shutting the door behind them. Iroiken gracefully sat down, looked between them both and smiled, then pulled a slim dampener out of one pocket and clicked it on. Not the same level of security as the massive box Lysander had used in her guest suite, but adequate, likely, for this random building in a random part of the city. "Well?" Iroiken asked. "You're not gagged." Her blue eyes were sharp and had an edge of cruelty Dressa had never seen in Lysander's. "Lord Minin Jadiar, what do you have to say for yourself?" Did Iroiken know who she was? Ideas. Did Iroiken recognize Lysander? Could she spot Lysander's tells? Dressa didn't dare look over at Lysander to see what state she was in. But if anyone would know her, it would be her mother. As a high house prince, Iroiken's command of Ivaku had to be robust. Dressa had to assume Iroiken was at least on par with Lysander there. Dressa tugged against the ankle bonds again, as safer to test than the wrist cuffs. "Prince Javieri, why have you abducted me? Adios, I was trying to help Lord Denham." "Sir, truth spoken," Iroiken said, and Dressa reared back. "What? You think I'm undressery?" Dressa stilled. Well, it had been worth a try. Iroiken's gaze flicked to Lysander. "And my daughter, I see. Both of you, I suppose. Welcome to the family, Dressa." No one knew Lysander and Dressa were married already, but a select few in the palace, and they had sent word, heavily encrypted, to Iroiken on Inasi 3. That had been a risk, but a necessary risk. Iroiken knew. Dressa swallowed, and she suddenly and intensely felt the differences in Lord Jadiar's shape and body from her own. Felt the disconnect and breathed through it. Had she possibly thought she could help Ayada by changing and going on a mission of her own? How did she even think she could rule a truth-spoken kingdom if she couldn't manage this one thing that she hadn't thought would be overly challenging, going to the assembly? Iroiken pulled something else from her pocket, her comm. Dressa tensed, not knowing what else awaited her, especially with Iroiken having guessed her identity. Having guessed, or had she simply known? Had she known Lord Jadiar was a truth-spoken persona even before Dressa had chosen to use it? Iroiken touched her comm screen, and a moment later, Dressa felt the stun cuffs click and drop to the floor behind her. She gingerly pulled her arms back around, rubbing her wrists more out of reassurance than pain. She really wanted to rub her shoulders, sore from being held in that awkward position, but didn't want to give Iroiken the satisfaction. Dressa found Lysander doing the same, and looking back at Dressa, her expression blank. Blanker, even, than the night when she'd attacked Yada. It was as if all the life in Lysander had just gone away. Or been hidden, maybe, from this woman. Her mother. Dressa wasn't overly fond of her own mother. Haneri could be cruel, usually was cruel, but she did care in her way. She was certainly caring more lately, and Dressa thought the attempt was genuine. But Iroiken? Dressa had watched Lysander's reactions when she'd talked about her family. She'd heard everything that night she and Imorie and Eddie had debriefed Lysander, and then told her what she'd needed to know in return. Dressa had taken Lysander's vow of loyalty and renouncement of her family. There had been such grim determination in Lysander then. A coiled, knotted tension. This woman here, Iroiken Javieri, was a monster. "All right," Dressa said, leaning forward. "Release my ankles." I think not," Iroiken said. "Not yet, anyway. We do need to talk." "Talk without consent is coercion," Dressa shot back. "Or interrogation." Iroiken shrugged. "If you give me your word you won't leave this room, I won't believe you. So I'm at least being honest about it." Dressa sat back, crossing her arms, one of Lord Jadiar's gestures. A shield. Odious. She needed a shield. "How did you know?" she asked. "That you're Lord Jadiar? I've known for years that was a persona of Imorie's." Dressa twitched. Shit. Shit and fuck. Yeah. And if Iroiken hadn't known for sure that Imorie had been Ariana, Dressa would have just confirmed it by her reaction now. "And?" Dressa finally asked. "It doesn't take much to follow lines of reasoning. That's not why I want to talk to you. I don't care that you're playing your little games, though I do care that you're trying to stop a legitimate vote of no confidence from happening in the assembly. That's vote manipulation. And against the law." "You know how truth-spoken work," Dressa said. "You know the system. Be smart enough not to be manipulated, or you will be manipulated. That's how it works. Or would you care to tell me just how you obtained the information that Jadiar was Imorie? Can you tell me it was legally?" Iroiken smiled. It was an eerie smile, genuine in every way but absolutely off. It reminded Dressa in a weird way of Duke Coldery, and was there something there? Coldery had been associated with Windvale on Hestia, and so had the Javieris, and there was so much, really so much, that Dressa wanted to know from Iroiken too, but she had no illusions whatsoever that Iroiken would tell her the truth. Iroiken might be one of the few people who could lie to a truth spoken convincingly. "Mother," Lysander said, "why are you here? You didn't tell me you were coming." "I came to clean up your mess," Iroiken said. "First, the mess of your botched betrothal to Imorie." Iroiken knew. She even knew that Imorie was Dressa's older sibling's current chosen name, or she'd be using Ari or Ariana. Did she even know Iada had legally adopted them? Dressa had to assume. "And then your travesty of a marriage to the new heir. And when I got here a few days ago, I found you already on a path to destruction, culminating in your ridiculous botched attempt on the life of the Ceratarchus. Forgive me, the Melisori. My daughter, I trained you so much better than that." The way Iroiken said, "my daughter," the intonation, the exact phrasing around it, that was so close to how Dressa's father talked that it made her stomach drop. That had been deliberate, Dressa was sure. Was Iroiken trying to say her knowledge, her surveillance of the palace went that deep? Homage Ryelden didn't often use that phrasing in public, though he had a few times, at least she thought he had. And Iroiken had just confessed to multiple crimes in that one statement. Odious. In front of Dressa. So she was absolutely sure Dressa wouldn't do anything with that information. And what did that mean? Dressa's stomach churned, but she didn't dare give any of her concentration to calming it. Lysander, too, gaped at her mother, then, instead of answering, just looked down. Iroiken turned back to Dressa. "I've said nothing you don't know. Yes, Lysander's truth-spoken trained, quite obviously so, as she's changed right now. And you won't act on it, because you love her. Foolish as that is, I see it plainly. You love her. And I respect that." That statement was not respect. It was a threat. When had Iroiken arrived on Valon? Before Lysander had tried to kill Iada? If so, Iroiken could have stopped Lysander, could have countermanded whatever order Lysander had received. Or had Iroiken herself given the activation signal to Lysander? Dressa tried to think through the timing, and it might, just, have been possible if Iroikin had left Inassi III as soon as she'd gotten word of their secret marriage and traveled at military speeds. Maybe. None of this, Iroikin said with a wave, is what I actually want to talk to you about. Dressa, you are aware of the Kidaa attacks? Yes, of course you are. There was an attack on Inassi III as well. And I see now there was an attack on the captain of the Saratarkis's personal guard and Maya Rialdan. Dressa jerked against her ankle cuffs. How the hell had Iroikin known about the attack on Maya, and that it was Maya at all? But if Iroikin had somehow found out about Imorie being Lord Jadiar, was it such a stretch to think she knew some of the other truth-spoken personas too? Shiera Carolyn had been one of her father's personas for years. Her father was good. He was excellent at change and Ivaku and personas, but apparently they'd all underestimated Iroikin's intelligence network, and her ambition. And if Iroikin knew that Maya was Shiera Carolyn, and on Hestia... Dressa felt her limbs go numb, her ears ringing. Iroikin knew about Iata. Iroikin knew that Iata, the man currently ruling as Homage Rialdan, wasn't actually Homage Rialdan. At least, he wasn't Maya, who was the one who'd actually been sanctioned by the Adium to rule. Iroikin had sent her daughter here to sow chaos, and it had worked. Oh, Adius, it had worked. The problem, Iroikin said, is that the Kidaa attacks are only a fraction of the trouble we're about to see from them. My wife is from Solana, a border world that has long had casual and unofficial contact with the Kidaa. Trade, even, in some circumstances. It's happening on half a dozen border worlds, which like their way of life enough not to report it, and the Navy only sends their border scouts through on a circuit. And one thing you must understand about the Kidaa, their minds aren't linear like ours. They think in cycles. They think in eras and eons and patterns, and they're lining up with a pattern now that we won't like at all. What? Dressa looked to Lysander again, but Lysander's gaze was still on the floor. Did Lysander know what her mother was talking about? It felt like such a non sequitur after all the threats Iroikin had just leveled, after whatever pains she'd just gone through to kidnap them. Iroikin had brought them here to talk about the Kidaa. Did Lysander know things about the Kidaa that she hadn't said? But why wouldn't she have said something? No, Lysander couldn't have known whatever Iroikin was talking about now. Dressa was sure of that too. The right body language cues weren't there. What do you mean? Dressa asked, reluctantly, because this prince wasn't likely to give any information for free, or without bias or her own attempted gains. The Melisori, Iroikin said, is a magicker. That isn't by accident. Your fallen heir is a magicker and has the bruising sleep. Do you think that is an accident? My brother's wife was a magicker, manifested after they married. My wife has the bruising sleep. What? Lysander jerked upright. What? Mama has... She's had it for years, Lysander. Do you think we'd make that public? It's managed well enough. She has long meditations. But I thought... Her religion is important, yes. But not that important. Iroikin waved it away, and the gesture was so callous, so dismissive, when Lysander was so obviously in shock and pain. Dressa bit back her hiss. Will you release Lysander at least? She's not going to go anywhere if I'm still shackled here. Iroikin's eyes lit with an unholy fire. Oh? You have her that entwined, do you? Your few weeks with your wife have overruled years and years and years of training? Of her loyalty to her family, who gave her everything? Dressa braced against Iroikin's sudden rage. No, not sudden. Well hidden. And it had slipped now. And that, she sensed, hadn't been something Iroikin had planned. Could Dressa press that to her advantage? Dias, no. She didn't dare. Not when Iroikin seemed to be holding far more cards than she did at the moment, than even Iata did. And Iroikin had just said. She'd just said that Ayata's gaining magics wasn't an accident. Had she not known that Ayata had been a magicker for 9 years now, not manifesting recently? Was there one thing in this entire kingdom Iroikin did not know? So, what are you saying? Dressa asked. We know there's something else going on here. Do you know who's behind it, then? Was Iroikin herself behind the Kidaa attacks? Was this going to be a drama-worthy confession, complete with the cackling monologue? A chill went down Dressa's back, and she knew that no, it wouldn't be that. And she knew before Iroikin opened her mouth again that she wished it would be. It's the Kidaa. They gave the magics to your Melisori 9 years ago, and got the wrong brother, didn't they? They gave my brother's wife magics, and my wife the bruising sleep. They're trying it again with Imorie, but this time, trying to get both in one person. Did that make sense? Did that make any kind of sense? Could it possibly be true? But why? Dressa asked, spreading her hands. What purpose would that serve? What does it matter to the Kidaa if the Valoran ruler is a magicker? It doesn't impede his judgment, and with Imorie, yes, that has taken them out of succession, but it's still treatable. You said yourself your wife is in treatment. Iroikin's smile, this time, was tired, which was more terrifying by far. It's balance and cycles. The Kidaa are obsessed with balance and cycles. Yes, but balance of what? Or a cycle of what? What in the world does making the ruler a magicker, or trying to, anyway, what does that balance out? Iroikin spread her hands. We just know it is. We don't know why. The border worlds have had more contact with the Kidaa, but hardly more success in understanding them. That felt like a lie. But Dressa decided to let it go, for now. Because she needed to test everything Iroikin had just said again. Test it against her reading of Iroikin's body language and expressions. And test it against the pattern she'd been holding in her mind of everything that was happening. Everything that had felt, in some way, connected. And the Kidaa attacks? Dressa asked. Was that you? Iroikin smiled. No. And damn it, that felt like a truth. Dressa wasn't envious of Iata's magics, but in that moment she wished she had more than even her fine-trained, truth-spoken senses. There's more than one faction of Kidaa, Iroikin said, and different factions have different ways of going about things. The faction that made those attacks is not in close contact with the faction that trades with Sulana, and the faction of my wife's homeworld is the one I'm most familiar with. There, again, was more Iroikin wasn't saying. Dressa could feel that with cues she couldn't define, honed from a lifetime of Ivaku. There was much Iroikin wasn't saying, and most, of what she was saying had her own personal slant attached to it, her own agendas. Why are you giving me this information? Dressa asked finally. Iroikin's brows rose. I would have thought that was obvious. Dressa wasn't falling for that bait. She just stared back, and noticed Lysander had kept her head up too, though she'd still been mostly silent for this conversation, which wasn't like her. It's not, Dressa said. Well then, I want Iata Rialdan out of the rulership. The Kidaa are moving, and whatever they intended with giving him magics, they've since moved on to other tactics. This kingdom right now needs a firm and steady rulership, and that can't be him, no matter if he's held the kingdom stable enough so far. Adeus. How much did she know? Did she know Maya and Iata had been switching for years? It felt like that. Dressa pressed her fingertips into her thighs, grimaced as they met the resistance of Lord Jadiar's muscular build. You don't like magickers, Dressa said. No, I don't. They can't make decisions that will lead to violence, and those decisions might be necessary in the months and years to come. And this city, and the kingdom, is in an uproar over their ruler being a magicker, with all the powers inherent in both truth spoken and a magicker. That is no way to rule a kingdom. He can't fight the threat without or within. He simply is not capable of it. Dressa swallowed, because she couldn't say those thoughts hadn't been churning in the back of her mind too, and she hated that. And more, if the Kidaa could possibly have given both Iada and Imorie magics, what was to stop them from giving magics to her as well? Or the bruising sleep, if Iroikin said that was from them as well, and Adius. She would have to think through that revelation, both of those revelations, later, if they were true. Was this information sabotage? But Iroikin had just confirmed that the attacks were, in fact, from the Kidaa, and Dressa felt that at least, in this entire conversation was true. Iroikin, master of Evaku that she was, still wasn't quite the master Dressa was. Dressa hoped, at least, but it fit. It fit the pattern too well, connecting disparate threads. Even if she still didn't know the why of it. Were the Kidaa, as Rhys had been worried about, as passive as they appeared? Iroikin didn't seem to think so, and Iroikin's fear was also genuine. The lines taut beside her eyes, her lips pulled tight, the tension in her shoulders that she couldn't quite mask, and even, twice, her worried glances at Lysander. Dressa had marked those, eye twitches only, not voluntary. Could Iroikin possibly be concerned for her daughter, monster that she was? "You're behind the vote of no confidence," Lysander said. It wasn't accusatory so much as tired fact. Ah. Lysander had placed that before Dressa had, but that too fit all too well. Iroikin sat back. When I see something that needs doing, I get it done. So, what? You want to rule? Dressa asked. Is that what all of this is? Push the Rialdans out so the Javieris can move in? Because you have better information? I do have better information. But no, I don't wish to rule myself, at least. But you, my truth-spoken heir, my daughter, happen to be married to my heir, which I believe both your parents and myself agreed was an advantageous position for both of our families. No matter that you're not the heir I originally agreed on, or that I would never have approved of your secret union. I would simply have moved it up. Secrets create levers that people can move you by, but you would know that, truth spoken. The knot in Dressa's stomach, steadily growing, clenched. Whatever was happening here, with Iroikin taking control of this situation, giving demands, that wasn't going to end, was it? Because Iroikin knew too much, and knew that Dressa knew that all of that information coming out publicly now, spun by Iroikin, would be the worst of all disasters. Would send the kingdom into utter chaos, and then Iroikin would win there too. She could step into the vacuum of power and take over. She was absolutely placed for that, no matter what she said about not wanting to rule. Or Dressa could convince Iada to step down. She could take over the rulership, and she and Lysander, Iroikin was implying joint rule, wasn't she? She and Lysander would rule the kingdom. But they wouldn't, truly, because they would always, absolutely always be under Iroikin's shadow, her will and her control. And wasn't this scenario what her father had said he'd fought against at the beginning of his own rule? Against the people who'd been trying to control him? Dressa met Iroikin's cold blue eyes. Nothing, absolutely nothing like Lysander's now. Iroikin knew she understood the rules of this game, and that they weren't at all in Dressa's favor. How many more information factories did the Javieris have, like the one that Imorie and Eddie had shut down at Windvale? Shut down and almost paid for with their lives? How many spies? How many people bribed or blackmailed? How deep did the Javieri ties go into Palace Rialdan, the Assembly, the wider government at the planetary and provincial levels, the Navy, the Army? Dressa swallowed hard. Iroikin nodded. So then, this is the purpose of this meeting. You know that this kingdom needs stability, so you will go back to your Melisori and tell him everything I've just told you. You will report, as truth-spoken do. A smirk at that, and Dressa didn't miss Lysander's twitch. And he will decide what's best for the kingdom. Dressa knew, she absolutely knew, that Iada would decide to step down, because he had no other choice. No good choice. And they'd all been quietly thinking it might come to that anyway, horrible as that was. His switch to a Melisori rule had been desperate, maybe the right move in the moment, but the anti-magicker sentiments were still too high. The people's paranoia was high. She'd already seen today how deep it all ran. Were the hatred and fear being stoked? Dressa wouldn't put that past Iroikin either. Dressa reached out beside her without looking, and she felt Lysander's hand slipping into hers, gripping tightly, warm and hardly reassuring, but there, in this with her. Well, Iroikin said. She touched her calm again, and Dressa felt the ankle cuffs snap open. Dressa took a breath. Because if Iroikin was letting her go, that meant Iroikin had her. Dressa was not walking out of here because she'd won today. She was walking out because Iroikin wished it. And if she ruled, it would be because Iroikin wished it. Lysander had had a taste of Dressa's world. Now, Dressa was about to learn Lysander's own hell. She'd married into this family, and this family was claiming her, body and soul and deepest will. Lysander's mother, this person who'd raised her daughter to kill a ruler and set her up to fail, who'd tortured Lysander throughout the entire process, both physically and emotionally, this person was claiming her. This person was claiming the kingdom of Valoris, and there was nothing Dressa knew that she could do about it. Yet. Dressa gripped Lysander's hand tightly, and they both stood together. Chapter 42. Heritage. Semlin Necrata Javieri, wife and consort of Prince Neom Javieri, was killed today in an aircar accident outside of Javieri City, the capital of Inasi III. She is survived by her husband of 6 months. Ceremonies will be held in the Audium in Javieri City, to be presided over by Speaker Eridont and Prince Iroikin Javieri. A day of mourning shall be observed following the ceremonies, in which commerce will halt for Inasi III and Javieri vassal worlds. Semlin will be mourned. Announcement of death in the Javieri City official feed. Imorie was asleep again in the cabin they shared with Etty. They'd only seemed to have enough energy to land on Calistray, go to Etty's family's apartment, and little more. And now, on the second day of their 3-and-change-day trip to Inasi III, Imorie had slept through most of the trip so far. Etty had stayed near them some of the time, the rest of it hovering near his mother. He hadn't told his mother, at first, all that had happened. He hadn't wanted what had almost happened to him at Greenhall in Valen City to happen again. His mother was strong, yes, but far too sympathetic to his own emotions to hold him in place if he started to dissipate. He was terrified he'd take her with him. He was absolutely galled that Iada had needed to hold him to existence. The ruler had held him together. Etty could nearly hear his mother's fear screaming from every corner of the ship, tuned as he was to her emotions. She was 7th rank, more powerful than he was, and he hadn't known until Dorian sealed him how powerful he was, too. Though, he had suspected. He hadn't thought it was entirely normal to share music with the trees, and he'd overheard Dorian saying to Farouk that his mother might be more powerful than the first magicker Mariat Brodin himself. But she was largely self-trained, and Dorian said that was a problem. She had taught Etty, and Dorian had said that was also a problem, because Eddie would have the same inconsistencies and bad habits. So they'd both need heavy assessment, as high-ranking as they were. She could never be the first magicker, though, not with her history as an unsealed magicker. And Eddie had thought, just a moment, if he hadn't been hauled off to Valen, if he hadn't been forced by the Javieris to work for them, if he'd been sealed a lot sooner, could he have one day been first magicker? But that thought went nowhere, because none of that had happened. And now, on the second day to Anasi III, where his sibling was being held captive, his restlessness was driving him crazy. Just what had Imorie sensed about his mother to throw them so off balance? He still felt that moment clearly, Imorie's shock, their ground-shaking shift in purpose that had just barely broken through his singular focus at the time, but was something he couldn't stop thinking about now. He'd felt his mother's shift of emotions when she saw Imorie, too. She knew who Imorie was. But Eddie didn't think that was all of why Imorie's center had moved so drastically. And he couldn't ask them, because they were asleep. He'd been trying to wait until Imorie woke up, but his mother might know. Probably did know whatever this was, and his sense of her was colored with more than a little foreboding in his direction. He didn't think it only had to do with the Javieris wanting him back. Eddie raked a hand through his hair, scratched at the stubble on his cheeks. He was shaving again, at least, and he needed to again. He couldn't stand for his beard to get any longer just now. It was too much sensation for his overtaxed senses. He straightened the remains of Imorie's last meal, which he'd helped them prop up to eat, on the table beside their side of the bed. He lingered a moment, watching Imorie breathe. His sense of them was turbulent. They were not content in their sleep. They were almost distant, even. Not quite like they were dreaming. Eddie had a crawling feeling of being watched, and he whipped around, but no one was there. He still had half a thought focused on the strength of the ship. He'd paced Dorian for a few hours earlier, but he couldn't quite touch what he'd just sensed. And then it was gone. And maybe it was the remains of his darkened aura, the things he would not, could not, think about. Imorie stirred slightly, turning over, and Eddie sighed and padded as quietly as he could out of the cabin they shared. Out into the corridor, where he went to his mother's cabin and, steeling himself, knocked. Eddie waited, and after a minute, the hatch slid open, and his mother stood there, her smile tired but welcoming. And it was so good to see her. Every time he saw her, it was good to see her. Even anxious for what he needed to talk about, he was still so very glad she was here. He'd thought, gods, he'd truly feared, he never would see her again. Eddie's eyes stung, and they'd been doing that a lot lately. His mother stepped back. "Come in. I know we need to talk." And here, her smile turned sad, bitter even. He felt the apprehension from her as surely as if it was his own. He was not used to seeing his mother haloed in green, her aura darker and deeper than Ayada's had been at the palace, and he was certainly not used to seeing his mother's cheek marked with a magicker's seal, the holographic fractal pattern so dense it glittered. His own was dense, but not this dense. It caught his eye and kept it there a moment, before she let out a soft sigh, and he shook himself, looking away. His mother's cabin was smaller than the one he shared with Imorie. Just one single bed, drawers and shelves built into the bulkheads, an adjoining washroom, a small chair stuffed into one corner. An outline in the wall that was probably a fold-out desk. "Sorry," he said, though he'd said it before. "We can switch cabins, truly." His mother smiled, because she knew his moods, and knew he sometimes repeated things when he was nervous, and made suggestions that weren't practical and that he'd regret later. Eddie carefully sat on the edge of the bed. His mother sat beside him. Then she pulled a slim dampener out of the pocket of her loose pants. Eddie eyed it dubiously. Then this was going to be that kind of conversation, and he didn't like that at all. Had he expected less, though? If whatever they needed to talk about had shaken Imorie so badly? "Dorian gave it to me," his mother said. "Dorian's nice enough, and they knew we'd need to talk." She clicked it on, and Eddie's ears popped. He ducked his head, suddenly not wanting to say anything, not wanting to ask, not wanting to know, because his mother's foreboding was building with a pressure that made him want to run. He wanted to back out and forget he'd come. To not ask Imorie anything either. He didn't want to know, but he also needed to know. His mother shifted, and he knew she felt his nerves too. They were very much alike. They always had been. "Eddie, you've grown close to Imorie. Are you involved with them?" Heat rushed to his face, and he dug his fingers into the fleece blanket on the bed, traced out patterns around him. "No, not with them. They're ace, and I'm mostly ace, so... And it's not anything like that." He shrugged, squeezed his hands together in front of him, avoided her gaze, scuffed the thick carpet with the toe of his shoe. "They helped me, and I helped them. And they helped me again." Or was it the other way around? Or was that backwards? He'd betrayed them, and they'd somehow seen fit to overlook that. Though his guilt there was still mostly just his own guilt, he already knew how Imorie felt. They weren't angry, at least not at him. His mother was quiet a moment, and he looked up at her. Her hands were also folded on her knees, and he watched her slowly kneading her fingers. When the silence stretched out, Eddie said, "Mom." "What?" Just as she said, "Etty, I need to tell you about your father." Etty blinked. "What?" His mother shuddered. "Your father. Not Grayson Racorda." That was the secret. "Mom, I know he's not my father." She sat back. But I can hear when you're not telling the truth." "Fuck," his mother said, and passed a hand over her eyes. Yes, maybe I didn't want to think about that." Grayson Racorda was the cargo master on a cruise liner that came through Calistre's system 3 times a year. Grayson had been seeing Eddie's mother during his week-long stays as long as Eddie could remember. And there was also the fact that Eddie looked nothing like Grayson. Grayson had tan skin and light brown hair, dark blue eyes. And yes, genetics could skew a lot. But nothing in Eddie's mouth shape, eye shape, his build. Nothing looked like Grayson. He'd just assumed his mother had commissioned his birth from the genetic banks, or had a fling and had to have the embryo transferred after the fact, something like that. It had never really bothered him. Grayson, when he came through, was amiable enough, but not someone Eddie would want to call a father. "Okay," his mother said. "Okay. Well..." She pressed a hand to her heart, and it was shaking. Eddie straightened, alarmed. "Mom, Dash. I married Prince Neom Javieri when I was 22. It was a marriage that our parents arranged to bring mutual benefit to our families, and he was handsome enough and sweet enough before I married him." She grimaced. Eddie's ears started to ring. New? "Mom, Dash." She held up a hand. "Let me finish before you ask, please, because I'm only going to get this out once." And he saw it. Saw just how much saying anything was tearing at her insides. It was very nearly self-violence, and he half expected her to flicker, but she didn't. 6 months into our marriage," she went on, "I manifested green magics, and I guess it all changed. We'd already started our first child in the incubator. That was you. And Neom wanted nothing to do with a child who might become a magicker. Never mind that I'd manifested after you were started, and that should cut down chances of my child manifesting to the same as everyone else. She smiled tightly. Turns out he was right, though. You did manifest. But we were already living on Calistray by then, and I'd been declared dead in an aircar crash, and 80, who was vibrating with his world realigning, blurted, "You're Semlin Necrata Xavieri?" "That's you?" He'd studied the accident in school. Every child on Calistray, every child on any Javieri vassal world, knew about the tragedy. "Was," she said, and he felt her annoyance and shrank back. She shuddered. "No, Eddie, no. It's not you. This is just hard." She reached to pull him to her, but he scooted back. His mind was racing. Gods, he didn't know where to let his thoughts land, because an insistent horror was rising up, towering over everything. "I'm Javieri." Chapter 43. Nobility. There have, of course, been times when a child was commissioned and then not acknowledged by one or both of the parents. It's illegal for both parents to unacknowledge a child they started without a private hearing, to discover the reasons, after which their petition may be denied or granted, and the child enters the adoption system. But if one parent chooses to do so, they may, under terms negotiated with the other parent. Of course, that doesn't account for parental negligence, which only truly has recourse in contractual procreation arrangements. Akani Noor's in Birth Commissionings, a Methodological Study. Eddie's throat burned as he said the words. His muscles burned with revulsion. No, no, no. This was a nightmare. That couldn't be true. He said it again to be sure. "I'm Javieri." He felt the pulse of truth from his mother, and felt it echo in himself, with what he'd just heard, because it made sense. He hated how much sense it made. Why would the Javieris single out his family? Yes, they were unsealed magickers, but why had his mother never been allowed to seal? But no, it didn't make sense. Why would the Javieris threaten them, hold them captive, take Gale away? Is Gale... Gale's second parent was a donor, she said, and didn't elaborate on that. And he wasn't sure he should ask. Eddie stood, took a lurching step toward the hatch, but he still had too many questions. Too much to process, and not enough to make sense of any of it. He plopped back down again, and thought of Lysander Javieri in the palace on Vallon, tall and regal, and he saw no resemblance there either. He wasn't tall. He had never been particularly pleasant to look at. His features were in every way different. Lysander is... You've met Lysander? At the palace? Did she... recognize you? New panic rose up. No. He tried to think back through what his mother had said, just who exactly his father was. No, he knew. She was Semlin Necrata Javieri. So, then his father was Neom Javieri, as she'd said, a prince. Etty choked. Am I a prince? No, that, at least, you're not. The title only passes one generation in families not in the direct line of succession, unless the main branch of the family is, removed. Your father's parent was the Prince Javieri. Your father was merely a prince. Eddie didn't think that made him feel any better. And Lysander would be your cousin. But he'd already worked that out. And my handlers? Your handlers? Do they know? Yes, his mother hissed. She'd been watching him closely, intent on how he was taking this, but now she looked away, pulled down the sleeves of the colorful sweater she'd borrowed from Iwan, and huddled into herself. Oh, they very much know who we are. I didn't think it was something you needed to know, Etty, because your father would never take an interest in your life. But he has. If he's using me? No, I don't believe that's him. At least, I don't want to believe that's him. I think we're either dealing with lesser family or Iroiken herself. Depending. What happened to you at Windvale, and I'm so sorry, Etty, makes me think it is Iroiken. And them taking Gale. Her voice caught, her face going harder than Etty had seen in a long time. No, as hard as it had been the day that he'd said he'd go with the Javieris instead of her. And was that what they'd wanted all along? Him and not her? Etty, who had Javieri blood in his veins? Them taking Gale was certainly Iroiken, his mother said. Etty shuddered. He'd seen Prince Iroiken Javieri plenty of times on the vids growing up, and even on Hestia. The Javieris and Dolores had always been considered the highest houses beyond Rielden, and they made news whenever they sneezed. He'd never liked her, never liked the feel of her, even before the Javieris had taken him away. And she was his aunt? She was your sister, he said. By marriage? Is, his mother said grimly. Neom never officially divorced me. I'm dead, but that doesn't, by law, nullify a marriage, only makes it go legally dormant. It's possible for a person to be preserved in suspended animation after death for a few days, and sometimes resuscitated. But I am still married to your father, shitty as that is. She rubbed the back of her neck, looked up at Etty, and her gaze sharpened. What I need to know is, do you love Imorie? Etty stiffened. That wasn't something she needed to know, whether he did or not. I know it's not my place to ask, she said. But in this instance it must be. Etty, if you love them, if they love you, and even if it's not romantic love, if you care for them in any way, and I've seen that you do, then you become a lever the Javieris can hold over them. But Imorie's not. No one knows that they were Ariana Rialden, that they're still so visibly truth-spoken to a magicker it's painfully obvious the rumors about them are true. Etty opened his hands helplessly. She wasn't wrong. He'd found Imorie out just by looking at them at Windvale, had found them out over and over again, no matter how much he'd tried to make himself forget, to keep them safe from him. I think it's one of the reasons the Javieris took Gale. They want you, because you're now attached to Imorie. You escaped with Imorie. And your body language, I have enough rudimentary evacu training from growing up in a minor noble house to see that you react to each other. Much more now, even, than when the news footage was taken on Hestia. And that's dangerous, Etty. He scrunched his hands into his hair, let go. I don't know if He cared for Imorie, but he didn't know if that was love. No, it wasn't romantic. He was sure of that. But he knew that from the moment he'd seen Imorie on Hestia, vulnerable and sick, and vulnerable to him and his handlers, he had to protect them with all he was. He was still doing that, the best that he could, and Imorie, in turn, was protecting him, was holding him grounded and coherent, slowly helping him come fully back to himself. Was that love? He would easily give his life for them. He almost had. And that thought, and everything associated with it, made him hunch over stabbing pain in his gut. His mother growled a curse that he was sure was a minor violence, and braced a hand on his shoulder, pouring what warmth she could, and her own love into him. Steady, she whispered. Steady. He shuddered and felt himself flickering, but kept breathing until it passed, and his mother was there, as she'd been throughout his childhood, holding him steady. Etty had usually been the steadier one, where Gale had high anxiety. He feared intensely for his sibling in the Javieris' custody. Gale had always been sensitive, and they couldn't be taking any of this well. And if he had to choose between protecting his sibling and protecting Imorie... The thought left him cold, his limbs tingling. He couldn't make that choice. He couldn't. That was his mother's point, wasn't it? Eddie's head turned in the direction of the cabin where Imorie was sleeping, but they were awake. He felt that, and their sleep-hazed panic at his deep distress. Adeus, had he wakened them? Were they both that strong in their magics, and that connected, that he could sense Imorie's emotions so strongly even from here? Yes, and the depth with which he felt them, the depth of how their panic pulled at his, was more terrifying now that he knew he was a danger to them again. He'd hoped to never be a danger to them again. Magikers paired up sometimes. He knew that. He'd seen Magiker couples and triads a few times in the streets on Calistray, and a few times in Racha on Hestia. But he didn't think it had ever been higher-ranking Magikers. He'd always thought that had been discouraged, to keep strong Magikers from having even stronger children, something people might fear. He felt Imorie approaching and rose, half protesting their coming to him. A second later the door chimed, and Eddie's mother, who was watching him carefully, said, "Come in." The hatch opened. It was outside the dampener's field, so he didn't hear Imorie's entrance until they'd stepped within the bubble. But he felt them every step of the way. Imorie's blue and violet hair was mussed, their cosmetics that little bit smudged from sleep. They hadn't been removing them except to reapply them again, and he understood, both for the way it obscured their recognizable features and for the way it pushed them more mask. They looked smaller, though they'd always been small, and vulnerable again, like that first day he'd seen them. Eddie was up and moving toward them without thinking about it. He gripped their hand, something in him easing, and in them too, as the connection of touch was restored. Eddie's mother watched from where she still sat on the bed, but didn't comment. And when Imorie turned, his mother smiled up at them. "Imorie, you're welcome to join." "You've talked?" Imorie asked her, pulling Eddie closer. "Yes." "And he knows?" A sour smile. "He does." Imorie sank down onto the bed, pulling Eddie with them. They rubbed at their reddened eyes, but didn't let go of him. "I was thinking, as I drifted up, Adius, this need to sleep is frustrating. Etty, you need more protection than Koldari can give you. The Javieris absolutely can't have a hold on you, and Koldari, a rival house, is not enough. Your blood, the Javieris do have a claim on you." "Yes," his mother said flatly. "And you have a solution?" Imorie nodded. They stopped, turned to Eddie, their gaze intense, because everything Imorie did was intense. "I think you should marry me. Legally. I'm under the Ceratarchus's protection, no matter which way you look at it. And you are too. But this makes it so that if they do anything to you, they are also doing it to a member of the royal family. And if they know that, they might think twice." "Will you reveal yourself to them, then?" his mother asked, leaning back on her hands on the bed. "No, though I'm sure they'll have heard the rumors by the time we get there." They made a wavery motion with one hand. "But I'm legally the adopted child of the Ceratarchus. I am, as Imorie Rialdan Meron Quevedo, so Etty marrying me will give that protection." Etty stared at Imorie, and they stared back, and the question didn't actually surprise him. Maybe it had been hovering in the background this last day, in the moments Imorie had surfaced from their sleep to eat or use the washroom. Eddie flowed into the idea as if it was natural. Then his brow creased. "But would that hurt you? Your position? Because I'm not noble?" Imorie squeezed his hand. "Yes, you are." But no one knows it, Eddie's mother said. Then we'll tell them, Imorie hissed. We'll tell everyone. If he is the son of a Javieri prince, the public's eyes will be on the Javieris about this, so they can't harm Gale. It would be too public. And they can't harm us. That would also be too public. We'll tell them Eddie is married to the adopted child of the Saratarchus. That's not public knowledge at all. Imorie turned back to Eddie. And we should do this now. Drop out of below space now. Dorian is a magicer. They can witness. Or your mother can. A parent can't typically witness for their child, Eddie's mother said, but nodded. If you are willing, Imorie. Eddie bridled. And why wouldn't Imorie be willing? Imorie let go of his hand and gripped his arm before he could take greater offense. Eddie? What do you think about this? They asked, and he could feel their trepidation in asking it, though their outward tone was confident. It's a marriage in files only. No exclusivity clause. No obligations except the legal fact of it. I want there to be, he said, and his throat closed around the words as they left his mouth. He felt his face heating, knew his toes were probably turning red in his shoes. Not the traditional, bedroom. I know, Imorie said. I know what you mean. And they did. He knew they did. They knew him so well, so thoroughly well, as no one had ever known him before. They'd seen him, as no one had seen him before. And he didn't want sex from them, if that wasn't what they wanted. He didn't want a romance. He wanted a friend who would never leave his side, and he'd never leave theirs. He wanted to sleep beside them. He wanted their hands intertwined. He wanted to know them more and more, and them know him too. Imorie studied him, brow just slightly furrowed, calculating all his nuances, he thought. But also, reading his emotions. Imorie didn't need to list all the reasons why this might also be putting him in a hard position. He knew it would be. It was protection, yes, but it would make him a different kind of target. He knew who and what he was aligning his course to. He knew them. I want this, he said again. If you do. He didn't really want the telling the worlds he was a Javieri part, or even the marrying a royal part, officially adopted or not. He just wanted them. He wanted to be near them, and know they would be near him. After a long moment, Imorie nodded, and he felt their warmth, like a star blazing within. They wanted to be near him, too. They weren't just asking about this for protection, and that warmed him all over, easing the tense places that hadn't relaxed in weeks. In years? Well, Eddie's mother said, and she stood. You two work out the details then. I'll go talk to Dorian and see if Koldari can maybe call in some backup if we're going to drop into the Yanasi system guns blazing. And, she sighed, I'd best tell him who I am, if he hasn't already put it together. Can't have our allies going to battle without all the relevant data. Etty straightened. Going to battle? We're not going to fight the Javieris. His stomach lurched at the thought. This marriage is a point in a war, Etty's mother said, her eyes hard. Whatever else it is or will be, it will be that too. Don't either of you forget who you are or where you come from, because no one else ever will. Etty's eyes met Imorie's. Who he was still something he didn't want to think about. The Javieris were enemies to the Ryaldans. He'd heard every horrible thing Lysander's family had done to her in her training. What they'd intended for her to do with that training. Eroiken's first plan had been for Lysander to kill Imorie and replace them. And he was a part of that family? The same family who'd kidnapped his sibling and forced him to use his magics for them? Against Imorie? He wanted to shimmy out of his own blood, but he still felt Imorie's warmth, strong and clear. They cared for him, They truly did, even knowing what he was. It wasn't love, maybe. Or maybe it was. Chapter 44. We Will Manage. We're roots growing together, always reaching, entangling, but never knowing sunlight. Teresa Liepin's excerpt from Starr's poem A System of Reaching. They had, after all, been in Financial District, right on the edge in a mixed commercial and residential high-rise. Lysander followed Dressa outside, staying close, staying bottled up inside, and Dressa knew they needed to get back to the palace. They needed to talk to Iada now. But her wife? Her wife had just been kidnapped by her longtime abuser, and threatened and coerced. Well, and so had Dressa. But Dressa didn't have the history with Imorie and Javieri that Lysander did. Dressa could feel Lysander quivering beside her and trying not to let it show. She sought and gripped Lysander's hand again as they stepped out to street level, the air too exposed, too loud and busy with the background hum of city traffic, even on this less busy street. Lysander looked at her, but that deadness in her eyes was still there. Dressa gripped her hand more tightly, then pulled out her comm and called an air cab. She was still Lord Meinan Jadiar, still not herself, though she was barely holding that pretense together. Lysander's persona had shattered entirely. There was a safe house nearby. They could stop there for a few minutes to clear their heads before they took this monumental problem to Iada. Monumental fuck-up? But then, who had fucked up? They'd been thoroughly outmaneuvered, all of them. And it was far from being over. They were in the middle of a nightmare, and Dressa could hardly see the beginning and didn't know the end. The air cab descended, and they both climbed in, Lysander shivering by the time they were in the air. Dressa reached to touch Lysander's arm, to caress her face, to try to give some reassurance that she was here and Lysander wasn't alone in her own private hell. But Lysander pulled back, arms wrapped tightly around herself, and Dressa let her be. Let her stare out the window as they traveled the short distance into Blue District toward the safe house. Dressa wasn't interested now in parking a discreet distance away, getting out and walking. None of that. This safe house would have to be cleared out and sold. But then, that was partly what it was here for, a convenient and temporary refuge. It was as burnable as the comm Dressa had in her pocket. Dressa didn't think they were in physical danger from Imorie, not any more than they'd already been. Imorie needed them both for her plans, but she didn't find that thought overly comforting. The car let them out at a 4-story brick building, and this was a mostly residential area now. Children played enthusiastically in the street, tossing a small ball among themselves, which sight felt deeply and obscenely incongruous to everything Dressa had just experienced. It hit her so hard that for a moment she paused, her eyes filling with an emotion she couldn't name. What was it like? Could she even imagine what it was like? To grow up without any more cares than being a child of your parents, in your place in the world. Just that. Nothing else. Toss the ball, catch the ball. No one trying to control you or kill you or steal your kingdom out from under you. Lysander was shaking now in whole body-gusting tremors. A few people gave them weird looks, one or two managing to actually look concerned, but Dressa shrugged out of her jacket and wrapped it around Lysander's shoulders, hustling her inside. It wasn't cold out. They rode the lift in silence, as they'd ridden the air car in silence. It wasn't safe to talk. In the corridor, Dressa, pausing long enough to change her palm to her own DNA, pressed her hand to the scan plate beside the apartment door. The lock clicked open, and they stepped inside. Dressa set Lysander down on a chair in the sitting room while she moved to the bathroom. Opening a drawer beside the sink, she plucked out a certain lip gloss from among a stash of them. She extracted the bug sniffer tube from the rest of the gloss and went back out to Lysander. She didn't say a word as she ran the tube scanner over first herself, then Lysander. They pulled off 2 bugs each, stuck to their clothes with nearly invisible tape. Yes, this safe house would definitely be unusable now. Dressa went around the apartment with the tube, but the apartment, at least, was clean. Just to be safe, she went back to the bathroom and rooted under the sink, coming back with a bulky gray military-grade dampener, scrambler combo. She set it down on the end table next to Lysander, while she dragged a second chair over from across the room to sit beside her wife. Lysander had found a blanket and wrapped herself in it, hunching down as far as she could go inside the folds of what looked like hand-crocheted yarn. "I'm sorry," Lysander shuddered. Dressa rocked in her chair, trying to bleed off her own tension. "Not your fault." And should she say Lysander's mother was, in fact, a monster? But Lysander knew that. Lysander definitely knew that. Lysander was crying. Long streams defeating what should have been a waterproof liner and mascara. "Do you want to change?" Dressa asked. She didn't know how to comfort Lysander. Yes, she knew what having shitty parents was like, but not this. Her father and mother might be cruel in their own ways, but they'd never deliberately try to destroy her. She knew that. And Lysander's mother had as much as ordered Dressa to give Lysander as much authority as Dressa herself would have as the ruler. That should have been a triumph for Lysander, but Dressa knew it was, in fact, the ultimate failure. Failure to do whatever Lysander had come to do on her own. Failure to secure this position for herself. Failure to do it without Eroiken's explicit promise of heavy-handed oversight. And Dressa had failed, too. She wasn't sure exactly how, but she had. Or maybe they'd just lost the game. And they hadn't made wrong moves, just bad ones. Because they hadn't known what they'd needed to know. And not even truth-spoken could know everything. "The Kidaa," Lysander said. "My mother has been afraid for a long time. I think it's why she trained me, wanted me here. But she never told me. Never told me why. I promise, Dressa. I didn't know. I don't know." Dressa leaned forward and pulled Lysander to her, and with the chairs at corners to each other, it was awkward. But it was needed. No, it was really awkward. Dressa tugged Lysander up, wrapping the blanket back around her where it fell. She hefted the dampener under one arm, then gently led Lysander to the apartment's one bedroom. The room smelled like dust and afternoon sunlight, the curtains drawn, nothing at all like their bedroom in the palace. Lysander stiffened as they approached the bed, neatly made with an out-of-date floral print comforter. "To get warm," Dressa said. "To be comfortable, so I can hold you." And Lysander started to cry harder. "I brought this on you," she sobbed, clutching the blanket tighter around herself. "No," Dressa said with a fierce glare. "No, I asked you to marry me." "Yes, but you didn't know." I did, Lysander. I knew you could be truth-spoken. Maybe I didn't let myself think through all of it, but I did know the possibility. I didn't know how bad you had it, but I did know your mother and what she's like. Her ambitions." Lysander's face twisted. "Her ambitions are all wrapped up in whatever she fears about the Kidaa. You can't separate them. It's obscene. She's trying to gain from whatever she thinks will save us." Dressa swallowed. In everything else in that conversation with Eroiken, Dressa hadn't had time to fully process what she'd said about the Kidaa. It had been twisted and woven in with everything else Eroiken had wanted. Eroiken had been scared, that much was clear, and Lysander had said as much too. Not a new fear, apparently, but maybe growing more urgent. And what sort of threat would scare a woman like Eroiken? She'd said that what the Kidaa were doing now, what was about to come, they wouldn't like at all. That was starting to feel, in the context of everything else, like a terrible understatement. Dressa wet her suddenly dry lips. Lysander, I didn't know any of what she said about the Kidaa. I don't know if it's true, but it feels true. True enough. I know. That's how she works. She doesn't threaten with lies. She omits, she twists, but she doesn't typically lie. The defeat on Lysander's face, in her posture, in her voice, was a spike to Dressa's heart. Dressa carefully set the dampener on the bedside table, trying not to make any quick moves or sharp sounds, and tugged back the covers. The room was a little dusty, but tidy. She kicked off the shoes she still had on, and Lysander did the same. They crawled into bed, scooting close together, shoulder to shoulder, hand to hand. And then Dressa moved so that she could surround Lysander, wrap her arms around her. And it was weird, because she was still Jadiar, still different proportions than she felt she should be, and Lysander's body had a different shape, a different feel, a different smell. That didn't stop either of them from turning, slowly, their lips meeting. The kiss wasn't passionate. Neither of them were up for that just now, and anyhow, it was weird. Maybe someday they could change to their own special fantasy, whatever that would be, and find out what it was like to have mutually changed sex. Yeah, that would be fun. But now? Now, Dressa held her wife, held her tightly, and needed her warmth as much as Lysander needed hers. They didn't sleep. They didn't change. They knew this moment wouldn't last longer than they needed it to. It was borrowed time already, but it was necessary. I love you, Lysander whispered in the muted sound of the softly humming dampener. In their bubble of protection, they couldn't hear any traffic outside the closed bedroom window. None of the sounds of the kids below screeching, or the ordinary buzz of the city. The silence made everything feel that little more lonely. And I'm sorry for it, Lysander went on, her voice breaking. And I'm sorry you love me. Dressa bit hard into her lip, baring her teeth out of Lysander's sight. I'm not. I love you too. I love you, Lysander. We will manage. We're playing for the kingdom, not the Rieldans or the Javieris. The kingdom. And yes, your mother's a tyrant, and you had the most hellish childhood I can think of, and I've been through a lot. But I know who you are, Lysander. I know you. I've seen you, and you're nothing like them. Your mother's sins are not yours. We'll get through this, okay? Both of us. Lysander was quiet a long moment, tense, as if she couldn't accept that. Couldn't accept anything but the harsh reality she'd been brought up in, anything but her mother's sadistic worldview. But finally, she sighed out and pressed her cheek into Dressa's shoulder. Okay. Chapter 45. The Decision. If I said this was the end, would you believe me? And what if I also promised a new beginning? Dana Olegani in the vid drama Nova Hearts, Season 10, Episode 8, Unstoppable Motion. They were still changed, still Lord Jadiar and Administrator Zara, when Dressa knocked softly on the panel door to Iada's study. She didn't know if he'd be in there, but it was a safe bet with the amount of work he had to do, and if he wasn't there, Bettia or Priya would likely be. It was Iada who opened the door, though, frowned at them, then stepped back to let them enter. He was mostly masked just now, cosmetics neutral, hair in a long, straight tail. Lysander had lightly tranced to clear the most obvious signs of having cried and washed her face at the safe house. Dressa had cleaned herself up, too, changing into a spare suit and coat at the safe house that mostly fit Minan's bulky frame. They'd had dirt scuffs and some light abrasions from being handled by Eroikin's people. Or maybe Denham's. Dressa had also quickly tranced and healed the most obvious signs of ill treatment. But even having cleaned up as best they could, she knew they both looked worn. They both were showing signs of stress that they couldn't, or weren't interested in expending energy to, conceal. Batia, who'd been working at a desk in the corner of the room, stood, coming over to them. Faye looked far, far more riled and now, not like Faye's usual preferred appearance at all. And Dressa knew that was a deliberate choice, because Yada, in the end, wasn't in a riches of heirs, and Batia could rule if Faye had to. Watching Faye, Dressa's lips parted, and it was in her thoughts right then to abdicate herself, to take herself and Lysander completely out of the line of succession, to take Iroiken's grasp on them and throw it aside. She could do that, but was that what was needed just now? Was an extra Rylden showing up, after all the previous ones had fallen apart, going to be enough glue to hold a crumbling kingdom together? Would Iroiken just swoop in anyway? She already had eyes and ears within the palace staff, and within the residence. Of that, Dressa was certain. Did she have bugs? Could she possibly have bugs in Yada's study? Batia's brow creased. Dressa? What happened? Faye was even moving with more authority. Moving with, Dressa saw a lot of her father's mannerisms, as if Faye could plausibly present Fairself as Homage's own child. And she wished, Adius, she wished, it could be that easy. Why are you mine in Jadiar? Yada asked. That's Imorie's persona. But the question sounded rote, as if he'd already guessed it had something to do with the vote of no confidence. And he wasn't angry, and he wasn't happy. He was just tired, as they all were. Dressa glanced at Lysander as they moved to the powder blue couch and sat, Yada settling across from them in her father's usual chair, now his. Batia taking the chair beside him. None of them, not a one, who they actually were. And Dressa gave her report, all of it, and every word Iroiken had said, verbatim. Yada listened without interjecting anything, without asking questions. His aura flickered once, when she reached the part about the Kidaa giving him magics and giving it to the wrong brother. But still, he said nothing. Dressa wound down, finally, with Iroiken letting them go. And for a long moment, there was silence, the crackling of the hearth. That is just utter bullshit, Batia finally said. Yada snorted, gathered a breath, reached up and unfastened the clip holding his hair. His mask mannerisms were rarer for Homage Rialdan, but still part of Homage's typical gender shifts. It was weird. It felt like someone had broken into her home. To think that Iroiken knew about all of this. Who Yada was. Who he'd partly been for all of Dressa's life. Yada ran his hands through his hair, letting it fall loose, and he seemed to need the grounding as much as Dressa and Lysander had needed theirs. Finally, he bound it back up again, in a loose knot this time, his body language shifting more femme. And Dressa wondered, after all these years, if he even realized he was doing it. Or was it simply natural now? He sat back. They got the wrong brother, he said softly, in his own cadences, not Homa's. They were aiming for Maya, and got me. They weren't wrong that you were the ruler, Batia shot back. Only part of the time, Yada said, and not the greater part of that time. Another pause. He met Dressa's eyes. I have to tell everything. We have to tell everything. It's the only way to step out of Iroiken's power. Otherwise, the kingdom is lost to us anyway. Dressa shifted uncomfortably on the couch. And if the kingdom crumbled from that telling? When Ayada said, tell everything, that would mean telling Ayada's identity, that he'd ruled alongside his brother, that Dressa was already married to Lysander, that Lysander was the one who'd attacked him. Everything meant telling the entire kingdom that Lysander was also secretly truth-spoken. "You can't," Dressa said, her voice raspy with strain. "Not about—" She looked to Lysander. Yada's lips drew tight, but after a moment, he nodded. He glanced to Batea, a long, long look, and Dressa knew he was making the calculations she had just made, about whether it was time for their entire family of truth spoken to bow out and hand it off to, well, Batea was still their family, but not the family the worlds would have been expecting, and Dressa didn't even dare mention the heir that she'd already started in the incubator, ready in 6 months' time. Batea braced fair self, as if Faye would have to step into a maelstrom, as if that was, in fact, the fate that would be decided for Faye. Dressa had the dizzying and skewing perspective that Faye was just as scared as she was, caught up in this just as much as she was, forced into a position Faye didn't want. Maybe Faye had volunteered. Dressa couldn't see Ayada ordering Batea to assume this different, semi-legitimate Rylden identity, but all the same, it was the start of a bad cycle all over again. Dressa straightened. "We'll find a way around Eroiken, or past her." She touched Lysander's leg beside her, gently, just a brush, trying to give some sort of reassurance. "Or, we'll figure out how to bring her down." Lysander gave a sharp, definitive nod. "But I think," Dressa said, "I still need to rule." Batea sat back with sharp and obvious relief, but worry still clouded fair brow. "Yes," Yada said with a sigh, "and I can't see a way forward that doesn't require my abdication to help settle the kingdom. I'm far too visible, far too strong a magicer, and, truly, it might not matter what strength I manifested at. They would have protested anyway." He shrugged, but his casual gesture didn't fool Dressa. He didn't want to abdicate. He didn't want to give up any of this, and he shouldn't have to. "I'm sorry," Dressa said. "I don't want to usurp—" He scowled. "Adias, Dressa. You aren't." And his eyes shot to Lysander. "And this is not your fault. I am proud of you. I am proud of both of you for how you handled this today. Thank you, truly, for working to help me and the kingdom. That this is the course we're set on now is what it will be." He reached out his hands, and Dressa took one, and after a moment, Lysander took the other. Dressa was hit with a wave of— was that love? Love, like a meadow in summer. Love like sun clearing the storm. And pride, there was pride, and hope and fear and pain and loss, and a coiled, screaming rage. But over it all, calming it all, love. "Both of you," he said, looking between them. "You are my daughters, as much as you were ever Maya's, Dressa, as much as Batea and Priya are mine. And Lysander, you are my family. You are my daughter too. Dressa, you are ready. You will be an excellent ruler, and I know I won't be able to help directly. I'll need to retreat to Green Hall, or if that's not far enough, maybe off-world. But I'm going to try to stay near, for now. I think that will be needed." Dressa swallowed, a tight squelch in the pause. She'd known she'd have to rule, but she hadn't truly thought through yet that she'd have to do it alone. She'd have to do this without his guidance, because he was too politically hot of a topic to be seen influencing her. To have even the appearance of being seen as that. He squeezed her hand, and if he had been Homage for at least a fifth of Homage's entire rule, had he been her father for at least a fifth of her life? Had he been as much a part of the heartache as the good times? Had he been just as shitty as he'd been good? He smiled at her, a little sadly, and she felt regret pouring from him, but still beneath it that overriding, all-encompassing love. Was this what it was like to know? Truly know? She was loved by her father? She stared at his face, memorizing the details, and knew it wouldn't be his much longer. He would change back to himself before he forswore change, or maybe change to someone else, and she was suddenly, overwhelmingly saddened by that. She swallowed again, her body rigidly trying to contain her emotions. Yada's voice cracked as he said, "And when I'm myself, I still won't be less of your father. To all of you." He swept his shining gaze over them, settled on Bettia, smiled fondly. Faye sniffed hard, reached out and gently gripped his arm, and Dressa felt Faye's own turbulent emotions added to the fray. "Okay," Yada whispered, and carefully, gently, let go. Chapter 46. We Will Prevail. I abdicated today, Uncle. This will be the last, I think, of these letters that I've never sent. And right now, I'm giving my permission, if any of my heirs ever find these, to do with them as you will. This life is so lonely. I have my family, I have my brother and my children. But do any of them know me? They should. I want them to. Maybe Zhang does, but Zhang still doesn't rule the kingdom. I wish I'd sent these letters, Uncle, because maybe you'd understand. I do hope, though, that things will get better. Homage Rielden, Seritarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, published in the Change Dialogues. In the reception hall, Yada leaned on the table in front of him. His whole body still, his entire spirit quivering. He knew it showed in his aura, and he couldn't help that. Let them think what they would. He would use it. He'd spin it. Everything he could to propel this kingdom favorably forward into the maelstrom it was about to face. Through the maelstrom it was already facing. They all watched, even more silent than the day he'd declared himself the Melisori. And he'd thought over how to handle this. He'd run so many scenarios in his head, until he'd realized that was what a Seritarchus would do. And then he'd just blanked out for a while until he'd gotten sick enough of that to start moving again. The result of that movement was this. Yada glanced at Laguaya beside him. Their passive expression didn't quite hide their stress. He held out his hand, and they met his eyes, searching, but took it. He hadn't told them what he was about to do, only that he needed their support at this meeting. "Witness my truth, please, Admiral of the Fleet Dasan Laguaya." Laguaya stiffened as their hand touched his. If they couldn't sense his exact thoughts, they surely knew the sense of finality that was settling into his marrow. But they didn't let go. They gave him a penetrating look before they also gave the smallest nod. He and Laguaya might never have been friends, but he did trust them. And they, apparently in this moment, trusted him. The camera drones whirred closer, smelling blood. Those in the audience here, nobles and palace administrators and foreign dignitaries, all leaned a little forward. "A few days ago," Yada said, "you asked me to be your first magicker, and I accepted that honor and that duty. But one of the utmost duties of the first magicker is to always uphold the truth. So I have some truths I must uphold with you now, while we're facing Kidaa attacks and unfortunate unrest in our economy and throughout the kingdom. I will give you, my people, the knowledge that you need to move forward." If someone coughed into the silence just now, he was sure everyone would jump. But no one coughed. Even the palace air system, for once, was silent. He could hear the faintest hum of the overhead lights. Yada spread his free hand carefully over the table, a casual motion. He hadn't worn all of his usual rings as homage today, only the spare band of the palace guard ring comm and his ruler's signet ring. He drew deliberate attention to that lack, then settled his hand palm down. The other hand, ringless, Laguaya held in a tightening grip. "My name is Homage Rielden. My name is also Iata Rielden." He waited, but there was still silence. I have 3 full siblings, all children of Anathari Rialdan and Jamir Neshiau Rialdan. Of the 4 of us, I was the 3rd, and my brother, Maya, the 4th. And when our parents were assassinated, I did what every blood servant should. I protected my truth spoken with the shield of my life. The crowd stirred. People looking at each other, trying to gauge if any others among them knew, trying to parse out what it actually meant. He went on before the uproar could start. My duty did not end when Maya successfully ascended to the rulership, because I also ascended to the rulership. There is only one truth-spoken ruler, and that is Homage Rialdan. But Homage Rialdan is one person shared by 2 lives. He has been since before he ascended. He was drowned out by the uproar, nobles and business people and courtiers and heads of high houses and their representatives, all shouting, some screaming, just utter chaos. Laguaya sat back. They still held his hand, and he could feel their deep dismay as they looked at him. He smiled at them. He could almost hear them saying, "You fucking bastard, you actually did it." With admiration, sure, mixed in with the incredulity. He stood, pulling Laguaya up with him, and it did nothing to calm the crowd. He looked to Dressa on his other side. She stood as well. "The same," she said, in a voice pitched to carry, "is not true for me. But it could be. It's why we have blood servants, so we don't have to rule the kingdom alone." "But there should only be 3, someone shouted. Yada didn't see who, couldn't tell the voice among the uproar. "Yes," Dressa said, "and there only are. Homage Rialdan is 1 person, not 2. Such is the nature of truth spoken that this can be true. That's just an excuse to—" Yada let go of Laguaya's hand, settled his nerves, which wasn't easy, and reached into the air around the room. He drifted into the feel of life around him, agitated and volatile. The life was the storm. It was the peace. It was the space between worlds. It was the seething chaos on every world. It was beauty. And it was destruction. All of it. Yada shuddered, because he'd never been this open before. He'd never let himself be this tuned to the energies around him, the feeling of everything. It was so much, and it was above everything else going on. It was absolute, utter calm. And his people needed to know. They needed to know that this was their strength. Not their fears, not their bigotries, but the life that connected all of them. It was how they'd stand against what was coming, with the Kidaa, with the high houses, what they were facing now. Even if it cost him all he had, he would do this. He would show them this truth, his parting gift. He extended all that he was into the calm. Silence fell in a startled wave of calm, and he knew, wherever this was watched, no matter the distance or calm lag, there would be calm. Possible or not, he knew there would be. Maybe that should have terrified him just now, but he couldn't reach that place of fear. He only felt life. "I'm telling you now," Yada said into the hush, "because I don't think this kingdom is best served just now by my continuing to be the ruler. I, Homage Rialdan, and Yada Rialdan, therefore abdicate." "You can't abdicate for Homage. Denom Xiao." And, of course, it was Denom Xiao, fighting through Iada's blanket of calm. But Iada was too enmeshed in the life around him to be bothered by it. "Cousin," he said, "I am Homage Rialdan. Haven't you been listening?" He paid for that very small violence and a loss of concentration, a shudder that rippled through the crowd. And he couldn't hold them. And maybe they weren't his to hold. They never had been. And maybe, just maybe, trying to hold them, imposing his calm, had also been a violence. He slowly eased back on his projected calm, the immense sense of life around him fading. Yada blinked rapidly. Adios. Had he done that? Why had he thought that was a good idea? He hadn't thought at all. He'd only acted on an instinct he couldn't name. And he was rattled that it had even worked. He was rattled by what he'd felt, and what he'd known to be true. That effect would reach anyone who saw this broadcast, and that he knew that to be true was something he couldn't examine just now. There would be hell to pay. "You used your magics on us!" Denam cried. "Adius, truth speaker, you cannot condone this." But Chior, beside Lysander, remained silent and stoic, staring Denham down. "I abdicate my position as ruler," Yata went on, fighting to keep the shake from his voice, "as homage Rialdan, for the both of us. Maya has already abdicated on his own. It is done. Truth speaker, witness, please." "I witness, under the eyes and in the will of Adius. It is done." And he felt from Teora the absolute necessity of that abdication, especially after what he'd done just now. She was not happy with what he'd done. But then, neither was he. Another heartbeat of silence, and into that came a new voice. Yata had been almost certain it would be coming. He'd known. Dressa had, at least, given him warning of all of this, a warning that Eroiken had given herself, if feeble warning and far too late it was. Abdicate in favor of whom? Prince Eroiken Javieri asked. He'd noticed her come in. She'd made her quiet entrance when he'd had everyone in his calming grip. A dais. That had been a mistake. Heads swiveled in her direction, hearing power in their midst. A dawning sun when his was setting. "When you've just said that the Rialdans have been lying to us all for decades," she said. "That you've broken the laws." "Eroiken," Yata said, as calmly as he could manage. "If you would like to talk about breaking the law, we can have a conversation about—" He knew she wouldn't let him get that far, but still, it hurt him like a strike to bring Lysander and her training into this. Because that was gambling with Lysander's life too, and he'd told Dressa he wouldn't do that. But he found himself stuttering off, because Eroiken didn't stop him. She just nodded, her spiked red hair glimmering in the overhead lights, red lips curling up. She would give up her daughter for this? Even if he exposed her as plotting against the truth spoken? As illegally training her daughter to be truth spoken? The Javieris would be cast out, open to censure. No. But in this very primed moment, she would paint herself the hero, the one person who had almost brought the Rialdans, the deceitful Rialdans, down. Who'd had the foresight to train a Javieri truth spoken to rule? He shut his mouth, and her smile widened, because she knew that he wouldn't give up Lysander to that, to her ultimate and unyielding control. Rialdans have seen this kingdom through every storm for centuries, Yata said. You, more than anyone, should know that what's happening with the Kidaa is a storm we must weather together. I abdicate in favor of Ondrasari, my heir, with Lysander Javieri as her consort, because they will both see us through. He turned around, met Dressa's eyes. From this moment, she is Ondrasari Rialdan, Iolorius X. She will not let any who seek to harm us get a hold. Dressa's eyes burned, and he saw the flare, the rising fire in her soul. Yes. Keep that, Dressa. You will need it. He turned back to the crowd. I sought to keep us thriving by declaring myself as a Melisori, but that's not what this kingdom needs. We need the fluidity and adaptability of an Iolorius to see us through our trials now and what's to come. Do we? Eroiken asked, breaking his flow. Yes, Laguaya said, finally stepping up. Yes, we do. Eroiken, I know you're trying to pull this situation to your own political gain, but the Navy is out there, facing perhaps the greatest threat we have ever known. I witness the truth of Homage and Iada Rialdan. He is both, as he says, and can speak for both and the rulership. He's never been my friend, but he has my respect. And yes, I did know. No. No, LaGuaya. Don't take that blame on yourself. He wanted to say that they'd only known for a few days, but they pinned him with a hard glare. Because now that LaGuaya had said they were in on the deception, and they had many supporters among this crowd, how could their supporters reject Iada's deception but embrace theirs? Sior slowly stood. I also knew and approved. The will of Adius is channeled through whichever person is at the pinnacle, and if the kingdom is best served by that person being inhabited by two souls, then that is the will of Adius. A staggering challenge. There would be, of course, those who wouldn't believe a word of that in this crowd, who'd find a way to twist the holy mandates or quote the heretical texts to their purpose. But how much face would they lose if they directly challenged the truth speaker, the head of the ruling religion of Valoris? Keora's voice hardened. This man is giving you the gift of not tearing us all apart by you demanding that he abdicate. He's doing it himself, and telling you why. If he ruled by the will of Adius, then he now sets that aside by the will of Adius, to take up the other mantle given to him. She turned to him, gave a slight, just a slight, nod. Not her usual deference, as he would give to her in return. They were not co-rulers any longer. And that hurt. Oh, Adius, it hurt. But it was what it needed to be. She was doing what she needed to do. First Magicer, Sior said. The Adium continues to acknowledge you in your position. Iada bowed, much more deeply than he ever would have as Homage, or even Iada in return. He did not have a place here anymore. Not at this table. Not, truly, in this palace. Truth speaker. He turned to Dressa and bowed even deeper. Sir Eolorius. And he watched Dressa expand, her posture taking on the mantle of command, chin tipping up, shoulders back, eyes still blazing. I am your Eolorius, Dressa said to the restless crowd, and I'm telling you, we will get through these trials together. We will prevail. Chapter 47. The Storm. Sometimes, when I dream in below space, it feels true. Reality bleeds over, and it's like I can see beyond the walls of the hull, beyond the metal, beyond the tumult, or maybe the nothing, outside. I hear whispers. Owam, in an interview about the source of their poetic inspiration. Coming out of below space in 30 seconds, Anya Noren said. Let's hope we're in the right system this time. They'd traveled to where Occam's storm was supposed to be on its filed schedule, an uninhabited border system with no hospitable worlds, but had found nothing more than a few drones monitoring the system. Maya hadn't panicked. A scheduled delay for a border scout ship could mean any number of things, and it wasn't necessarily a disaster. So they'd backtracked. But that rune, storm, that rune had been carved during an attack, and his feeling of being watched had only gotten stronger every moment of the 6.5-day trip to the border. Anya had been pushing their speed hard, and was grumpy the last 2 days in particular, claiming his thoughts were keeping her from sleeping much at all. He was hardly sleeping himself. His palms were damp now as he touched the controls, readying the scanning systems for when the ship emerged back into normal space. He'd changed 2 days ago to Captain Kian Temir, his persona among his, well, now Iada's, personal guards, and the other person listed aboard this ship. He wasn't even trying to hold the persona just now, though. Zhang, behind him in the observer's seat, leaned forward, trying to get a good view of all the displays. Her crutches were propped next to her, and he wondered if he should say something, because they would fall if there was trouble. Zhang was strapped in. All of them were. That, at least, was habit. And would there be trouble? He had a gut feel, a deep, deep foreboding. Whether it was a sense of the patterns around him that his mind hadn't put together yet, or something else, he didn't know. But he'd learned not to ignore his gut. "Jang," he said, nodding to her crutches. She turned, levered them to slide onto the deck. He'd have to mark the tripping hazard, but later. 5 seconds, Anya said. He waited through the last pause, tensed for what? Then the front screens shimmered and resolved into stars again. He might have breathed easier, because the blur of below space had really started to freak him out, and maybe that had been most of what was getting to him, but an alert started blaring. He checked the scans as one of the system buoys updated the sensors with a current in-system configuration. Everything near the buoys would be tagged, with trajectories calculated for everything further out where it would produce light lag. This wasn't a populated system with a full below-space comm lace. He blinked at the indicators, leaned closer. Kidaa ships. 3 Kidaa ships. Decently close, and yes, there was the Storm's beacon tag on the scans, but... Fuck! His heart leaped into his throat. The Storm's tag was right on top of one of the Kidaa tags. Were those ships overlapped? He zoomed in on the screen to make sure he was actually seeing what he was seeing, that it wasn't some buoy glitch or a factor of distance. "Jang," he said, and she was levering up beside him, crutches out of reach. Damn it! Leaning heavily on the back of his chair to take the weight off her still healing ankle. Visuals resolved and enhanced, and he threw them up above the controls. One Kidaa ship, farther forward than the others, had swallowed the Occam's storm. There were a very few edges in the rear of the storm poking out beyond the bulky, angular shape of the much larger Kidaa ship. "They're overlapped," he said. "I see it," Zhang said. "Anya? What do you sense? Can you sense anything at this distance?" Anya, who'd been sitting pilot to his co-pilot for this part of the trip, sat back in her seat with a tense sigh, closing her eyes. Her aura brightened just a little. He left her to her sensing as he went back to surveying all of the information in front of him, much of which he wasn't sure what to do with. Like how to handle the Kidaa overlapping the ship they'd directed him to. Should he board the storm? Could he even board the storm? But it looked like it was the Kidaa ship that was intangible, not the Valoran ship. On the visuals, he could faintly see the pinpoints of stars through the Kidaa ship, and that was damn spooky. Maya cupped a hand over his mouth, transferring pilot's priority to his controls. He maneuvered their ship onto a parallel course with the Kidaa ships and the storm, though he didn't move any closer. And they weren't far. Maya checked the nav displays. Anya had calculated to come out at a conservative system entry point, not near any of the system's planets or asteroids. The odds of them coming out here, so close to the Kidaa ships, were... And were they in any danger? The Kidaa would certainly see them. And then what? Would the Kidaa attack? "There are 2 magikers on Occam's storm," Anya said. "I know one, the other I don't. There should be only one on that ship, though, so someone's manifested, or someone's boarded." Maya looked at her askance. He wasn't going to ask why she knew about the disposition of magikers on Navy ships if she was no longer the first magiker. And never mind that she'd gathered that much detail with her magics at this distance yet. "So, does that mean anything?" he asked. "Maybe." "We could just hail them," Zhang said. Maya's breath went out in a humorless laugh. Well, leave it to Zhang to find the simplest solution. But did he dare disturb whatever was happening there? "Is the Kidaa ship moving at all, relative to the storm?" he asked, even though he could see it wasn't. He pinged the system buoys for back data up to a day and then waited the few heartbeats for that to sort itself in the ship's systems into usable information. The data, when it painted its picture, was appalling. "They've been overlapped for more than a day," Zhang said, her voice rising in alarm. Maya shared a look with her. Had he come too late? Had they not found the storm in time? But then, they couldn't have come sooner. They'd come as fast as possible through any means or magics, and they'd had to backtrack even then. His chest thrummed again with foreboding. Then the comm crackled. "Unknown ship, this is the VNS Occam Storm. Be advised there are Kidaa in system. Proceed with caution. Please state your business in system." Rhys. That was Rhys. That was Rhys. Maya shuddered with a relief that he hadn't known he needed to feel, because that ship in that position was terrifying. He reached for the comm, but Zhang grabbed his hand. "How are we playing this?" she asked. He was Captain Temir just now, and they were nominally the same rank. But Zhang, as captain of the Saratarkis's personal guard, definitely had seniority over Temir, an auxiliary intelligence officer. He couldn't take point. Officially, Shiera Carolyn had been left on Hestia to board another ship back to the capital, so he couldn't be Shiera here without burning an identity he cherished. And there wasn't time to change, and Zhang would still be senior anyway. As Temir, his build was taller than his own and willowy, blade of a nose, shoulder-length brown hair braided back tightly in a no-nonsense style. His maroon and silver palace guard uniform was crisp, his cosmetics heavy and unartful. Applied by Zhang, because she said she'd best be able to make it look like a working guard's makeup. He'd planned, if needed, to use Iada's persona if absolutely necessary, but he still didn't want to spread around that blood servants could change any more than he had to. General Kim had been enough of a risk already. Never mind that it would be blown into the open soon enough, when he publicly abdicated and Iada became the ruler in his own right. If that still happened, with everything else going on. "Take point," he said, because he had to, and because maybe it was the right choice anyway. Zhang nodded and reached for the comm controls. "Occam Storm, this is Captain V. Zhang of the Valen City Palace Guard, on the ship Open Hand in from Hestia. We came to find you. Please advise of your status. Are you in need of assistance?" A pause, which turned into a longer pause, and Maya wondered if there was an argument happening on the other side. Or panic. Finally, the comm crackled again. He'd expected the captain this time, but it was Rhys again. "Captain Zhang, you said you were in from Hestia? Did you get our message?" "Message?" Maya mouthed. Anya was sitting forward now with her eyes narrowed. Maya didn't like the tension written in her posture at all. It was more than just an immediate sense of danger. "We've had no word from Occam's Storm," Zhang said. "I am traveling with Captain Temir of the Palace Guard and a magicker." Another pause. Zhang leaned hard on the console. "This is Lieutenant Petrava?" "Yes," Rhys said tightly, immediately. "Lieutenant, please advise us of your status, because from what we're seeing, we don't know how to proceed." "A moment, Captain. I need to try to get the Kidaa to back off so you can dock." There was something off in Rhys's tone. Something scared. Something heavy. Like they were carrying the weight of whatever was going on here. And maybe they were. Iada had given them the Saratarkis's seal. Rhys shouldn't be the officer on point here. They were a junior lieutenant, but they were the one who'd answered the comm. They were the one who'd been researching the Kidaa, and the Kidaa had called him to the storm. Should he say he was Iada now? Take charge of this situation, whatever it was. As a blood servant, Iada would have that authority. He'd outrank everyone here, at least. He knew Rhys well enough to know they'd be giving this their absolute all. But whatever this was, Rhys was way, way in over their head. Maya had decades of ruling a kingdom, and he was still in over his head. They all were. Every single person was. He still didn't know what was happening to those two ships. Maya opened his mouth, started to say something, started to shift his posture and his thoughts to Iada's cadences, when Anya made a noise. He turned, and he saw she'd brought up the beacon news. No. This was something different, from a private channel, from the other ship. He couldn't quite make out the words from his station. Something Rhys had wanted them to know? Anya reached to mute the comm. Maya, I feel you shifting personalities. You'd better stop right now. And there was a terror in her voice that made every cell in his body go on alert. The last time he'd seen her this upset, she'd just witnessed what no mother should ever witness. He made a give-to-me motion, and she threw the text to his station. I'll take the controls, she said. You'll want to read this. He released pilot status back to her, then expanded the window, swallowing on a dry throat. The message was an urgent order from Admiral of the Fleet LaGuardia. It was the news that Iada had been attacked by, well, he hadn't been attacked by himself. Something more had happened. He was a magicker now, publicly. Homage was a magicker publicly. And Iada had an arrest order with a kill order attached on his head. Homage let out a slow breath, pulling a light trance around himself. But his trance stuttered, was interrupted as the two Kidaa ships traveling behind the other started to move forward, to flank the central ship on either side. The comm crackled. And why couldn't Rhys show visuals, show a holo? Use even a better quality channel? He had a sudden need to know they were okay. This brilliant child who'd come into his home, who he hadn't raised exactly, not in a direct way, that would be overstepping social bounds and painting a much greater target on Rhys than there already was. But Rhys had been with his own children from their early teens, had played training games with them, had learned Ivaku from their games, had learned the technicalities of change if not the means itself. Rhys navigated palace life with ease, had learned to segment their public and private personas just as surely as Imorie and Dressa had. And Maya had watched, not allowed to officially care for this child who Haneri had never looked after herself, not willing at all to abandon them to the confines of his wife's austere household. Not able to deny, either, that he might need to use Rhys someday, that having another person who was as trained in Ivaku as any truth spoken would be a good asset to the kingdom. And Rhys was so flawless that people seldom saw them as the threat they actually were. Was Rhys in this situation now because of that training? Because he'd allowed it and encouraged it even? Maya had been summarily summoned to this ship, right now, and while he'd had his doubts on the rushed trip here, doubts that he'd been reading that right, he had no doubts now. Whatever was happening with the Kidaa, with the attacks, this was the center right here. Captain Jang, Rhys said, this Kidaa ship will remain overlapped, but you will be able to pass through the ship to the starboard airlock. Your ship's not small enough to fit into our bay, unfortunately. A small hesitation. You'll all want to board. We're preparing quarters as well. Thank you, Lieutenant. Jang didn't ask this time about what was happening here, because if Rhys wanted them to know, or could tell them, they would have already said. That they hadn't said anything yet told much. Zhang muted the comm again. Anya, ETA? 20 minutes. I don't want to come in too quickly. Zhang nodded and opened the comm. I estimate, then, that we'll dock in 20 minutes. Is it safe to pass between the Kidaa ships? It's safe, Rhys said. Another pause. They're waiting for you to arrive. Maya shivered, glanced to Anya, who didn't look any less distressed now than she had before. Understood, Petrava, Zhang said, though it was far, far from understood what was going on here. Jang out. She straightened from the console to lean on his chair. Maya, I don't like this. He'd been applying treatments to her broken ankle 3 times a day, and it was healing quickly. But she wasn't truth-spoken. She couldn't heal like he could. He deeply wished he'd been the one to have the break, not her. "I don't like it either," he said. "But it's what we have. Anya, are you good to take us in?" But Anya had already plotted a course, logged it with the storm, and synced navigational data. "Yes," she said. Then, "Maya, I've never felt the Kidaa before. I've never been to the border, and I should have, because they can sense me back, sure as anything." "You've read reports of magickers sensing the Kidaa," he said, because he had too. "They don't have magickers like we do." "No," she agreed, but the tension in her shoulders didn't ease. With a careful hand, she took their ship into dock with the storm. Thanks so much for listening, and I hope you enjoyed The Nameless Storm. The story continues in The Second Ruler Part 1, which is currently available. Want to stay up to date on the latest books? Sign up for Novae Caelum's newsletter at novaecaelum.com/newsletter. This has been The Nameless Storm, The Stars and Green Magic's Book 5 by Novae Caelum. Text copyright 2024 by Novae Caelum. Recording copyright 2025 by Novae Caelum. All rights reserved.